Section 20 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Assignment of Letter Ratings. Section 1. Examinations A and Alpha. The question of the nature of ratings to be assigned was not considered at length in the Vineland sessions of the Committee on Examination of Recruits, although various suggestions were made. Among these were 1. Classification into deciles. 2. Classification into 5 groups: very superior, superior, average, inferior, and very inferior. After the unofficial trial in July and August 1917, it was decided to use both methods of classification, and space was accordingly provided on the individual record card for recording the decile rank to which a man belonged, and in addition a letter grade, A, B, C, D, or E. On the recommendation of Thorndike, he was decided to assign letter grades on examination A as follows. A table is displayed on the page. E 0 to 49, D 50 to 99, C 100 to 249, B 250 to 299, A 300 to 414. The percentile classification was never employed to any extent, chiefly because of the lack of satisfactory norms. The above fivefold classification remained in use until March 1, 1918, and gave the following distribution of grades for the 56,140 literate white men who were given examination A in the first 4 camps. A table is displayed on the page with letter rating and percent. E 7, D 15.5, C 60.9, B 10.6, A 5.9. When the use of alpha was begun in March 1918, the following 7-fold classification was substituted for the previous 5-fold classifications: E 0 to 49, D 50 to 99, C minus 100 to 129, C 130 to 189, C plus 190 to 229, B 230 to 279, A 280 to 412. This basis of ratings gave an unsatisfactory distribution of grades, as is shown by the following percentage of distribution for 128,747 literate white men of several draft quotas. A table is displayed on the page. In June 1918, the following rating system based on new scores was tentatively adopted. Another table is displayed on the page. This gave a much more satisfactory distribution of grades, as will be seen by the following percentage distribution for the 128,747 literate men mentioned in the preceding paragraph. On August 1, 1918, the rating system was revised for both the group examinations and for all 3 of the individual examinations. At this time, grade E was redeemed and grade D- was inserted below D. E henceforth was used to designate those who were considered mentally unsuitable for recommendation for regular service and who were therefore recommended for special service organizations, development battalions, or discharge. Since fitness for regular service was not considered to depend upon intelligence alone, the grade E was therefore no longer strictly an intelligence rating. As employed, it was applied to many who, on the basis of intelligence alone, would have graded D- or even D. The assignment of E on the basis of a group examination was strictly forbidden. This rating basis, which remained in use until the close of the war, gave the following distribution of grades for the same group. Table is displayed on the page, with letter rating and percent. Section 2. Examination for illiterates. In the first 4 camps, letter ratings were not assigned on the examination for illiterates, Stenquist skill test. Space was provided on the individual record card for the percentile ranking, but this was not commonly given. The following system of letter rating and percentile ranking was worked out at Camp Dix from the Stenquist test of 909 unselected men of the 303rd Engineers. A table is displayed on the page. When the beta examination was devised, a rough attempt was made to equate its ratings with those of examination A, particularly in the middle of the upper ranges. The rating basis for beta is set forth in Chapter 6, and the modification adopted in August 1918, together with the reasons therefor, are set forth in Chapter 7. The final rating basis for beta proved to be satisfactory. Section 3. Individual examinations. No instructions were given for the assignment of ratings on the original individual examination series. Space was provided on the individual record card for recording the percentile rank, but owing to the lack of norms, this was not extensively done. When the tests of this series were used at all, the letter rating was assigned on the basis of the personal judgment of the examiner as to the merit of the subject's performance. Usually, however, other individual examination methods were substituted for the series originally provided, and when this was done, a mental age was assigned in lieu of the letter rating. On March 1, 1918, the assignment of letter ratings on performance scale scores was authorized as follows: E 0 to 99, D 100 to 169, C, B, or A 170 or above. On July 2, 1918, letter ratings on the basis of mental age for all the individual examination methods were authorized on the following basis. A table is displayed on the page. This was changed as a result of Alpha Beta Stanford investigation, see Chapter 7 to the following, which was retained until the close of the war. A table is displayed on the page. The final grade basis for the scales used in psychological examining is set forth in the Revised Examiner's Guide, page 195, part 1. The figures below show the percentage distribution of letter ratings assigned to the men of several draft quotas on the basis of all the examinations used. It represents, perhaps not unfairly, the outcome of the rating method finally adopted. It should be stated that in the case a man was given 2 or more examinations, the letter grade assigned was the highest one earned. Distribution of letter ratings for 167 and 35 white drafted men was as follows. A table is displayed on the page. It will be understood that the assignment of letter ratings was a practical rather than a scientific problem. The range of the A rating was made wide because the general belief that above a certain level of intelligence, the military value of an individual depended chiefly upon other factors. The distinction between A and B ratings was not greatly stressed. The lines were so drawn as to skew the distribution of final ratings considerably toward the low end. This was thought to be in the interest of safety, since 20% or more of an average draft quota were either foreign or illiterate, and therefore usually unsuitable for positions of special responsibility. From the administrative point of view, it was perhaps unfortunate that a satisfactory method of rating was not provided earlier in the work, since a certain amount of confusion was caused by the frequent changes in the basis of rating. It would also have been well had more attention been paid to the equating of ratings on the different examinations. The method finally adopted was in the main satisfactory in this respect, but earlier in the work a letter rating of D or C- made on the beta examination was certainly far from being equivalent to D or C- ratings on the alpha examination. Naturally, the individual who took 2 or more examinations was favored, since he always stood a chance to gain and never to lose. Section 4. Explanation of letter ratings to commanding officers. In the work of the first 4 camps, the only explanation of grades furnished to commanding officers were the definitions of the letter ratings as meaning very superior, superior, average, etc. In the spring and summer of 1918, the chief psychological examiners in a majority of the camps found it helpful to issue a somewhat more elaborate statement for the interpretation of the ratings. These were made up in many different forms, some very brief, often as much as 500 to 1,000 words in length. The following circular used at Camp Greenleaf is typical. Information regarding psychological examination for use of company commanders. Purpose of the tests: 1. To classify men and officers according to their mental ability, thus supplementing the records of occupational qualifications and assisting the placement in the Army. 2. To secure information regarding the mental strength of organizations. 3. To assist in selecting men of superior mental ability, who will be considered for promotion and for tasks of special responsibility. 4. To aid in the segregation or elimination of the mentally defective. Men possessing a moderate degree of English literacy take group examination alpha. The illiterate and foreign take group examination beta. Men of exceptionally low intelligence later are examined individually. Here followed a statement for the basis of assignment of letter grades. Grade A and B are the grades typically obtained by officers, C grades by privates, D grades by men of inferior intelligence, E grades by dull labourers, and by men either feeble-minded or bordering upon feeble-mindedness. These tests do not measure occupational fitness nor educational acquirement. They measure intellectual ability. This latter has been shown to be important in estimating military value, since many thousand rankings of men by their officers agree very closely with the results of the tests. Psychological ratings should be supplemented by knowledge of personal appearance, energy, military knowledge possessed, etc., if used as a base of promotion. Because of the uneven value of the explanatory circulars issued in the camps, it was decided to provide a standard form for general use. The following statement was then accordingly prepared in the office of the Surgeon General and forwarded to the camps with a request that it be used with such changes as special conditions in any given camp might necessitate. Explanation of intelligence grades. The purpose of the psychological tests. In no previous war has military efficiency depended so much upon the prompt and complete utilization of intelligence of the individual soldier. The purpose of the psychological test is to give a quick and fairly accurate classification of the men according to general intelligence. They aid A. in the discovery of men whose superior ability recommends their advancement, B. in the prompt segregation and development battalions of intellectually inferior men whose ineptitude would retard the training of the unit, C. in building organizations of equal or appropriate strength, D. in selecting suitable men for various army occupations, or for special training in technical schools, E. in eliminating the feeble-minded. What the tests measure. The tests give a reliable index of a man's ability to learn, to think quickly and accurately, to analyze situations, to maintain a state of mental alertness, and to comprehend instructions. They do not measure loyalty, bravery, dependability, or the emotional traits that make a man carry on. A man's value to the service is measured by his intelligence, plus other necessary qualifications. What the grades mean. All men are classified by the tests as A, B, C+, C, C-, D, double D-, or E as follows. A. Very superior intelligence, high officer type, when backed by other necessary qualities. B. Superior intelligence, commissioned officer type and splendid sergeant material. C+, high average intelligence, good NCO material with occasionally a man worthy of higher rank. C. Average intelligence, good private type with some fair to good NCO material. C-, low average intelligence, ordinary private. D. Inferior intelligence, largely illiterate or foreign, usually fair soldiers but often slow in learning. D-, very inferior intelligence but considered fit for regular service. E. Mental inferiority, justifying recommendation for development battalion, special service organizations, rejection or discharge. The grades should be consulted. A. In selection of candidates for officers' training schools. B. In selection of all non-commissioned officers. C. In balancing organizations. D. In picking men for special detail. E. In the classification and training of men in development battalions. F. In court cases. G. In the better understanding of men who are in any way peculiar or exceptional. H. The tests have also been used effectively in the selection of nurses, YMCA personnel, etc. Important points. 1. Commissioned officer material is found chiefly in the A and B groups. Men grading C+ should be accepted for OTC only after careful scrutiny. 2. The majority of non-commissioned officers rate A, B, or C+. Men below C+ should not be entrusted with complicated paperwork. 3. D men are rarely suited to tasks requiring special skill, forethought, resourcefulness, or sustained alertness. 4. It is unsafe to expect D or E men to read and understand written directions. 5. Only high-score men should be selected for tasks that require quick learning and rapid adjustments. 6. A man's value to the service should not be judged by his intelligence rating alone. End of section 20. Section 21 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 11. Performance in Intelligence Examinations as related to Officers' Estimates of Intelligence. Section 1. Alpha and Beta and Intelligence Ratings. The use of intelligence ratings based on alpha and beta scores in the Army assumes that intelligence, or more accurately, the sort of ability that is measured by these two examinations, is a very important factor in the complex that determines a man's value in the military service. Evidence in various forms has sufficiently demonstrated the volume of the alpha and beta tests as measures of the ill-defined quality designated as military value. The question of the efficiency of the alpha and beta tests in diagnosing grades of intelligence is estimated by Army officers in the military environment, but exclusive as far as possible of other factors that are undoubtedly of considerable importance in the determination of military value, will be studied in this section. For the purpose of this study, material has been obtained from 3 camps: Beauregard, MacArthur, and Meade. There are difficulties in obtaining material for the study of this kind, especially in the drafting of a rating scale and instructions for its use that will ensure a high degree of qualitative and quantitative resemblance between the ratings made by different officers, and in putting the scale into effect in very large units, where the personnel has remained the same for several months. Clearly, an officer must have had several months of close contact with a group of 200 men before he can rate them even moderately well. In Camp Meade, the 72nd Infantry cooperated with the Psychological Examining Board in furnishing ratings of approximately 900 of its men. The regiment has been relatively stable as regards personnel for a period of about 4 months previous to the time the ratings were made. The men had not been given psychological examination, and of course, the results of the experimental examination were not communicated to the officers until the ratings had been made. The rating scale and instructions as given to the officers are reproduced verbatim herewith. Instructions for rating intelligence. 1. Disregard everything about a man except his general intelligence. 2. By intelligence is meant ability to think quickly, accurately, and independently, to comprehend new problems, to meet new and difficult situations, to understand and to be able to carry in mind complicated directions, etc. 3. With the definition of intelligence in mind, rate the intelligence of each man in your company whom you know by placing before his name the number of the class in which he belongs in accordance with the following scale. 7 means intelligence as the average commissioned officer. 6 means intelligence as the average sergeant. 5 means intelligence as the average corporal. 4 means intelligence as the average private. 3 means intelligence as a poor private. 2 means intelligence as an extremely poor private. 1 means barely intelligent enough for Labour Battalion. 4. Remember that intelligence alone is to be considered. For example, grade a man 7 if he is as intelligent as the average commissioned officer. When he reasons, he might be unfit to be an officer, but this does not matter. We are concerned here only with intelligence. 5. In rating an individual, avoid being too much influenced by his rank. Remember that some privates are as intelligent as an average commissioned officer, that some corporals are more intelligent than some sergeants, etc. The scale defines the various grades of intelligence entirely in terms of military status, but expressly forbids taking the individual's status into account in determining his rating. Independent ratings of the same men by 2 or more officers were not requested. It is not possible to state whether the rating of one man originated with one officer only, or as a combined judgment of 2 or 3 in conference, nor can it be said whether all the men in a given company were rated by the same officer. There is good reason to believe that all the ratings were painstakingly made, and are thus of considerable value, for the rating officers had 4 months of acquaintance with their men, and the regimental adjutant urged upon the officers the desirability of careful judgments in the interests of scientific investigation. Examinations Alpha, Beta, and A were used, and the distribution of men by companies, groups, and procedures is given in Table 80. No segregation was made. Every man, illiterate or otherwise, took both examinations of the pair given his group. Table 80 is displayed on the page. Distribution of men by companies, groups, and examinations. Camp Meade. In Camps Beauregard and MacArthur, the cooperation of several organizations was obtained. 3 independent ratings of each man were requested according to the following scale. Instructions for rating men on general intelligence. 1. An estimate of the general intelligence of each man in your company, of whose mental capacity you have been able to form even a rough notion is desired from you. 2. Beside each man's name, enter the number representing the class of intellectual ability in which you think he belongs. 3. The classes of intelligence to be used are as follows. Class 7, very superior. Class 6, superior. Class 5, high average. Class 4, average. Class 3, low average. Class 2, inferior. Class 1, very inferior. 4. The following points should be noted carefully. A. The above scale refers only to intelligence, not to personality in general, total military value, etc. B. It is meant to cover all ranges of intelligence which you have observed among enlisted men, not merely the range from the brightest to the dullest of your own particular group. C. It follows that 1 and 7 represent fairly extreme cases, one or the other of which may not have many representatives in the group under consideration. The scale is much less specific in its definition of the various grades of intelligence than is the scale used in Camp Meade, but on the other hand is probably less completely restricted to the military point of view. The Camp Meade scale is obviously pretty exactly defined by the normal selective agencies of the Army. To use the scale, one has only to know enough corporals, sergeants, etc. in order to estimate the averages required and then compare this result with the mentality of the individuals to be rated. The various grades of the scale are thus fixed absolutely as well as relatively. The scale used in camps Beauregard and MacArthur, in so far as it is defined in general terms, having no absolute meaning, suffers in comparison with the Meade scale. The cases selected for study are as follows. Camp Beauregard, 29th Infantry, Company A, 32 cases, Company B, 36 cases, Company C, 40 cases, Company D, 46 cases, Company E, 61 cases, Company F, 56 cases, Company G, 62 cases, Company H, 44 cases, total 377 cases. Camp MacArthur, 5th Battalion, Infantry Replacement Camp, Company G, 144 cases, Company H, 154 cases, total 298 cases. Table 81 is displayed on the page, individual officers' estimates. Table 81 gives the distributions of ratings of the cases studied for each individual officer. It is at once apparent that we are dealing with a great diversity of conceptions of intelligence. Some officers have been very conservative in assigning very high or very low ratings. One officer rates nearly all of a group average or above, and another rates the same men all average or below. One officer rates 85% of a large group 4 or average. Another officer rates only 34% of the same group 4. It is therefore apparent that officers differ. A. In their notions of the length of range of intelligence represented by each class. B. In their notions of what constitutes average intelligence. C. With respect to the part of the range of intelligence in which they discriminate, or attempt to discriminate different grades of intelligence. All of the cases were examined by alpha and beta, approximately half of them taking alpha first and the other half taking beta first. In working out correlations of tests with ratings, the order of the examinations has been disregarded and all cases treated together, since no effect upon second examination scores of the experience of a first examination of either kind was evident. Correlations were first computed for total beta and alpha scores, and scores on separate beta and alpha tests with combined officers' ratings. The combination of ratings was effected as follows. For the great majority of cases having 3 ratings, the 3 numerical values were simply added together. Cases having only 2 ratings were given a combined rating obtained by multiplying by 3 half the sum of the 2 ratings, and in the few cases where only 1 rating was available, its numerical value was multiplied by 3. Thus the scale of possible ratings extends from 3 to 21. For all correlations of total scores or ratings, beta scores have been classified in 5-point intervals and alpha scores in 10-point intervals. All standard deviations given at the bottom of correlation tables are in terms of class intervals. The standard deviation of ratings is denoted by the symbol sigma r, and the standard deviation of scores by the symbol sigma sc. Table 82 to 91 are a series of typical frequency surfaces for ratings and total raw alpha or beta scores. On the following pages, tables 82 to 91 are displayed. The correlation coefficients and standard deviations of scores for tables 82 to 91 are brought together in the following table. Tables are displayed on the following page: alpha correlations and beta correlations. None of these groups can be regarded as even approximately unselected. Induction into the army was selective to an unknown but probably high degree. Further, the continual sifting and transferring of men within the army itself produces in even short periods of time groups, companies, e.g., of varying but high degrees of selectedness. A glance at the standard deviations of scores, which are relatively objective measures, shows that the groups listed above vary widely in selectedness. It is well known that selection affects a coefficient of correlation for any pair of measures of the selected group, and that the higher the degree of selection, the lower will be the correlation. It follows, therefore, that correlation coefficients calculated for two groups with different degrees of selectedness are not directly comparable. Pearson's has shown that if Rxy be the correlation between two varieties for an unselected group in which the standard deviation of the variate x is sigma x, the correlation between the variates x and y in a group in which the standard deviation of the x variate has been reduced by selection to 8x is given by the formula. A mathematical formula is displayed on the page, where Rxy is used to denote the coefficient of correlation in the selected group, or if Rxy is given, and also the values of the two standard deviations, we can solve the above equation for Rxy, and thus find the degree of correlation in the unselected or relatively less stringently selected group. The formula is displayed on the page. By means of this formula, using the alpha before beta group as a standard, since the standard deviations of scores of both alpha and beta for this group are the largest values obtained, the correlations for the other groups can be adjusted to the degree of selectedness of this group and thus made comparable. The results of such an adjustment are as follows. A pair of tables are displayed on the following pages: alpha correlations and beta correlations. Thus, the elimination of the factor of selectedness of groups does not eliminate the differences in degrees of intelligence between ratings and scores. These differences might be due to a. Quantitative differences in standards by which the men of the different groups were rated, b. Neither approach to accuracy in the ratings of some groups than in others because of officers' longer acquaintance with men, or different degrees of ability to size up men, c. Lowering of correlation by throwing together in the same table a considerable variety of ratings, as ratings from several different officers. It will be seen from Table 81 that subjective ratings are essentially the class marks of ranked classes, and not measures upon an absolute scale. Therefore, if these class marks are averaged, we obtain different means from different officers' ratings of the same group of men. As regards A, it is to be noted that the correlation of total alpha scores with ratings in the MacArthur group is lower than the similar correlation for the Beauregard group, while the contrary is true of beta total scores correlations. Owing to the imperfect standardization of procedure in the beta examination, this should be taken as merely suggestive of qualitative differences in rating standards, however. With respect to B, above, we have the information that the Camp and Meade ratings were made by officers who had known their men for at least 3 months, while the great majority of MacArthur and Beauregard cases have been under the observation of their officers for 6 weeks or less. This point will be discussed at greater length later. Further investigation of the point raised in A above, and any study of the problem of C, requires detailed consideration of the correlations of separate alpha and beta tests with ratings in the groups already cited with reference to total scores, and also in smaller groups rated by the same officer or officers throughout. Table 92 and 93 give correlations and standard deviations of the separate tests of alpha and beta respectively. The standard deviations of scores in alpha tests indicate two things at once, viz. That the groups differ appreciably in selectedness in the same way as indicated by the total scores, and that there is little if any qualitative variation among groups. The only evidence against the latter conclusion is the exceptional standard deviation of Test 4, beta before alpha group, which is larger than the standard deviation of Test 4 for the alpha before beta group, while in all other tests the standard deviations are greater for the alpha before beta group. The divergence is very small, however. Table 92 is displayed on the page, correlations of alpha tests with officers' ratings. Table 93 is displayed on the following page. Correlations of beta tests with officers' ratings. As is the case of the correlations with total score, it seems desirable to adjust these correlation coefficients to a common basis. Since the alpha before beta group has the largest standard deviation, with the one exception noted above, it has been chosen as the standard. The adjusted correlation coefficients for the alpha tests are given in Table 94. Table 94 is displayed on the page Alpha Tests. The standard deviations of beta tests for the different groups are not so uniform as the standard deviations of alpha tests. Especially outstanding are the differences between groups beta before alpha and Beauregard-MacArthur with respect to test 2, and groups alpha before beta and beta before alpha with respect to test 6. These divergences tend to confirm the suspicion already formed that there has been lack of uniformity in the examination procedure. If this has been the fact, the comparison of ratings from the point of view of the beta tests and the converse comparison of the beta tests on the basis of ratings will be of somewhat impaired validity. With this reservation, the adjusted values of the correlation coefficients for the beta tests are given in Table 95. Table 95 is displayed on the page Beta Tests. The results shown in Table 91 and 95 indicate a variability of correlation between ratings and the test performance not to be explained away on the hypothesis of accidental factors. After the differences in the groups have been ruled out by the method of adjusting the correlation coefficients to the same degree of individual variability for each group, we have, in this extreme case, the following contrasted results. A table is displayed on the page. If all the ratings of the men in each group had been made by one officer, the conclusion would be justifiable that the two officers had taken into account different sets of personal characteristics of the men they were rating, or what is nearly the same thing, that they differed appreciably in their notions of what constitutes intelligence. Since these two groups are actually made up of smaller groups rated by different officers, so that ratings from 28 different officers are thrown together in the Beauregard-MacArthur material, and at least 3 sets of ratings are combined in the alpha before A group, smaller groups, the members of which were all rated by one officer, were studied to determine to what extent the divergent results from mixtures of different sets of ratings may be regarded as due to qualitative differences of ratings. In the MacArthur material, one group of 154 cases was found in which each had been rated independently by 3 different officers. The results obtained from this material are interesting in several respects. The contingency of rating and score for each officer separately is shown in Tables 96, 97, and 98. Tables 96, 97, 98 are displayed on the following page. It is evident that although Table 96 might be treated by ordinary product moment methods, Table 98 cannot, owing to the small number of rows, and the correlation of over 80% of the total frequency into one row. Table 97 is intermediate in these respects. The actual values of the product moment coefficients from these tables are as follows. Table 96, Officer 1, R equals 0.171. Table 97, Officer 2, R equals 0.321. Table 98, Officer 3, R equals 0.411. Before the reasons stated above, probably only the first of these is even approximately correct. We might apply a correction or class index correlation by dividing each one of these coefficients by the corresponding RY-CY for the vertical marginal frequencies. The values of RY-CY for each table are Pearson Biometrica, Volume 9, page 116 to 139, Officer 1, 0.9662, Officer 2, 0.8242, Officer 3, 0.7523. The resulting corrected values of the correlation coefficients are Officer 1, 0.177, Officer 2, 0.397, Officer 3, 0.546. But suspicion is aroused against even these results by the results of application of the same corrections to contingency coefficients for each possible pair of officers. To measure the agreement between officers in their ratings, the following 3 contingency tables were formed. A table is displayed on the page. The raw coefficients of mean square contingency calculated from these tables are as follows. Officers 1 and 2, 0.5045. Officers 1 and 3, 0.4029. Officers 2 and 3, 0.7390. If we attempt to correct these contingency coefficients for class index correlation, we obtain an absurd result for the third, a quantity greater than 1. The result is due to the very low class index correlations for officers 2 and 3, 0.8242 and 0.7523 respectively. In other words, the assumption upon which the class index correlation is based does not hold for these two series of ratings at least. It is evident that both of these officers have given the rating of 4, average intelligence, to a much greater proportion of individuals than might be reasonably supposed to be of average intelligence, even without taking their scores into consideration. Now, the most reasonable explanation of the state of affairs is that these officers have rated a great many individuals. 4, because they were required to give some rating, and their observation of the individuals in question had not been extensive enough to furnish them any reliable data upon which to base an estimate of intelligence. They therefore played safe and gave all such individuals ratings of 4. The best method of calculating the correlation between ratings and scores would therefore be one which takes account only of those cases which the officer felt justified in rating higher or lower than average. Such a method consists in calculating a biserial R1. Two such values may be calculated from the present data, one by taking all cases rated above average as a subgroup, and the other by taking all cases rated below average as the subgroup. The following results were obtained. A table is displayed on the page. Evidently, the correlation of score with the ratings of Officer 1 is insignificant, but the relatively high correlation of scores with the ratings of Officer 3 lends support to the theory that this officer made his ratings very carefully, but followed the principle of rating all concerning whom he had insufficient knowledge, 4 or average. Presumably his inability to differentiate among the great majority of cases was due to the short period of time for which they had been under his observation. Officer 2 seems to have followed the same principle, but less rigidly. Officer 1 must have made his ratings very largely by sheer guess. This statement seems warranted by the evidence of the contingency coefficients given above, showing that his ratings agreed less with those of Officers 2 and 3 than the ratings of these two agreed with each other. One more point seems worthy of notice. It is that both officers, whose ratings agree significantly with the total alpha scores of the men they rated, have chosen low-grade men more accurately than high-grade men, unless we suppose that the alpha examination discriminates between grades of ability in the lower end of the scale more efficiently than in the upper end of the scale. Other evidence indicates that the reverse of this is true, for some of the tests are so difficult that individuals of low intelligence fail to score on them, so that their total scores are simpler and consequently less reliable composites. It seems not desirable to dismiss the ratings of Officer 1 finally as being more guesswork, until their correlation with the better examination scores had been worked out. The standard deviation of scores of this group was found to be 4.04685 and R equals 0.2231. This value, when adjusted to the common basis of selectedness, as indicated by scores, becomes 0.2894. Thus, this officer's ratings have a significantly higher correlation with the better scores than with the other scores of the same individuals. But the correlations in both cases are so low and subject to so many accidental factors that they need not be taken into account further. After obtaining the relatively good results with the biserial R for the ratings of Officer 3, it seemed desirable to work out similar coefficients for each alpha test. The following values were obtained. Table 99 is displayed on the page. Company H, 5th Battalion, Infantry Replacement Camp, MacArthur, Officer 3 with scores, biserial. Although there is no definite information that the ratings of all men in a company and camp Meads were rated by the same officer, the heterogeneity of ratings will certainly be considerably reduced for any particular group if that group is made up exclusively of men in one company. To carry out further the investigations of the effect of combining material more or less heterogeneous as the ratings, correlations between officers' ratings and separate tests of alpha have been calculated for the following groups. Company B, 149 cases. Company F, 101 cases. Alpha 4 beta group, omitting all Company B men, 74 in Company H, 23 in Company K, and 3 in Company not specified. Table 100 is displayed on the page. correlation between officers' ratings and separate tests of alpha. Adjustments of these coefficients to a common basis with company F as a standard gives the following results. The correlations for the company F group being repeated for the sake of comparison. A table is displayed on the page. These results, together with the biserial correlation coefficients for Officer 3, MacArthur Infantry Replacement Camp, show a considerable tendency toward variation of coefficients for different sets of ratings. Not only does the rank order of the test change from group to group, but the range of variation of the coefficients fluctuates noticeably. All the coefficients for Company B group above lie between 0.621, a range of 0.105. The coefficients for the Company F group vary from 0.495 to 0.704, a range of 0.209. Exact calculations of the approximate probable errors cannot be made, but if we consider the probable errors of the adjusted coefficients given above to be the same as for the unadjusted coefficients, the probable error of the difference between the two largest and smallest coefficients obtained from Company B group for Tests 4 and 7 respectively will be of the order of magnitude of 0.048, or somewhat less than half the actual difference. The probable error, may be pointed out, involves not only the standard deviations of sampling for the two coefficients compared, but for the correlation between the deviations of sampling of these same two coefficients, a quantity which is nearly as large as the correlation of the two variables, whose correlations with the third are being compared. In this case, the correlation is between measurements by tests 4 and 7. The value used in the calculation of the probable error just given is taken as 0.50, which is probably too low. When we consider the difference between correlations of Test 2 and 8 with ratings in Company F group, it is evident, without actually calculating the probable error, that the difference is clearly significant of a certain kind of individuality of the ratings. Not only is the absolute value of the difference between coefficients 0.209 much greater than is the case first discussed, but the correlation between Test 2 and 8 is greater, approximately 0.80. This latter condition would make the probable error smaller than in the previous case, other things being equal. Without going deeper into the detailed and idle calculation of probable errors, since the samples are too small to justify greater refinement of this sort, it seems safe to conclude that the evidence indicates quantitative variability of ratings. Or, to state the fact differently, the set of correlation coefficients for the 8 alpha tests are for a group of individuals rated by a particular officer is an indirect qualitative as well as quantitative analysis of the officer's judgments of the intellectual ability of the individuals he rated. Several sets of such correlation coefficients for several different officers, supposing no qualitative variation in the groups rated by them, constitute a qualitative and quantitative basis of comparison of these several officers' methods of estimating intelligence. The reliability of the system of coefficients for the 8 alpha tests would undoubtedly be greater if the intercorrelations were lower. If the foregoing interpretation of the results obtained up to this point be the correct one, it follows that the use of subjective intelligence ratings in estimating the relative diagnostic values of a set of tests does not ensure the best possible results. Within the limits set by the intercorrelations, a set of tests can be made to measure a variety of aspects of ability by appropriate adjustment of weights. If the intercorrelations are high, the number of possible types of measurement is small, and vice versa. But even with relatively high intercorrelations shown by the alpha tests, it is evident that multiple regression equations obtained from the different groups that have been discussed above would be quite different. There might be, however, a resultant of the ratings by a large number of individuals that would constitute the ideal estimate of intelligence. This ideal measurement would, of course, necessarily be ideal by statistical definition, since no other definition is available. In order to obtain a reliable comparison of several tests as to their diagnostic efficiency, a moderate number of estimates of intelligence of tested individuals would be needed from a large number of different persons, not a large number of estimates of intelligence by a relatively small number of persons, for the probable errors of the results would arise mainly not from the number of cases tested and rated, but from the number of cases furnishing the ratings. In practice, such a scheme would meet another difficulty that is shown by the material of the present study. Inspection of Table 81 indicates that, as far as the ratings of Camps, Beauregard, and MacArthur were concerned, they were class ranks, rather than absolute measures. In the Camp Mean material, there are only two companies which were examined exclusively by alpha as a first examination, or by alpha following beta. They were companies B and K, and the following comparison of median scores and mean ratings is of interest. Company B, median total score 55.9, mean rating 5.066. Company K, median total score 55.0, median rating 4.175. Although the differences are both in the same direction, they are out of all proportion to each other, and support rather than contradict the opinion of the apparent correlation is purely accidental. Furthermore, it seems a wholly gratuitous assumption that even the definitions and instructions furnished with the rating scale would enable the rating officers to do more than give the class ranks when dealing with groups as nearly alike as the score distributions indicate them to be. It follows, therefore, that if we place all individuals rated 6, for example, in the same class in our contingency table, whether they are all rated by the same person or not, the computed measure of relationship will be affected by factors other than those relevant to the problem. The effect of such fortuitous factors is best seen from the following formula expressing the correlation and standard deviations of a combination of two distributions in terms of the component r's and standard deviations and the difference of means. An equation is displayed on the page. Thus the means of both variables being different in the two distributions, the third term of the above formula is not zero and contributes to the magnitude of the correlation coefficient of the combined distribution. If, as in the present study, one of the variables, say x, is rating, and we suppose ratings to be not absolute quantities but class ranks, then the contribution of the third term in the formula to the correlation of the combined distribution is wholly irrelevant. It is necessary, therefore, to equalize the mean ratings of all groups before they are combined. This may be done by treating the class intervals on the rating scale as intervals on the axis of abscissa of a normal probability curve. Their lengths determined by their frequencies, and the deviation values are best expressed by the deviation from the center of the normal curve of the mean of the segments whose bounding ordinates are thus fixed. Summarizing then, with reference to the 3 points raised on page 432, A. Qualitative differences in ratings do quite evidently exist, and it is suggested that in so far as one is limited to subjective estimates of intelligence for a comparison of tests, he should work for a qualitative mean, if such a term is permissible, by obtaining ratings made by as many different individuals as possible, rather than by multiplying the number of cases rated by the same individual. The latter procedure evidently reduces the accuracy of the ratings, whereas the greatest possible accuracy of each kind of rating is necessary. The point is again emphasized that, speaking in statistical terms, the kind of sampling dealt with is not of individuals tested and rated, but of individuals rating those who are tested. B. The analysis of the ratings of Officer 3 Infantry Replacement Camp MacArthur brings out the relation between extensiveness of observation of the subject to be rated and the accuracy of the rating. The low correlations obtained from most of the Beauregard and MacArthur data are therefore to be regarded as mainly accounted for by the known brevity of period during which the officers had an opportunity to become acquainted with their men. Conversely, the same considerations led to the conclusions that the Meade ratings are rather unusually accurately made. C. Ratings are essentially class ranks rather than absolute measures and should be treated accordingly. The low correlations from the Beauregard and MacArthur material are probably partially due also to the mixture in the same contingency table of many different sorts of ranks, thrown into classes accordingly to the purely arbitrary class symbol with which they happen to be labeled. The final problem is to obtain a correlation coefficient for each alpha and beta test from a composite mass of data, with the conditions that as many different kinds of ratings as possible shall be represented, and that these ratings shall be as accurate as possible. These conditions eliminate the Beauregard and MacArthur data owing to the probable inaccuracy of the ratings, though by this elimination we sacrifice, probably but not certainly, a great variety of ratings. In the Camp Meade material there are alpha and beta records of men from 5 different companies, so that at least 5 different rating officers are represented. There are 672 alpha cases and 416 beta cases available. One further point needs to be considered. Thus far, all correlations have been calculated without regard to the different lengths of effective range of the different tests. In other words, all correlations given so far are class index correlations, and not correlations of the variates represented by the class indices. Thus, a zero class interval has been treated as if of length equal to any other class interval. No anthropologist would think of determining the correlation between height and weight of a human tribe from data obtained by the use of apparatus that allowed him to weigh accurately all individuals but allowed correct measurement of height of only the tallest 70%, the remaining 30% being recorded merely as not taller than a certain amount. This is precisely the case with certain of the alpha tests. The position is taken here that the alpha tests are different techniques for the measurement of a rather general but ill-defined attribute of the human being. It seems, therefore, that the comparison of techniques may be much more precisely made if the absolute efficiency of each is determined within the limits of its effective range, but stated as the value it would have if the technique in question were extended or extendable to cover an unlimited range, with supplementary information as to the exact nature and extent of the existing limitation. This is proposed as a needed improvement upon the highly inaccurate and sometimes misleading statement of correlation coefficients calculated uncritically from data containing relatively large proportions of unmeasured cases, which are falsely treated as measured cases. The above proposal can be carried out in the following way. We calculate in the ordinary manner a product moment R1, but ignoring completely all cases in the zero class interval, or if there is good reason to believe that scores of 2 or 3 points are accidental and non-significant in a great many cases, even these may be ignored. The resulting R1 is substantiated in the formula. A formula is displayed on the page, where J is a quantity depending on the percentage of cases ignored during the calculation of R1, and may be determined from Shepard's tables by the following formula. A formula is displayed on the page. For the normal correlation surface, this formula is identical with 2, page 8, and J equals 8x to the power 2 over sigma x to the power 2 minus 1. Table 101 presents the correlation coefficients for each alpha and beta test, and for alpha and beta total scores, calculated for ratings treated as outlined on page 22 and corrected for length of range by Formula 3. It is based upon the correlation tables 102 and 118. Table 101 is displayed on the page. Statistical constants. Alpha tests, 672 cases, and beta tests, 416 cases. The deviations for the rating classes used in the calculation of Table 101 were obtained for each company separately, taking into account all ratings in the company, even though some of the cases are not actually in the contingency tables. This was considered a logical requirement of the supposition that ratings were to be treated as class ranks, rather than as absolute values. Since all of the men in a company who were rated at all were probably ranked individually to a greater or less extent, as well as in classes, it seemed best to determine the deviation values for each rating class on the basis of the total frequencies in each class in the company. Thus, the frequencies of each rating and the deviation values of the latter for each company are as follows. The table is displayed on the page. The data of Table 101 are the results of correction of the corresponding values of incomplete contingency tables for the limitations of range displayed by the various tests in all cases except A. Test 3 beta. The wide departure of the distribution of scores for this test from the approximately Gaussian type of all other distributions precludes correction of the type used for other tests. B. The range of test 6 beta was clearly not limited, so far as this particular group of cases was concerned, as indicated by the vanishing frequencies at both ends of the scale. C. Beta total score. Although the component scales of beta are in most cases limited at one or both ends, the distribution of total scores, of course, does not show high terminal frequencies, and consequently the need for correction is not present. The results for beta total score are, however, not directly comparable with the results for its components, as for example, mean total score with sum of separate test mean scores owing to the fact that the latter are corrected, in one case for limitation at upper end, test 1, in another case, test 7 for limitations at both ends, and other cases, except test 3 and 6, for limitations at lower end. The sum of these means, therefore, is the mean value of scores of constant heterogeneity at all levels, which beta raw scores obviously are not. The corrections for several of the alpha and beta tests of nearly unlimited range actually result in the values differing only insignificantly from the values that would have been obtained if the small degree of limitation had been ignored. But it has been considered best to treat all tests uniformly in view of the necessity of special treatment of some, in order that the results may be more uniformly comparable. The corrected value of the constants given for alpha total score are based on the incomplete contingency table of individuals scoring 30 points or more, on the supposition that total scores below this value are unreliable, since usually not all of the component tests are represented. For comparison, the uncorrected constants determined from the complete table ignore the obvious foreshortening of the scale are given. The difference between corrected and uncorrected value is not great, but in agreement with the supposition of unreliability of the lower end of the alpha raw total scale. On the following pages, tables 112 to table 118 are displayed. Section 2. Examination A and Intelligence Ratings. The data secured from examination of the groups described in Table 80, page 426, as alpha before A and A before alpha, has been utilized in an attempt to discover what effect, if any, the revision of the early examination A into the latter alpha had upon the efficiency of the examination as an instrument for the measurement of intelligence. Tables 119 and 120 give the results as far as total weighted scores, tests weighted as during the examination in the first 4 Army cantonments, are concerned. For A as a first and as a second examination, the other examination given at the same sitting being alpha. Tables 84 and 121 give the results of the alpha examination of these same groups. It is immediately obvious that the correlation of scores in both examinations, as either first or second examinations with ratings, are so nearly the same that there has been no very great change either for better or for worse in the revision. To discover more exactly the effect of dropping test 2, memory span for digits, and 10, number comparison, table 122 was formed. The resulting correlation in coefficients is very slightly lower than for all 10 tests. Although unweighted scores have been used in table 122, the result is almost exactly comparable with the result of table 119, owing to the very high, practically perfect correlation between weighted and unweighted scores. But the slight decrease in correlation when tests 2 and 10 are omitted may be entirely due to the increase in zero scores, i.e. the number of unmeasured cases, and may therefore not indicate the loss of any qualitatively essential or important feature of the examinations. On the following pages, Table 119 to Table 124 are displayed. The complete partial correlation of each A test with officers' ratings has been carried out. The results are of little use as far as the purpose for which such work is usually done is concerned. Inspection of the ninth order coefficients presented in Table 124 shows that 1. None of them is large enough compared with its probable error to be clearly significant. 2. At least 2 are totally absurd results and can only be taken as invalidating the whole final result. The negative partial coefficients of tests 4, arithmetic, and 6, synonym autonym, mean, if accepted, that to get the best total score, the appropriately weighted scores in these 2 tests must be subtracted from the weighted sum of the others. It is true, of course, that the partial coefficients for test 4 is numerically so small that its negative sign is unimportant, but the coefficient for test 6 is numerically out of the largest of the whole series, and had the same result been obtained from 1,000 cases instead of 236, its mathematical significance would have been practically as great as that of any of the other partial coefficients. This result can mean one or both of 2 things. 1. That the intelligence ratings upon which these results are based are not qualitatively acceptable as intelligence ratings. 2. That the zero-order coefficients obtained from the original data are erroneously measures of the intercorrelations of tests, and of the correlations of tests with ratings. That, too, is very probably, at least partially, explanatory of the results of Table 124 is apparent when we take into consideration the fact that none of the zero-order coefficients was corrected for length of range of tests. It is impossible to guess what effect such correction would have upon the value of the partial correlations of the ninth order, but it is clear that the omission of corrections that effect very considerable changes in the values of some of the zero-order coefficients makes any computations based upon them wholly unreliable. It may also be pointed out that the 236 cases upon which these results are based were not all members of the same company, and were consequently not rated by the same officer, nor even ranked with respect to each other. That this fact adds one more item of unreliability to the case against our results is clear in the light of the results of the study of the alpha tests. The total maximum correlation as determined from the partial coefficients between the sum with best weights of the score in all 10 tests of examination A with intelligence ratings by your partial group of officers is 0.5644. The coefficient was 0.546, with the old weighting not based on partial correlation, and with tests 2 and 10 omitted and all others weighted equally 0.530. That no great gain over or underweighted scores by any system of weighting would result was to be expected in view of the very high intercorrelations, but the actual gain is scarcely even significant for the sample. The net result is therefore a negative one. The futility of attempting to estimate the relative values of tests and their corresponding weights in a composite score when all intercorrelations are high is clear. Further, the results strongly suggest, if they do not prove, the fallaciousness of a partial correlation system based upon zero-order coefficients that are not reduced to a common basis of comparability by correction for the limitations of range of measurement of the different methods of measurement they represent. The foregoing discussion of the relation of subjective ratings to test performance has not been given without appreciation of one important respect in which such ratings may have a great advantage over intelligence ratings based on psychological tests. The psychological test admittedly measures only what might be termed instantaneous intellectual capacity, whereas what we want to predict is mean effective intellectual capacity, which is a resultant of instantaneous capacity and all the instinctive and emotional factors which constitute the motivation of the individual. It is not at all improbable that a very high degree of accuracy has already been attained in the measurement of instantaneous intelligence, but only in a competent observer's estimate of intelligence based upon a considerable period of observation are the factors of motivation taken into account. Herein lies a reason why most correlations between ratings and test performance are between 0.50 and 0.60 instead of between 0.90 and 1. End of section 21. Section 22 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 12. Performance in Intelligence Examinations as Related to Military Efficiency. Section 1. Examination Alpha. The amount of weight that should be placed upon intelligence ratings as determined by psychological examination in the selection of men for military duty depends upon the degree to which examination ratings are prognostic of military value. The present chapter discusses the relation of performance in examinations alpha and beta to military efficiency, as such efficiency is estimated by company commanders. The data come from 4 camps: Kearney, Travis, Meade, and Custer. The following descriptions of the material from these sources show the differences in the methods of obtaining data must be taken into account in the final summary of results. A. In Camp Kearney, company commanders of certain organizations were asked to select approximately equal numbers of men from each of 3 classes defined as follows. 1. The most successful listed men of the organization, preferably non-commissioned officers. 2. Men of average ability in the work of the command, neither exceptionally good nor exceptionally poor. 3. The least successful men in the work of the command, of definitely less than average ability, but also clearly not utter failures, men just getting by. The individual cards of the men thus selected in the 158th Infantry only have been used. These were 85 cases in Class 1, 68 cases in Class 2, and 50 cases in Class 3. As a matter of fact, all of the men in Class 1 who were defined to be preferably non-commissioned officers were either corporals or sergeants. Only one corporal was placed in Class 2. B. In Camp Travis, the company and battery commanders in the 19th Infantry and 52nd, 53rd, and 54th Field Artillery were asked by the Psychological Examining Board to designate the 10 poorest privates and the 10 best privates in their respective units. These men were examined according to the regular procedure, with the result that many of the poorest privates were given examination beta, and in some cases were recalled for individual examination. The individual examinations, however, were not sufficiently numerous to justify inclusion in the investigation. There are 885 non-commissioned officers included, 400 cases of best privates, and 240 cases of poorest privates. C. And Camp Meade, the 17th Infantry, was examined by means of alpha and beta in the usual way, and the distribution of letter grades for this regiment was determined. Before the results of the psychological examination were reported, company commanders were asked to rate their men. The following is the form of request for a group of 75 men. When asked you to grade them according to their military efficiency, which means practical soldier value in the Army, all things considered, it was estimated military efficiency keep in mind such points as judgment, discipline, companionship, and initiative. Give your best man the grade of 1, and give the 10 best men the grade of 2. Give your 3 poorest men the grade of 5. Give the second best group, composed of 11 men, the grade of 4. Give all the others, 50 men, the grade of 3. The definite numbers of men to be placed in each class were obtained by prorating the numbers of the men actually found from psychological examination in each of the letter grade groups, treating C+, C, and C- as one group. D. The data from Camp Custer consists of 48 alpha records and 78 beta records of miscellaneous individuals reported by company commanders as of low military value. E. In addition to these specially selected groups, the alpha and beta records of 984 unselected recruits have been used as a standard group for purposes of comparison. Table 125 is displayed on the following page. Means and standard deviations of the mean for scores in the 8 alpha tests made by various military groups. The material differs so much on account of the methods of obtaining it, as indicated above, that no one method is applicable to all of it. A customary method of comparing groups of individuals makes use of the ratio of the difference between their means to the probable error of that difference. Such ratios have been calculated for all of the Travis, Kearney, and Custer material, Table 127. Different values of this ratio for different tests in any one comparison of the two groups may be taken to indicate roughly the relative values of the tests for differentiation between the two groups. This method has certain limitations, however, which become very acute when studying tests which are so difficult that a large proportion of those tested fail to make any score. In such a case, calculation of the mean and the standard deviation of the distribution mathematically implies a situation that psychologically is far from the truth, because 0 mathematically is 1 unit less than 1, while the score of 0 for a test may mean an arbitrary unit of ability less than that represented by a score of 1, or it may mean any number of such units. The comparison of two tests by this method, where one test covers a much greater range of ability than any other, is at best very unsafe. A second method which avoids this difficulty to a considerable extent is an application of Pearson's criterion for significance of difference between two distributions. This method makes no assumption regarding the type of distribution under consideration. It takes into account the undistributed zero cases in a much more adequate manner than the first method described above. The only assumption made by this process of comparing distributions is that the deviations of the proportional frequency in any class interval due to random sampling from the true proportional frequency in the sampled population from a normal or Gaussian distribution. In applying this method, we calculate a quantity, x2, from the formula. A mathematical formula is displayed on the page, where m and n are the total numbers of cases in the distributions, and lowercase m and lowercase n are frequencies in corresponding class intervals. The quantity x2 thus obtained may be used in two ways. One, by means of the formula. A mathematical formula is displayed on the page. A coefficient of mean square contingency might be obtained. This would be rather unsatisfactory for the reason that the proper class index corrections could not be made, even approximately. 2. A measure of the probability that the observed divergence would be equaled or excelled in the two samples of the same size drawn from a single population may be obtained from Alderson's tables. This is, in principle, the procedure followed. Before applying X2 test for divergence, all score distributions for all groups have been reclassed as indicated by the following table. A pair of tables are displayed on the page, alpha tests and beta tests. In this classification, two things have been sought. 1. Smoothness of the resulting frequencies so that values of X2 may be as free as possible from irregularities in frequencies that have no significance for the diagnostic values of the tests. 2. Frequencies in all classes are large as possible relative to the total for the distribution in order that the fundamental assumption of the X2 test may be satisfied. The following table, abbreviated and modified from Alderton, shows the approximate odds against obtaining the corresponding values of X2 by chance alone. The table is displayed on the page. It will be seen that the odds corresponding to a value of 15 are about 68 times those corresponding to a value of 5. This ratio increases as larger and larger pairs of values are taken. Interpolation in Alderton's tables gives a value of X2 equals 4.351 for exactly even chances. Thus, 4.351 is the median value of X2 for pairs of samples drawn from the same population and differing, therefore, only insofar as purely chance factors have been operative, differences which are just as often greater than the median value as less. Interpolation of the values of X2 corresponding to odds of 3 to 1, the upper quartile or probable error, and 1 to 3, the lower quartile or probable error, under the same circumstances gives 2,600 and 6,623 respectively. The differences between each of these values and the value for even chances, 4.351, may thus be taken to indicate approximate magnitudes of the probable error of X2 on either side of its median, provided we assume that we may apply to pairs of samples from different populations this criterion which has been developed for samples from the same population. A further complication ensues when we compare two or more modes of measurement of the same two samples, for the values are correlated if the variables measured are correlated. Now the correlation of the fluctuations of sampling of the means of two sets of measurements is the same as the correlation of the variables measured. Suppose, then, we are comparing two samples. One, say, the poorest infantry group with another, say, the standard group. We get a given value of X2 for the difference between the distributions of alpha, test 1, for the two samples, and we get another value of X2 for the corresponding difference in the case of alpha, test 2. Hence, if we take a second sample for one group, say the poorest infantry, and compare it in the same manner with the original sample for the other group, the standard, we may expect in the second comparison that a chance increase or decrease in the value of X2 for alpha test 1 will be accompanied by an increase or decrease for alpha test 2. If alpha test 1 and alpha test 2 were perfectly correlated, any changes in the difference between these two groups would necessarily be reflected equally by both tests, and the tendency of both tests to increase or decrease together would affect inversely the size of the difference between the samples, i.e., the difference would depend on the degree of correlation. According then, as we take different samples of population, we tend to change the values of X2 for different tests together in the same direction and approximately in the same amount. It follows that the differences between two values of X2 altering under these conditions would tend to remain constant. In other words, the difference between two values of X2 for different measurements of the same pair of samples is not subject to greater variability than is a single value of X2, provided the correlation between the variables measured is high. This last condition is filled in the case of alpha tests and for most of the beta tests. We have seen the probable error of x2 may be taken approximately as 2, 6.623 to minus 4.351 equals 2.272, and 4.351 minus 2.600 equals 1.751. The distribution of x2 is skewed. It seems reasonable, therefore, to assume that, in the comparison of two groups, pairs of values, x2, differing by 10 or more indicate an operation, in addition to the purely chance variations of sampling in choosing the groups, of selected factors that are correlated to some extent with the type of selection achieved in the alpha and beta tests. We said above that if two tests were highly correlated, then a change in the difference between two sample groups would tend not to produce a change in the difference of x2. We are now reversing the argument. If in two cases we get very large differences in x2, say greater than 10, we conclude that the great size of the difference indicates that a variation from one sample to the other is not merely a chance variation, but includes an actual difference in capacities, specifically measured by the tests, and not common to both, i.e. those capacities not tending to produce correlation. Each best private, poorest private, and non-commissioned officer group in the Camp Travis infantry and artillery regiments, as well as the superior and inferior groups from Camp Kearney, have been compared with the standard group, and several intercomparisons of these groups have been made, Table 127. The Camp Meade data are not of such a kind that the use of the product moment method of correlation is justifiable, but two different biserial correlation coefficients have been calculated as follows. 1. By treating the combined military value classes A and B, the two highest classes, as a subgroup of the total sample, and 2. By treating similarly military value classes D and E, the two lowest classes, as a subgroup. These two sets of coefficients are indicated in Table 126 by the symbols ABCDE and ABCDE, respectively. The correlation ratios of score on military value, MV eta SC, and military value on score, SC eta MV, are also given in this table. Finally, the correlation with military value of total score on various combinations of 4 alpha tests have been calculated, as indicated also in Table 126. On the following pages display Tables 126, 127, and 128. The results of the treatment of the data from all camps are brought together in Tables 126, 127, and 128. Table 126 gives the various coefficients of relationship between test performance and military efficiency for the Camp Meade data. Table 127 presents the results of comparing special groups in other camps by the method of ratios of differences of means to their probable errors. This table gives for every comparison, first, the difference between means, second, the ratio of that difference to its probable error, and third, in parenthesis, the rank of the test concerned with respect to the other 7 tests. Table 128 presents the x2 values for the same set of comparisons. The numbers in parenthesis are the ranks of the tests for each comparison. Numbers single-starred are those derived from distributions which intersect more than once, and are consequently slightly affected by the factors other than those of prime importance for the evaluation of tests. This inaccuracy, however, is practically negligible. Numbers double-starred are those which are affected in the same way to a much greater degree. It will be noted, however, that such cases occur usually when the distributions compared are so nearly alike that their differences may be entirely due to chance factors. No use, therefore, will be made of these cases in the interpretation of results. Figure 1 represents diagrammatically a comparison of the rank orders for tests derived from the methods of analysis. The vertical dotted lines in the chart represent diagrammatically the various groups compared as designated at the top. 2 inset numbers are carried by each double-pointed arrow. The number in the circle is the rank of the tests with respect to the orders for the comparison of the two groups, indicated by the points of the arrow by the x2 method of comparison. The number in the square is a corresponding rank for the method of the ratio of the difference to its standard deviation. It will be seen that there is generally close agreement between the two sets of ranks. As already pointed out, however, it seems safer to base conclusions on the x2 test. The outstanding result is a great variation of rank orders from one comparison to another by either method of analysis. These variations in rank order can scarcely all be due to purely chance factors. As a starting point, the order of tests by length of effective range has been compared with the same of the orders of tests according to their effectiveness in differentiating between two groups. The distributions for each test of the standard group of 984 cases show that some tests clearly have much shorter ranges than others, with the result that large percentages of zero scores occur in some distributions since the limitations of range is at the lower end. This order of tests according to range is given approximately by the middle column of Table 129. Test 2 is probably the longest range and Test 7 the shortest. It is reasonable to suppose that tests failing to measure the lower grades of ability will be considerably handicapped by this fact in differentiating between low-grade groups. Those tests having the longest range, other things being equal, may be expected to differentiate most sharply between low-grade groups. Reference to Table 129 shows that the pattern of differentiation defined by the comparison poorest infantry versus standard agrees rather closely with the order of tests according to their lengths of range. The chief difference is that the differentiation by Tests 4 and 7 is approximately better than was to be expected in view of their short range handicap. In the case of the next higher group, poorest, field artillery, first, standard tests 1 and 2, ranked lowest, and 4, 7, 8, especially 7, show a greatly increased sharpness of differentiation. A direct comparison of differentiation patterns from poorest infantry versus standard and poorest field artillery versus standard, Table 130, indicates that these two differ in the relative positions of 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, while 4 has the same rank in both. Tests 1 and 2 differentiate most sharply the poorest infantry from standard and least sharply poorest field artillery from standard, while 6, 7, and 8 play relatively more important roles in the differentiation pattern for poorest field artillery versus standard. Next, considering the two differentiation patterns, best field artillery versus standard and best infantry versus standard, Table 131, almost a complete reversal is found. Tests 6 and 7 for best infantry versus standard, with the exception of 5 are the smallest factors for best field artillery versus standard. On the other hand, Tests 1 and 2, though not definitely least important for the best infantry differentiation, are definitely inferior to 6 and 7, and though not clearly most important in the other comparison, do definitely outweigh the least important ones, which include 6 and 7. On the following pages are displayed Figure 1 and Tables 129 to Table 137. When the differentiation pattern from poorest infantry versus best infantry is compared with that for poorest field artillery versus best field artillery, the two are found to be nearly identical. The only difference that may be stressed is the shift in rank of Test 8. The agreement between the order of tests from poorest infantry to best infantry and the order of tests as to the length of range is again very close. No significant differences are present. In summary, then, we have 4 rank orders of tests which do not differ significantly from one another, except in one instance. These 4 cases are A. Poorest infantry versus standard, 2, 1, 3, 8, 4, 7, 6, 5. B. Poorest infantry versus best infantry, 1, 3, 2, 8, 6, 7, 4, 5. C. Poorest field artillery versus best field artillery, 8, 1, 3, 6, 2, 7, 4, 5. D. Order of tests according to length of range, 2, 1, 8, 3, 6, 5, 4, 7. The one exception is a displacement of Test 8 in C. As a possible aid to interpretation, the fact should be noted that the 2 poorest groups under consideration are both inferior to the standard group, and the 2 best groups are both superior to the standard. The fact, then, that Tests 1 and 2 differentiate poorest infantry privates from unselected recruits most sharply means that poorest infantry privates are relatively lower in these 2 tests than in the other tests of Alpha. Conversely, the fact that 1 and 2 differentiate poorest field artillery privates least sharply from unselected recruits indicates that poorest field artillery are relatively higher in these 2 tests than in the other tests of Alpha. Moreover, if a selection of poorest field artillery privates results in a group differing insignificantly from unselected recruits, as is the case when considered as a group, the conclusion is obviously and necessary that the entire group of field artillery is superior to the group of unselected recruits, and is therefore a selected group. Hence we are dealing with a secondary selection when considering these groups of poorest and best privates. The shift of emphasis from Tests 6 and 7 to 1 and to a lesser degree to 2 in passing from best infantry versus standard to best field artillery versus standard confirms this interpretation. Further, either the primary selection has produced qualitatively different groups, infantry and field artillery, or the secondary selection, giving the two sets of best and poorest groups, has been made according to standards of military value varying from infantry qualitatively to field artillery. In the latter case, the qualitative difference due to secondary selection follows a primary selection that may be qualitatively the same for infantry and field artillery, i.e. more quantitative. The results for Test 8 are peculiar. In the differentiations for infantry of Table 129, 130, 131, and 132, it retains the same rank. But in the field artillery, it differentiates the poorest from the standard and the best from the poorest most sharply, and the best from the standard only by a moderate degree. These facts suggest that primary selection of the sampled artillery regiments has resulted in a group not measuring up to Test 8 to the standard set in other tests, but that general information, which Test 8 tests, has counted heavily in the secondary selections. It would be interesting to know more of the variations in the distribution of scores for Test 8 for different parts of the country, since a number of the items in this test are probably much better known in some parts of the country than in others. It may happen, therefore, that the men in the artillery regiments in Camp Travis have come largely from parts of the country where the information required for scoring high in Test 8 is rather unusual. The patterns of differentiation for the non-commissioned officers of the infantry and field artillery regiments tend to confirm some of our previous conclusions and also to complicate the situation further. We note again the evidence of primary selection of artillerymen of a sort that correlates with Test 1. When the differentiation pattern for non-commissioned officers, field artillery versus standard, is compared with non-commissioned officers, infantry versus standard, the contrast between these two types of differentiation occurs in the ranks of Test 3 and 8. The inference made above with respect to Test 8, that the primary selection in the artillery was not highly correlated with knowledge of miscellaneous facts, is supported here. When field artillery non-commissioned officers are compared with poorest field artillery, the inference that general information was an important factor in the secondary selection is further confirmed. Further evidence of the qualitative differences in the selection types under discussion is given by the consistently high rank of Test 3 in all the intra-infantry comparisons and its medium or low rank in the intra-artillery comparison. It is perhaps worthy of notice that Tests 3 and 8 differentiate infantry non-commissioned officers most sharply with the standard group, and field artillery non-commissioned officers least sharply, excepting only Test 5. Yet paradoxically, these tests differentiate least clearly infantry non-commissioned officers from artillery non-commissioned officers. This apparently again is evidence of considerable difference in the standards to which men in the two arms of service have had to measure up in order to be granted warrants as non-commissioned officers. The fact that the two groups of non-commissioned officers are most alike as regards Tests 3 and 8 is probably not significant of any special relationship between performance in these tests and ability as non-commissioned officers, but due to a largely fortuitous combination of difference in general levels of ability of these two groups and the qualitative differences between the two groups, a combination which Tests 3 and 8 are points of contact. We may summarize our results for the Travis data. 1. Artillery organizations as a whole seem to constitute a moderately high selected group as compared with the infantry organizations. Certain phases of value to the service, correlated differently with different alpha tests, have been important factors in the primary selection, or more accurately, elimination. The tests apparently most highly correlate with the primary selection of artillerymen are 1 and 2. 2. The selection with which we are immediately concerned is superimposed upon this basic selection, and this fact apparently introduces new factors, especially those factors correlated with Tests 6, 7, and 8. 3. In the infantry, there is not much indication of primary selection of a type that can be distinguished from the secondary selection. The diagnostic values of tests in the secondary selection are probably somewhat obscured by the comparison of low-grade groups by the shortness of range of the tests, but tests 1, 2, and 3 apparently correlate most highly with the factors of the secondary selection. 4. Generally speaking, tests 1, 2, and 3 appear to show sharper discrimination than other tests. 5. Test 5 almost invariably has the lowest rank. The hypothesis outlined above is not presented as a definite conclusion established by a statistical analysis of the data, but as a frank attempt to fit the large number of rather discordant results into some kind of a system. The attempt has not been very successful, and the one safe conclusion that can be drawn is that the standards of military value according to which the several groups have been selected are so variable that an attempt to establish the relative values of the alpha tests must necessarily fail until such variability of standards is adequately controlled. Since the alpha tests have rather high intercorrelations, it is evident that there can be no very great difference in the way in which they differentiate individuals. The attempt to provide a statistical criterion of reliability has evidently been beside the point, since this criterion of reliability takes account only of the individuals in the selected groups for constant selective factors, and does not give a measure of the variability of the selective agents. As already pointed out, the selective agents have been so few in number that their resultant is subject to a large variability. If we take into account the results of comparing the 3 groups from Camp Kearney, we merely add more variation to our results. The results obtained from Camp Meade data, which require treatment by methods different from those employed with the Travis and Kearney data, increase the chaos. This case, however, is the only one in which there is a classification of the individuals of a complete though selected group, if we neglect the classification by alpha and beta examinations. In the other cases, we had a selection of a special subgroup to the total neglect of all individuals in the other subgroups. It is thus theoretically possible to measure the degree of correlation between the standard of classification and the scores in separate tests or in combinations of them. Practically, however, such work is unsatisfactory, and since we have to break up into 2 parts, alpha-beta segregation, the group that is complete from the point of view of army selection, i.e. of permanent assignment to military units. Treatment of the 2 fragments separately is bound to lead to very small correlation coefficients. The complete group of 773 cases is divided between the alpha and beta examinations in the proportion of 362 to 411. If we consider the relation of the alpha-beta segregation, Camp Meade never gave both examinations to the same man, and at artillery value, we have the following distribution. A table is displayed on the page. It is clearly necessary to define exactly military efficiency, or value to the service, before any attempt is made to study correlations of test performance with it. The alpha tests, although often claimed to be alike, are nevertheless different enough to reflect the quantitative differences of selected groups. All of the tests show a rather satisfactory degree of differentiation between groups of considerable differences in military efficiency. It is possible that greater refinement in the definition of standards of military efficiency and the application of them would make possible a better selection of alpha tests than exists at present. So long as such standards remain as vague and undefined as the present study indicates them to be, there is little ground for regarding one alpha test as considerably more or considerably less efficient than another, always excepting test 5, which seems consistently, from every point of view, the least effective. Section 2. Examination Beta. In general, the beta tests show the same tendency to vary in sharpness of differentiation in the different groups compared. Data on 3 groups only have been available, and these groups are rather small. There are but 242 cases in all. These facts make it almost impossible to draw any certain conclusion to the relative value of the tests. Tables 138 to 140 give the comparisons. Unfortunately, the distributions of scores for the poorest field artillery group of tests 4 could not be used owing to clerical errors in transferring scores to individual record cards. In the comparison of poorest infantry versus poorest field artillery, Test 3 ranks first in sharpness of differentiation, and the differentiation of poorest field artillery versus standard, it is second. In the comparison of poorest infantry versus standard, the men of low military value versus standard, it ranks sixth. This is probably the only case of considerable shift in rank for which an explanation can be offered. A study of the distribution of scores of the standard group indicates that Test 3 is of the all or none variety, since its frequency curve is U-shaped. Such a test will give a very clear distinction between two groups which lie on opposite sides of the point in the scale of ability which is crucial for the test. On the following pages, table 138 to 141 are displayed. This is what probably happens in the case of poorest infantry versus poorest field artillery. We have already seen in the discussion of the alpha tests that the poorest artillery privates who took alpha were superior to the poorest infantry privates who took alpha. The corresponding beta cases appear to be differentiated in the same way. The poorest infantry privates are on the whole a little too dull to comprehend the situation presented by Test 3, and consequently the group makes a very poor showing. The artillery privates, on the other hand, as a group, have enough intelligence to understand the test, and owing to its all or none nature, make very high scores. The result is that the two groups are very sharply differentiated. The order of tests of differentiating poorest infantry from standard differs from that in the differentiation of men of low military value from standard, chiefly in the positions of tests 4, 6, and 7. Test 7 ranks last in the latter case and first in the former. Tests 6 and 4 show the same almost complete exchange of positions. There is probably no other explanation than the one given in the case of the alpha test, viz., that the standards of selection of these two groups can be qualitatively different. The comparison of beta tests on the basis of the camp meet data adds another degree of variation to the results. The correlations between military efficiency and score which it has been possible to obtain from these data are generally higher than the corresponding correlations for alpha tests. This, however, does not mean that the beta tests are necessarily better measures of military efficiency than the alpha tests. It is merely an apparent superiority due probably to the fact that a greater proportion of the individuals tested by beta fall within the effective ranges of the tests than is the case with the alpha group. There is not much common ground upon which a comparison of alpha and beta can be made. Both are effective only within special ranges which do not overlap to any great extent. Correlation ratios for military value on scores indicate that tests 4 and 6 are the best sets of the set. This conclusion appears with the results of the comparison of men of low military value with standard referred to above, but contradicts the results of the comparison of poorest infantry with the standard. End of section 22. Section 23 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 13. Conditions of examination and procedures adopted during the initial experiment. Section 1. Character of groups examined. The 4 camps in which psychological examining began in the fall of 1917 were National Army cantonments. The men examined were thus in large measure obtained by the operation of the Selective Service Act. Several small organizations in each of these cantonments were volunteer units. A nucleus of regular army troops was also sent to these cantonments. Though the Selective Service Act intended to produce a certain form of random selection, it is necessary, nevertheless, to make it clear that the data presented are not based on a random selection from the general population. The large numbers of individuals examined are liable to obscure this important fact. Other conditions further limited the character of the groups examined. Draft boards kept in deferred classes certain feeble-minded types. The proportion of men of average and superior intelligence volunteering their services to the regular army, to officers' training camps, to staff corps, to specialized branches such as gas defense, intelligence, aviation, etc., cannot be confidently stated. Still other war activities, together with Navy enlistments, constitute factors that seriously affect the probability of obtaining a general intelligence distribution. With the exemptions mentioned above, the operation of the Selective Service Act determined the source and nature of the cantonment population. Relatively few women were tested by the use of Examination A, and none is included in the summaries given. The men tested were practically all of the ages 21 to 31 inclusive. They came primarily from Class 1 of the classes produced by the operation of the above Act. Class 1 was composed largely of men whose ages were nearer 21 than 31. The operation of the Selective Service Act placed in this class those men between the ages mentioned who carried less important social and business responsibilities. In the first months of its operation, there were called in the draft only those who were physically qualified. It is therefore no guarantee that a social and intellectual cross-section of the general population is represented. Draft calls were based on quotas drawn from a certain section specified for each cantonment. The psychological examinations using Examination A were given in Camp Devens, Ayer, Massachusetts, Camp Dix, Washington, New Jersey, Camp Lee, Petersburg, Vancouver, and Camp Zachary Taylor, Louisville, Kentucky. The communities furnishing men to these camps were located near the several camps. Camp Devens drew recruits from the New England states and northeastern New York. Camp Dix recruited from Delaware, New Jersey, and northern New York. Camp Lee drew from Virginia, West Virginia, and western Pennsylvania. And Camp Taylor troops came from Kentucky, Indiana, and southern Illinois. These areas provided practically all drafted men in the 4 cantonments during the fall of 1917. This method of drafting for certain camps from within definite boundaries was not continued in later draft calls. Certain special conditions of race and social condition also operate to limit the general nature of the intelligence distribution. 2 camps contained an exceptionally large percentage of illiterates and foreign-born, 1 a large percentage of foreign-born, and the 4th a large number of illiterates. It is not possible to state in full the weights that should be given to such variables as educational opportunity, race, specialized training, literacy, etc., on the general curve of intelligence. They undoubtedly affect the character of the groups examined in considerable degree. In giving the data on organizations and units in the summary of results, the reports are limited to the status of the units at the time of examination. Assignments in the early phases of the training period were not permanent, and many of the soldiers were shifted from one organization to another. The original assignments in the 4 cantonments examined in the fall of 1917 were made largely according to district and local board quotas. The principle involved plan to keep men from the same locality together. It often produced wide variations in the distributions of intelligence, in percentage of native illiterates and foreign-speaking groups, certain professional groups such as medical officers, regular army units, the field signal battalions, engineer officers, and the less specialized artillery officers, also produce partly skewed distributions. In general, therefore, the men examined with Examination A in the fall of 1917 are a selected group. They probably represent the types in the National Army, but do not give us a final national intelligence distribution. The above considerations limit the general significance of results. They further determine certain modifications and additions made to the original methods during this period. Section 2. Conditions within the cantonments. Numerous details of camp administration affected the original plan of examining. In the 4 camps, skeleton organizations were formed previous to the arrival of the psychological staffs. Officers attached to them were new. To interpret the already sufficiently unstable and novel relations by an entirely strange examination called for unusual appreciation of the probable value of such tests on the part of commanding generals and other commanding officers. Few officers objected seriously to the order for such examinations, but the time required for repeated examination of the same men became an important issue in the administration of the tests. It was found practically impossible to hold men for successive trials. The importance of careful preliminary segregation became apparent at once. Various expedients were devised to prevent men from attempting examinations in which they were certain to fail, thus necessitating a second and third examination. For the same reason, recalls of men who had failed in some examination were partially abandoned. To increase speed, the size of groups examined by a single examiner were rapidly increased in Examination A and in the group skill test. In rooms capable of holding comfortably 150 to 200 men, the smaller groups recommended, in instructions to examiners, proved to present less satisfactory examination conditions than a filled room. The conditions indicated led some of the camp staffs to defer practically all individual examinations until the completion of the group examination of an organization. Psychiatric work, also new, was organized as a part of the base hospital staff only. Reports on low mental age cases were therefore made through the commanding officer of the hospital, and full appropriate action on all men was not possible. Only extremely low-grade men could be discharged, and borderline cases were returned to their respective units in the absence of opportunity to assign them to service in labour organisations. The fall work of examining began, as stated above, with divisional organisations. These were necessary to obtain all men for examination. For example, an organisation would be examined in October. In December, successive drafts and transfers had increased the strength of the organisation often to double its original size. Practically none of the newly assigned men had been examined. The chief examiner must send requests to have all men not examined report for the examination. The continued confusion thus produced was not conducive to a favourable attitude on the part of officers and men. It led psychological examiners to plan the work so that extra recalls, experiments, and objective checks on method would be reduced to the minimum. Reports of results were necessarily partial, totals of men examined practically never checked, and distributions prepared for special emergencies often overlapped. Opportunity to install psychological examining differed in the camps. Devons and Lee began work fairly promptly. Dix and Taylor were delayed. Dix was unable to establish regular examining on account of lack of space for group examining and incomplete organization of units within the division. Taylor began examining in November. Incomplete official instructions and unfavorable local conditions operated to delay the work and to make the demonstration of the value of psychological examining relatively unsatisfactory. After beginning the regular program at Devons, the prospective reduction of available space forced the staff to suspend all recalls and rush group examinations in order to complete the survey of all men in camp. The large percentage of foreign and illiterate at Camp Lee made it necessary to modify the arrangements for segregation and recall. Examination B was dropped after careful study and group skill reduced to half-time. Individual examinations, relatively unimportant since satisfactory action on reports was not obtainable, were delayed until the major portion of the group survey was over. This division of the report is entitled The Initial Experiment. The period of examining ended December 31, 1917, was characterized by a large number of reports on the organization of routine work, on statistical studies, and on attempts to invent new procedures and testing. The staffs were expected to report as fully as possible on the success of the methods. They were authorized to present all suggestions that concerned changes in procedure. Every encouragement to devise new and more suitable tests was given, and criticism of examining materials invited. This freedom of action intended to produce considerable variation in treatment of results. A few experiments were suggested by the central office, but in the main, the different camps experimented and discharged according to local findings. Differences in interpretation of instructions sent to the forward cantonments and in interests of the staff affected the preliminary procedure. The reaction of the staffs in the face of camp conditions varied with the interests and experience of their individual members. Freedom to suggest an experiment gave rein to much variation that might otherwise have been avoided. In general, many new data were prepared. Many forms of testing were tried out. Of these, the majority were discarded. It is due partially to different interests exhibited by the staffs of the four cantonments that the work with Examination A brought out such varied series of studies and special investigations. The work at Devon centered on problems of segregation and standardization of individual examinations. Dix did a large amount of careful statistical work on Examination A and studies correlating in the Army tests with existing methods of determining mental age. Lee centered attention on intelligence distribution and evidences of military value. The Taylor staff presented several short methods of detecting low mentality and investigated the abilities measured by the group skill test. The specific lines mentioned are suggested as showing the differences in type of results reported. All camps, nevertheless, gave data bearing on the general significance of the Army tests. It is due to their energy and perseverance that materials for revision were available when the order for extension of psychological examining was given. Numerous differences in procedure and interpretation may be traced to the fact that the staffs were uniformly instructed merely in general terms. Many of the examiners called in to administer the tests had had no instruction or previous practice in handling the work. Examination A was affected very little by the inexperience of examiners. The directions given for administering the test were detailed and had been carefully standardized in advance. The results of its administration are therefore comparable with the limits permitted by the character of recruits examined and physical conditions surrounding the group at the time of examination. Section 3. Description of procedure in examination. The original plan of examinations began in September 1917, called for a literacy test to segregate literates from illiterates. The group was divided by this test into those who were presumably able to do themselves justice in Examination A, and those who could not read sufficiently well to indicate intellectual status in a test involving reading ability. The literate group then proceeded to take Examination A. A certain percentage of this latter group making low scores on Examination A was then recalled and given Examination B. This test used a different form of the same blanks used in Examination A. Tests 1, 2, and 10, directions, memory span for digits, and number comparison were omitted. The time allowed was approximately doubled. The directions were not read aloud by the examiner. Those failing to make a satisfactory score on the literacy test were given the group skill test, Stenquist. Men failing any of the above tests were called back and given individual examinations. The tests provided for this individual examination are given in detail in the first revision of the examiner's guide. See pages 1 to 23 FF. Stanford Binet point scale and Pittner-Patterson materials were not supplied examiners and were not authorized parts of the Army intelligence examinations at this time. The original plan also contemplated recalling men of superior ability for individual examination. Time and opportunity to develop this portion of the general method were not offered during 1917. Section 4. Segregation of various grades for illiterates. The most frequent and insistent objection to psychological examining rested on the interference with training programs. It was readily and early demonstrated by the psychological staffs that the group examining, called 1,000 to 2,000 men a day, interfered very little with this training of troops. It was never successfully shown, however, that the continuous recall necessary to give Examination B, the group skill test, and individual examinations were so essential that repeated interference with company maneuvers should be permitted. The Devon staff succeeded in recalling 1 or 2 groups a week for Examination B and gave practically all the individual examinations indicated. The other 3 camps departed widely from their original program of examining. Such changes as were made in the 4 camps were also planned to reduce the time necessary to report a score for each recruit and to make final recommendation on illiterate and low-grade cases. 3 phases of the segregation problem resulted. The original literacy test was constituted a part of the fall examining program, was expected to provide a means for the segregation of literates and non-literates, and also a literary grading for all semi-literates and literates. The urgent necessity for rapid handling of groups and avoidance of recalls emphasized the need for a brief segregation test. The probability that many who passed this test still failed to do themselves justice in Examination A because of limited reading knowledge suggested the advisability of giving a literacy grade along with the score. The third consideration was based on the conviction that men unable to write their own letters, to read the newspapers, or unable to make a score in Examination A, indicating their level of ability because of illiteracy, should be credited only with the score that their combined literacy and intelligence levels produced. That is, the additional literacy rating was not necessary for Army purposes, except in those cases where inability to read English resulted in no score or an extremely low one. The Devon staff made extensive investigations to establish a more definite literacy grading for all recruits than that afforded by the original test. At the same time, they desired to make it so that by rapid inspection, proper segregation would also be provided. The Camp Dick staff selected the dictation method primarily to provide for rapid segregation. Lee and Taylor aimed at segregation only, used reading ability as determined by questioning and supplemented this by inspection of attempts made on Examination A. These 3 camps, therefore, ceased using the literacy test early in the examining program. No careful check was made during the fall to determine the actual difference in standards as used in the 4 camps. Approximately 5th to 6th grade literacy was used at Camp Devons. The method in use at the other camps are indicated below. they probably segregate to about 4th grade literacy. The task of separating the illiterate and semi-literate from the literate was recognized previous to the fall examining in the Army. It had been shown conclusively that a large percentage of men, especially in National Guard camps, could not do themselves justice in Examination A on account of inability to read. A literacy test adapted from the Thorndike reading scale to be given previous to Examination A was prepared and sent out as part of the equipment of each staff. Its origin and a description of the test are given on page 347 of this volume. Instructions to examiners stated that this test, in addition to segregating the two groups, would give a grading on literacy for those making a score on the test. These scores, including 0 literacy, were to be recorded on individual record cards. This information was available for use in reports on individual cases when desired by company commanders. In the following discussion, we shall refer only to those alternative methods that were tried and discarded or were used in segregating groups in the fall of 1917. 2 general reasons may be presented that lead the 4 camps to discard this literacy test or to attempt to find substitutes therefor. The necessity for speed and prompt and expeditious handling of groups was the first difficulty encountered that led to the shortening of the preliminary questioning. Extra blanks were needed to give this test, and these had to be collected and scored. In the meantime, the men would become restless, and green examiners feared losing control of their groups. No satisfactory scoring or inspection procedure was developed that hastened the manipulation of this test. In the second place, the test was arranged. It proved difficult to standardize and gave results that seemed ambiguous. The standards set were too high. The test failed to get over frequently, even to the case of men who made average scores or better on Examination A. On the other hand, several reports on the use of the literacy test indicated that it apparently operated as a rough intelligence test, thereby tending to remove men of low intelligence, whatever their degree of literacy, and did not perform satisfactorily either of the operations intended. A number of different methods was tried out in the attempt to obtain a satisfactory procedure in the segregation of those who could not do themselves justice in Examination A. At Camp Lee, the examiners first tried the method of picking out only those who could do no more than write their name and age. These men were asked if they read their own letters or wrote letters home themselves. If they did, they were sent back and allowed to try Examination A. During the third test of Examination A, the examiner inspected papers, and those who were doing little or nothing were sent to the group skill test. A number of other suggestions was made as to procedure in attempting to solve the segregation problem. These were primarily attempts to find short scoring and inspection methods suitable for detecting men who would make low scores in Examination A. Early in November, a new literacy test prepared by Dr. T. L. Kelly was tried out at Camps Lee, Devens, and Dix. A discussion of this test will be found on page 348 of this part. From this account, it is evident that this test showed no advantages over the original literacy test. It was therefore not used after the preliminary trials. The Devens literacy test and the Dix dictation test are discussed in connection with the account of the segregation procedures in these 2 camps. Camp Lee, the final segregation procedure agreed upon at Camp Lee, may be described somewhat as follows. When all the men were seated, the examiner said, "All those who do not read and write put down their books and come to the front of the room." Many understood these directions and came immediately. Others were pointed out by men who knew them and who knew that they could not write their own letters or read the newspapers. After these men were picked out, Examination A was begun. The examiner and his orderlies selected other men who were able to fill in the information desired at the top of the examination A blank. During the arithmetic test, the examiner and orderlies again had opportunity to inspect the papers. Men who were not showing any evidence of ability to handle the simplest items in this test and the preceding ones were sent at once to the group skill test. The psychological staff at Camp Lee found the segregation problem complicated by the presence of both foreigners and native illiterates in considerable numbers. At Devens, the foreigners were the more numerous. Demonstration methods received greater attention at Devens and Dix than at either Lee or Taylor on this account. The findings on the original literacy test correspond, nevertheless, quite closely to those found at Lee. Camp Taylor. Camp Taylor reported no systematic trial of the original literacy blanks along the lines originally planned. The instructions issued at the time examining on a large scale began in November were based on the experience of the other camps and are as follows. Each literacy test paper, the blanks of original literacy test, will be examined briefly as it is taken from the man who has written it. As an examiner or his assistant picks up a paper, he will know whether the heading has been filled out, or at least one or two words identified. If no words have been identified on the sheet, the man will be questioned briefly. Any man who has written his name legibly in the proper space on the literacy test, even though he has not identified a single word in his list to be marked, will be held for the group intelligence test if he declares, upon being questioned, that he can read the newspaper and write his own letters to the folks at home. The man who is unable to read and write will be directed to step to the end of the room and get in line with the others there. As soon as all literacy test papers have been collected, the line of illiterate men will be marched to the mechanical skill test. On November 5, 1917, the Office of the Surgeon General in a letter to Camp Taylor stated that it was extremely important that staffs develop successful procedure for segregating the literates and non-literates. The report of Camp Taylor on the 25th of December summarizes their experiences. It is quoted in full. In view of our experience here, we recommend that no specific literacy test be used. The time required for passing out the literacy test blanks, giving the instructions, and then gathering the papers up is in itself a great waste in view of the fact that the illiterates who cannot take the test are removed practically as certain by the method we have been using here. We ask as soon as the group is seated and ready for the test, that all men who cannot read well enough to read an ordinary newspaper or cannot write well enough to write their own letters to their friends stand up and pass to the rear of the room in order that they may be taken to an examination of a little different sort. Mentioning the fact that they are to be taken to another examination keeps those who would try to escape by feigning illiteracy. The great objection to the literacy test is the time required to score the papers and then match up the scores with the score in intelligence or skill. The company commanders have shown no interest whatever in the degree of literacy. It seems to us an absolute waste of time and energy to use any other than our common sense method of sorting, together with the sorting that results from the intelligence examination itself. Inspection of the papers during the progress of Examination A enabled the examiners to send a few others to the examination for illiterates. No special efforts were made to produce a new group literacy test. Camp Devens. The original literacy test was used as the main procedure for the segregation of recruits at Camp Devens. That it served materially to reduce the numbers of low-grade men given Examination A is indicated by the fact that of the 18,000 men examined, 264, or only 1.5%, fell below 50 in Examination A. At the same time, it appears that the distribution as made by this test did not closely follow grade differences as reported. Evidence is presented elsewhere, see page 347, to show that the grade standards assigned to the original literacy test were too severe, due in part at least to the elimination of the preliminary demonstration form. Data obtained at Camp Devens indicated that almost half of the men would be forced to take the group skill test if all men below 6th grade literacy, as determined by the literacy test, were eliminated from Examination A. In order to avoid this, the Devens staff planned to be very liberal in scoring literacy and aimed to retain all men who could be expected to do half-respectable work in Examination A. Evidence presented indicates that this liberality meant in fact approximately 4th to 6th grade literacy, with a fairly wide range of variation. Camp Devens immediately began to experiment with other methods of segregation than the original literacy test. A suggested alternative to the regular literacy test was to send to the skill test room men whose record of schooling was less than 7th grade and who obtained a score of less than 5 on Test 1 in Examination A. Considerable data were presented to indicate that this method sends to the skill test practically all who would obtain a score of less than 100 in Examination A. The most important step in the attempt to solve the segregation problem was made at this camp. Several new tests were devised, and one which is described on pages 349 to 354 of this volume was standardized for school children. This test was used to some extent in the actual work of examining at Camp Devens. It was carefully standardized for later use on adults at Devons and Dix. Another equivalent method was used. A large revolving disc was placed at the entrance to the examining room. On the disc were a number of commands that could be obeyed by simply pointing to large drawings printed on a card near the desk. Each man was expected to read the directions and point to the appropriate drawing. This method was not extensively used because it gave segregation merely and not a literacy gradation. A modification of the original literacy test was also tried. This consisted in the omission of written instructions and the use of blackboard demonstration. No definite results were reported. Camp Dix. A carefully summarized statement of the relation between the results of the literacy test and examination A on 370 cases was reported by the Camp Dix staff. They conclude that the literacy test does not fairly eliminate those who cannot read English from the A examination. Certain material facts support this conclusion. 51% of the entire group received grades of 0 or 2 in literacy and would therefore have to be eliminated from the A examination. 9% of those scoring 0 and 46% of those scoring 2 in literacy exceed the median of the entire group in examination A. The staff at Camp Dix concluded, after actual experience with the test, it is doubtful whether we may expect to develop for immediate use a satisfactory test which will form a basis for distinguishing different degrees of literacy and at the same time be adapted for use in the rapid preliminary division of men for the group test. To meet the first requirement, we probably need a longer test. To meet the second, a very brief test. It is believed that the literacy test as given in the examiner's guide is unsatisfactory. Considering the information given in the regular intelligence examination and that available in the personal office, one may doubt whether a gradation in literacy, such as that proposed, is worth the effort necessary to obtain it. And if it is highly desirable to obtain much information, one would think that it might best be obtained by a somewhat more extensive examination in the regular intelligence series. It is believed that the chief purpose of the preliminary group examination should be that of selecting 1. Those who can profitably be examined by group methods, which necessitate an elementary knowledge of the English language, as printed and written as well as spoken, and 2. Those who must be examined by group methods requiring little or no knowledge of English, and by the individual examination method. For experimental purposes, Dix modified instructions for giving the literacy test. In one modification, the directions were read aloud. In another, the printed directions were folded back, and the men were instructed early to draw a line under every word that meant an animal. The second seemed to indicate that the complication in the instructions of the original form prevented the test from measuring the lower degrees of literacy. A third form omitted all reading material except the 4 lines of test words. A demonstration blackboard with demonstration material similar to the test material was used. In order to attain the second test desired, namely the discovery of a brief test which will segregate those unable to do themselves justice in examination A from those who can properly take the examination, a dictation literacy test was proposed. The form first reported was tried on a small group and seemed to the Dix staff to have the evident advantage of simplicity. It offered the further possibility of keeping away from the test situation as far as possible the first work with a group. This seemed to be necessary, since the examiners reported that many of the men did not become at ease until after the completion of the literacy test. Since the preliminary trial of this test seemed to give good results, careful instructions for its use were drawn up. See account of this test, page 348. The dictation literacy test was adopted as a main procedure for segregating literates and non-literates at Camp Dix during the fall examining. Section 5. Testing semi-literates, illiterates, and non-English speaking recruits. We have indicated above the process of segregation. Those considered sufficiently literate to take examination A proceeded to take that examination. In practically all cases, a certain percentage of men tried examination A and failed to make the critical score. As a result of segregation in examination A, 4 classes of recruits remained to be given further examination. Those who failed to make a satisfactory score in examination A, these may have been either unable to read rapidly enough or men of low-grade intelligence. The semi-literate who were split off by the preliminary segregation process, the illiterate and the non-English speaking who have not learned to read English. A 5th group also must be considered in the general discussion. Examination A lays a considerable emphasis on speed of performance. There's probably a small group of individuals who read well and are to be considered of average intelligence or above, but who cannot make the score corresponding to their intelligence level because of the speed requirement. Examination B, giving longer time to certain of the tests, was designed to retest this group. It will be discussed later. The percentage of recruits by company units unable to make satisfactory ratings on Examination A ranged from 0% to 50%, depending on the character of the group undergoing examination. The total average percentages given in examinations other than Examination A because of detected low literacy are Devon's 20.4%, Dick's 8.6%, Lee 17.7%, Taylor's 7.4%. See page 489 of this report. As stated above, the men failing in Examination A were retested with Examination B with the group skill test, or by methods devised for individual examination. All who were eliminated by segregation methods above described took either the group skill test or individual examination, or both. The definition of failure to pass the examination for literates remained open. Camp procedure varied according to the opinions of examiners. The tentative standards of line officers, or even in obedience to limitations of space and time. At one time in the course of the work, one camp sent to group skill examination men who made below 100 points in Examination A. Another sent those who made 60 or less. A third, those who made 30 or less. And the fourth camp only sent to group skill those making less than 20 in Examination A. The elimination of Examination B made it necessary to re-examine the low-score men from Examination A with group skill or individual examination. It was necessary to make reports on unexpectedly large numbers of men thus eliminated from Examination A. Company commanders needed more than the simple statement that these men were too illiterate to take the regular examination or unable to read orders and instructions issued in the military service. The individual examination methods given in the examiner's guide would not enable an examining staff to report results expeditiously on such large percentages of the recruits. The Stenquist construction test was suggested as a means of testing these men in groups or singly. See Examiner's Guide, First Revision, page 146, and plate 12 and page 91. It constituted, therefore, part of the equipment of the four camps and is referred to the Examiner's Guide as Group Skill Test. The size of groups that could be examined by this performance test varied according to a physical requirement, space, and number of orderlies. As high as 60 or 75 men were often examined at once by this group method for illiterates. Relatively few men failed to show interest in the test and to make an attempt to do some portion of the test. Some scores was therefore obtained for all recruits by the combined use of Examination A and the construction test. Special difficulties arose in connection with the handling of this test. The breakage of parts was considerable. Efforts to force pieces together twisted and deformed parts of the unit so that the subject who followed lost time and score in attempting to assemble the object. Previous experience with the objects could not be entirely controlled, and so far as investigation went seemed to be an important factor in final score. In taking apart of objects and the scoring could not be made sufficiently mechanical, and both must be completed before a second group could be examined. The tendency to watch someone else for cues was so strong that special partitions were necessary to prevent copying. Plates 12 and page 91. In the four cantonments, 14,610 men were examined by this method. The statistical results are given elsewhere. Technical criticisms of the tests have also been discussed. The method gave a rough estimate of intelligence and enabled examiners to report some special information concerning each man examined. The actual significance of the test is not determined satisfactorily. See Chapter 2, page 321, and Chapter 6, page 363. The failure of the skill test to correlate highly with any of the usual tests of general intelligence and to correlate satisfactorily with officers' estimates of and performance of recruits in military duties led the four staffs to seek other group methods of testing illiterates. The difficulties of administration mentioned above directed the attention of the Devons and Lee's staffs towards non-language tests that could be given and scored like Examination A. The Taylor and Dick staffs endeavored to continue the principle of the performance test by selecting a battery of tests that would yield higher correlations with known measures of general intelligence than did the Stenquist. The search for other tests for illiterates materially modified the examination procedure in Dix. The other three camps continued their use of the original grouped skill test. Taylor used to some extent a group cube and discrete picture test for quick surveys of groups waiting for individual examination. Lee used a group skill test in examining 8,049 men. The first several hundred were examined by its use according to original directions. It was found necessary to increase the rate of examining. Correlations of several sorts were run, and the staff decided to use 1/2 of the number of tests and reduce the time to 15 minutes. The items used were A. Wrench, B. Chain, D. Bell, E. Coin holder, and I. Lock. After this trial of the group skill, Lee proposed the use of digit symbol, digit, and picture completion tests in place of Stenquist. Examination A and the 3 substitute tests correlated 0.76 short Stenquist, and these 3 tests correlated to 0.15 47 illiterates. Work on a new test for illiterates stopped at this point until late in December. A complete set of tests for illiterates was reported at this later date, but with relatively few data on the validity as a measure of intelligence. Devens also reported a complete new set of tests for illiterates with considerable data for criticism and further use. See Chapter 6, page 367. At the close of the preliminary experiments, Camp Dix reported a number of variations on the group skill test and suggested dropping test C, paperclip, H, push button, and J, mousetrap. These are probably the more difficult items. By the elimination of these tests, mechanical difficulties because of breakage and adjustments of the materials were greatly reduced. If dropped, the total time allowed was to be reduced from 30 to 20 minutes. A preliminary scheme of weighting was also given as follows. A small table is displayed on the page. Camp Dix also suggested the introduction of other group skill tests. The Stenquist was to remain as one of several such tests. The group performance tests suggested and tried out by the Dix staff are described elsewhere. See Chapter 6, page 363. Early results on these tests indicate that low-grade and illiterate men cover a considerable range of scores, but are still below the average score of unselected groups. The Dix group skill test and examination A, 990 cases, show a correlation of 0.475. The group skill test at Devens passed through similar stages, but remained the important group method for examining illiterates. Devens called for a large increase in equipment almost immediately. Lee, experiencing the same difficulty, reduced the time required to give the test by reducing the number of items 1/2. Taylor used it as an alternative procedure. They placed greater emphasis on a few short diagnostic performance tests derived there and on the individual examinations. Dix, as shown above, emphasized his own special group method. The numbers examined by group skill tests during the fall of 1917 are Devens 3,955, Dix 936, Lee 8,049, Taylor 1,670. These totals do not include unselected groups examined in the 4 camps during the preliminary experimentation with methods. Section 6. Individual examinations, low-grade men. Men failing to pass group examinations went finally to special examiners, who gave them a careful individual examination. It was intended by the original plan that men failing in examination B or in the group skill test would be given individual examinations. In practice, men were often sent directly from examination A to an individual examination. Men who had not been previously examined were also referred to the psychological examiners, by company commanders and by psychiatrists and other medical officers. These men were always given a full individual examination. Actually, a psychologist was assigned to assist the psychiatrist at the base hospital, and later one was assigned to work with the psychiatric board in its camp survey. Men examined in this way were given only individual examination. Establishment of the basis of selection of men who should report for individual examination proved to be a difficult problem. The critical score indicating failure and the resulting necessity for individual examination varied from camp to camp and was changed several times. Efforts were made to give proper opportunity for each man to do his best, and at the same time avoid a large amount of repeated examination. Men who made 40 points and even more in group skill were recalled in some camps. Others set a standard of 20 points for recall. In examination B, men making less than 50 weighted score were recalled and given individual examination. The methods of psychological examining in general used previous to the introduction of mental testing in the Army were not at first adopted for Army use. The test material which were supplied the examiners, see Chapter 1, Part 2, page 299, were planned for three purposes. 1. The determination of the mental age and intellectual ability of cases suspected of feeble-mindedness. It was believed that specially trained psychologists could make these determinations rapidly and subsequently make suitable recommendations for disposal. 2. The detection of cases of emotional and mental instability. Preliminary data on cases giving company commanders trouble in drill, discipline, etc., followed by the testing of these cases by the psychologist, would be of great assistance to medical officers in the disposition of the cases. 3. The determination and more definite specification of the special abilities of exceptional individuals. However, a program to solve this problem was not developed during the fall of 1917. Considerable data indicated that the second rank above mentioned could be made an important adjutant to the work of the neuropsychiatrist. Investigations to determine standards and validity of tests for purposes described were made in the summer of 1917, prior to the beginning of work in the National Army. Over 400 individual examinations were also made by the forest staffs before beginning regular programs of examining. None of the results from these preliminary tryouts was available to the camp examiners before the latter part of November 1917. The forms received then were based on only a small portion of the data and were of little value to the staffs. Establishment of contacts with camp authorities preparatory to group examining, the more conspicuous nature of the service to be rendered by the mental classification resulting from the group procedure, and the dearth of information on the significance of the individual testing methods provided led to several variations in procedure. 3 camps did not use to any extent the tests provided. Devon's prepared norms and used them to a considerable degree in testing for suspected feeble-mindedness. Dix used a battery of tests referred to above. Taylor and Lee used largely the Stanford-Binet scale, the point scale, and the Pinter-Patterson performance scale materials. Taylor, Lee, and Dix used the materials in the examiner's guide and other tests, largely according to the preferences of the individual examiners. The methods of individual examining originally proposed proved less satisfactory on the whole than the procedures for group examinations. Furthermore, it was difficult in several of the camps to collect individual examinations satisfactorily, and for this reason, the number of individual examinations made was smaller than anticipated, and the results less valuable. The principal statistics of the work done during the fall of 1917 are presented briefly in the accompanying table, which refers only to enlisted men. The figures include Negroes as well as white soldiers from camps Dix and Lee, in which these were examined. Table 142 is displayed on the page. Summary of results of individual examinations. It should not be understood that all cases referred to psychiatrists were thereby designated as suitable cases for discharge. For example, of the 414 men referred from Camp Lee, 134, or 37.2%, were considered by the psychologists as unfit for the Army. The remaining 260 were referred as unfit for regular military duty, but useful for service battalions. Since there was no service battalion at Camp Lee at this time, it was impossible for the psychiatrists to follow the latter recommendation. The extreme differences among the 4 camps were due chiefly to local conditions. Thus in Camp Taylor, the examinations were made relatively late in 1917, and there was almost no opportunity for conducting individual examinations. Otherwise 5 or possibly 10 times as many men would have been examined. In Camp Dix, on the other hand, although examining was late, a large number of the men was given individual examination by means of a special procedure which was devised in that station. With reference to the number of men rejected because of mental deficiency, as indicated by psychological examination, it should be stated that the figures are misleading. They show only the cases known to have been rejected on medical recommendations. In many cases, men designated as referred to psychiatrists failed actually to be examined by them because of transfer or other reasons. Thus at Camp Lee, at the time the statistics of the table were compiled, only 154 of the cases referred had been examined by the psychiatrists. Undoubtedly certain additional cases, possibly a considerable number, were ultimately rejected from the various camps, but even allowing for this addition, the rejections on account of intellectual deficiency will not exceed 0.5%. In this work, psychological examiners had nothing whatever to do with the discharge of mentally deficient men, or even of recommendations concerning the same. They were instructed, through the Office of the Surgeon General, merely to report to the Chief Medical Officer or to the Psychiatric Officer all cases of low-grade mentality or suspected mental peculiarities. Reports of commanding officers indicated that in 83.5% of these cases, 163 reported on, the judgment of the company commander with respect to the military value of the individual agreed with that of the psychological staff. Of cases especially recommended by the psychologist to the psychiatrist for examination, 55% of 180 reported were accepted for service. This indicates that the psychologist's findings corresponded more closely with the judgment of company commanders than with the action of the medical officers especially responsible for mental problems. Of 193 cases on which definite report of action was received at Camp Lee, 56% were accepted with service by the psychiatrists. Lee also checked results of individual examining by visits to the drill grounds and conferences with company commanders. Officers were asked to pick out men who were doing poorly in drill, and these cases were recalled back for individual examination. The distribution of one of these men is as follows. A table is displayed on the page. These visits to drill grounds also enabled the examiners to check their mental age scores. It was found that rejection could safely be recommended for practically all cases testing 7 years or lower. Men scoring between 7 and 9 years mental age were usually of questionable use to regular military organizations. The Lee staff recommended the organization of service battalions so that these men might be utilized at work suited to their abilities. One psychological staff sent all men of a mental age of 10 or below to the psychiatrist. It is probable that, had this level been maintained for rejection, or at least for assignment to special service battalions, the Army would have profited by the separation of these relatively inefficient soldiers from its combat units. Sample results of the work of the psychologists detailed at the request of the Psychiatric Survey Commission at Camp Lee were summarized as follows. A table is displayed on the page. The psychologist reported further concerning the nature of the work. It is interesting to note, however, that psychopathic cases have also been referred to determine the extent and nature of intellectual deterioration. Some cases are suspected hysteria, dementia praecox, aphasia, epilepsy, paresis, psychopathic personality, and constitutional inferiority have also been referred. The development of such corporations seems to be the most significant feature of the recent plan of detailing a psychologist to work with the Psychiatric Commission. We have stated above that the expected service of psychologists with reference to low-grade men was completed when they had referred these men to the psychiatrist. However, the recommendation concerning disposition was requested so frequently that it became a matter of routine to indicate what seemed the best way of handling each case individually examined. It was to be expected that closer agreement between the findings of the psychologists and those of company commanders would exist than existed between psychiatrists and psychologists, for the pressure on medical men to retain all men with any possibility of becoming soldiers did not extend in the same way to psychologist and company commander. These reported only on their findings. The support given the psychiatrist by determinations of mental age and reports of inaptitude from company commanders aided him quite materially in reducing the number of mentally deficient ineffectives in the Army. A sample distribution will nevertheless indicate that many men passed on into the Army who were below the mental age levels previously set as minima for adequate social functioning in civil life. Of this total given below, 85 are known to have been discharged. No data at hand on the disposition or the success is still in the Army of the 747 others. Table 143 is displayed on the page. Of these cases, 52% below 9 years mental age and 39.3% below 8. In terms of the total number of men examined, 26,415, 1 1/3% are below 9 and 0.9% below 8. Only 85 of the number given individual examination were promptly discharged, less than 0.3% of the total camp population, and only 20% of those below 9 years mental age. This result is typical of what is known to have occurred in the 4 cantonments in the fall of 1917. It also presents specifically the importance of the problem of low-grade men in the Army organization. Section 7. Group Tests for Illiterates. Two principal considerations caused the camp examiners to discontinue the use of Examination B. The continued pressure for speed and fewer recalls made it advisable to simplify the procedure and hasten the delivery of reports to company commanders and to all other officers concerned. Results were demanded the day after examination. It became clear that the usefulness of the work depended on its results being in the hands of unit commanders before the units were organized. Requests for information concerning companies, regiments, and individual recruits required immediate answers. Systematic procedure was often impossible. The more rapidly and completely a command could be handled, the easier the administration of examining became, and the more open-minded were officers toward the usefulness of intelligence ratings. Examination B seemed an unnecessary repetition. The second consideration that led to the disuse of Examination B arose from the findings on it as a method. It is not our purpose to discuss these results in detail at this point. It seems more than probable that a modification of Examination B, or what is practically the same thing, increased time on certain tests in Examination A, would have met two important objections to Group Examination B for literates. It was held that Examination A was not fair to those who were slow but sure, and that the time was so short that the majority had no opportunity to try more than half or two-thirds of the test. In other words, the feeling that they had in no wise reached the limit of their ability produced among examinees considerable real dissatisfaction with their examination as a whole. Statistical studies showed that Examination B ought to be given to all who had taken Examination A, if it was given to any. Examination A was furnished to the 4 candidates with full score procedure, standardized norms, and detailed directions for its interpretation. No specific information on practice gains for Examination B was available, and no norms were furnished for its use. The decision to retain Examination A without supplementary use of Examination B seemed justified by the situation met in the camps. Examination B was therefore discarded as a part of the testing procedure in 3 of the camps. Camp Devons continued to use it during the fall work. They reported that with its use they were able to reduce the number of individual examinations quite materially. It was given once a week to men who had made between 30 and 70 in Examination A. If the weighted score of the 7 tests of Examination B was 70 or more, the man was excused from individual examination. By this means the amount of individual examination required was reduced to about half of what would otherwise have been indicated as necessary. In the selection of high-grade men, Examination A exceeded the expectations of the staffs in the 4 cantonments. Their specific success stood out as advertising media frequently with rather alarming sharpness. It will be remembered that psychological examining began early in October 1917. A few scattered groups were examined late in September, but these were groups selected at random and primarily used for standardizing procedure and training examiners. The troop examined had been in camp almost 2 months. They were relatively few in number, as a few officers knew them and had estimated their ability on the basis of performance. Few auxiliary troop organizations had been established, hence there was an abundance of good material for special duty for non-commissioned officer positions, for squad leaders, and assistant instructors in drill, and for teaching military regulations. Into this locally adjusted situation, psychological examining entered to pick its own clerks, to select men for special organizations, and to point out both those who had made good and those who would do so, as well as those who probably never would fit into the army. The results were uniform in all 4 cantonments. The selection of clerks by means of the psychological examination from details sent the examiners for the purpose always brought complaints from company commanders that their best men were being taken away from them, that the leading men of the company were in the group selected as assistants to the examiners. Efforts on the part of commanding officers to organize new units by selecting men according to psychological score aroused similar objections. In this early period, requests from company officers to designate their low-grade men were frequently received. It was soon discovered that those requests followed close on order to select and prepare for transfer out of camp a certain number of men, from 80% to 90% of the high-grade men, as recognized by their own officers, could be positively identified by psychological examiners on the basis of scores in Examination A. The advertising value of the results thus obtained served primarily to give the psychological staff's confidence in their work. The amount of skepticism among psychologists was, if anything, greater than that exhibited by persons only slightly familiar with such work. A striking evidence from the results of the early examining was proof that the percentage of high-grade men needed for company organizations could rarely be selected by this means. It became evident that when the examiners gave the tests to recruits upon arrival, the data would be extremely valuable in the preliminary selection of non-commissioned officers. The reports of company commanders on the value of psychological scores for their use, requested by the general staff at the close of the fall work, indicate again and again that they could have made extremely valuable use of scores in initial organization of their companies. Examination A therefore produced immediate results. Its success, as indicated above, assured the acceptance of psychological examining, so far as the merits of propositions were concerned. Numerous specific objections were raised. Many of these have been discussed. They may be classified as administrative difficulties. Criticisms aimed at validity of results or usefulness of the results were considered valid, and technical criticisms of the tests themselves. The first two types of criticism were important in view of the speed required in the organization and training of divisions. Repetition of arguments and even of demonstration were necessary to prove that 1,000 to 1,500 men could be put through the tests in the morning of a single day and returned in time for their afternoon drill. In the end, the details of administration, which so often threaten to disrupt examining and cause its forcible ejection, or to bring it at least into permanent disrepute, were reduced to smoothly working plans. Among the objections raised, it was argued that, even though the results were correct and gave evidence concerning the military value of men, this information should be obtained by the company officers through contact with their men. The results could become actually harmful if they prevented the close acquaintance of officers with their men. Such information had been obtained by the officers, as shown by the close correspondence of results of the examiners and officers' estimates of their men. It was therefore obtainable in usual ways. Hence there was no necessity of burdening the army with this additional cost in time, money, and extra officers and men to do the examining. The importance of such arguments is greatest when they refer to small units and small armies with abundance of opportunity and time for organization and training. The arguments retain validity in so far as the final product of military efficiency is measured by the close cooperation of officers and men. But however the ultimate result to be attained might be stated, it was apparent that camp examiners were saving time. They were measuring one important quality of a soldier. Several officers remained to be estimated and made common knowledge. Much important work remained before company officers would properly know their men. Armies were to be organized, and it was necessary to know where exceptional ability could be found when needed. It was quickly shown by psychological scores that such ability was not evenly distributed. Extremely weak links in companies, in regiments, and in divisions were discovered by the examiners. 2 regiments differed widely in mental strength within a single division. Psychological examining could point out weaknesses that extended to differences between divisions. It not merely pointed them out, but indicated that the specific cause where that was due to low intelligence. Numerous evidences of these inequalities are given in Chapter 14. The technical criticisms of the tests and personal objections of subjects have been discussed in the early chapters of this volume. A few may be noticed at this point, however. The mental grip of many subjects seemed weak to them. They felt unable to indicate their real ability and believed that practice would increase their available mental power. This feeling produced 2 criticisms. Whether many officers and men had not been working at such operations as the test covered, and the test did not, therefore, adequately measure their practical abilities. The other, that the time was so short for each sort of test that the subject was only fairly into the spirit of the test before he must stop and try to understand a different one. The slow man was unfairly treated. The unpracticed one could not marshal his skill and ability in the time allowed. The importance of such criticisms for the future of testing in the army was not overlooked. It was necessary to make the essential fairness of the examinations plain to all concerned. The psychological staffs pointed out to critics that 2 to 4 separate examiners were often given the low-grade men before his final score was obtained. Practice gains were measured. The unreliability of examination A was calculated. Specific cases of officers or men considered unusually rapid thinkers or especially slow thinkers were compared. Enough evidence accumulated to show that personal estimates of quick or slow thinkers were not borne out by the scores. Men of recognized ability made scores roughly equivalent to such ability in comparison with those made by other men of different standing. Discrepancies occurred also. It is impossible to say that every man was measured accurately. Sufficient proof existed, however, to substantiate the main body of results and clearly to establish the existence of errors of personal judgment. It was further acknowledged that a man might have high intellectual ability and still be useless out of or in the army. Section 8. Special studies conducted in the camps. Several detailed studies were made on different problems connected with Examination A. 10 psychologists, each with somewhat different interests and training, were assigned to each of the 4 camps. The abundance of material, of clerical assistance at times, the novelty of the methods, all tended to provoke inquiry into the nature and validity of the testing materials. The principal work was in connection with the improvement of methods for semi-literates, illiterates, and foreigners. But as stated, much study was given to the technique and significance of group intelligence examining. Reference to the more important studies on the technical aspects of Examination A will indicate the nature of the investigations begun by the different staffs during the fall of 1917. The material supplied for Examination A contained 5 different forms. By this means, coaching and other possibilities of cheating were probably reduced to the minimum. An entire series of reports concerned the relative difficulty of these different forms. Comparisons were made on the distributions of each form as a whole and detailed studies made of differences in difficulty of each test in each form. Although 36,000 cases were distributed to determine the relative difficulty of forms, no definite conclusion beyond the probability that Form A was easiest and Form E most difficult was reduced. The inability to obtain unselected groups probably explains the reason for this failure. The method used, comparisons of different groups with separate forms, hinges on equality of ability in the groups. The result proves somewhat conclusively that this method does not lead to a final statement of differences. The details of these studies concerning forms are summarized in the chapters on methods. Some 7 or 8 detailed investigations were initiated to establish the relations of Examination A, Examination B, Group Skill Test, and the different procedures used in individual examining. These necessitated working numerous correlation coefficients with a large number of auxiliary statistical computation. Whenever a new test was suggested, as the group performance tests at Dix, the Devon's literacy test, the use of point scale, Stanford Binet and Pinter-Patterson performance tests at Lee, or the performance tests devised at Taylor to separate age groups at the mental age of 10.5, it was correlated with the tests in use on Army recruits and on groups of known mental age or known mental ability in civil institutions. Examination A was also studied in its relation to different levels of intelligence. Its diagnostic value was measured for different Army grades and correlations computed for its value in comparison with officers' estimates. Several reports were prepared on the relation of scores to age, reported schooling, salary, previous occupation, etc. Detailed studies were made of certain groups, notably the 303rd Engineers at Dix and the 333rd Infantry at Taylor. A total of 106 special reports were prepared and submitted by January 1, 1918. Half as many more were in preparation and were completed during the 2 following months. These investigations were at all times made secondary to the conduct of examining, establishment of relations with camp authorities, and immediate service to the existing organizations. Nevertheless, the importance of these studies to the development of this new service in the Army should not be underestimated. They were necessary to assure the examiners themselves of the essential soundness of their methods. Investigations cannot be made rapidly enough to supply answers to questions and criticisms raised by officers and inspectors of the service. Requests for additional assistance were often based on the reports of studies verbally communicated by members of the psychological staff. Conferences with commanding officers, in which the results of these studies were presented, led to changes in methods of selecting candidate officers and non-commissioned officers, to the reorganization of divisional units, and to the reconsideration by their superior officers of many officers and men. The importance of the reported investigations for the latter revision of methods is stressed in the section on methods. Section 9. Work of the clerical staff. The necessity of the efficient and fairly extensive clerical staff to ensure accurate and prompt reports to the military authorities is evident, even with a reduction in the task of sorting papers brought about by the use of stencils. The work of grading separate tests, totaling scores, and making up reports for company commanders covering perhaps 1,000 or more men in one day was no light task. The clerical force was selected as far as possible on the basis of their scores in Examination A. A and B men were preferred. The staff and enlisted men used as orderlies, scorers, stenographers, recording clerks, filing clerks, supply clerks, and as assistants in individual examinations varied from 20 to 65 or more. The number varied mainly according to the speed of examining. The statistical treatment of results, important for revision of method, was largely done by the psychologists when not examining recruits. No single method was in use to ensure the minimum of error in scoring, recording, and reporting results. The general principles of checking results were put into operation, and the reports on errors seemed to be successfully applied. Full reports containing names and scores were made to company commanders, to the Washington office, and were also kept on file in the office of the psychological staff in the camp. Statistical and graphical summaries were made and reported to regimental and divisional commanders. These are reported in part in the section on results, Chapter 14. Section 10. Summary of Camp Activities. The discussion of the psychological examining in the fall of 1917 and the presentation of the recruits involves two main considerations. It is essential to remember in the following presentation of statistical results the estimates of values that many new and unexpected conditions had to be met. The foregoing account presents only the more important of these. Many changes in examining procedure and in camp conditions not enumerated necessitated slight modifications of the work. These, though not affecting the practical aspects of the examining, do make it impossible to present a finished statistical summary. In the second place, the fall work was deliberately experimental in method and in practical application. We have endeavoured to show the main lines of this experimentation. First, the problem of illiteracy in its various degrees was encountered. Examinations A and B, requiring an undetermined ability to read English, could not be used to measure approximately 20% of the recruits. The methods of individual examining supplied, and the available standard methods, with one exception, required at least the ability to speak and understand English. The group skill test and certain of the tests for individual examination were prepared to meet this difficulty. This problem, when faced in the four cantonments, broke up into three parts. By what means could those unable to record their real mental age by scores in the examinations for illiterates be detected? Was it necessary to obtain and report a literacy grade for any or for all recruits? Were the methods supplied for testing the semi-literate, the illiterate, and the foreign-speaking adequate? We have summarized the efforts of the staff to answer these. The literacy tests supplied proved inadequate. All four staffs finally adopted criteria such as ability to write one's name or to read a simple sentence or the lowest possible positive score on the literacy test as a point of segregation. The degree of literacy obtained by these methods probably differed quite widely. They nevertheless had one point in common. They enabled examiners to segregate groups rapidly. 3 staffs answered the second question by making no special report on the literacy of recruits. The Camp Devon staff invented and standardized a new method for giving literacy grades to all recruits. The method supplied for testing the group of illiterates did not prove satisfactory. The group skill test was not testing abilities similar to those tested by Examination A. The individual examination methods were only partly suited for testing foreign-speaking and actual illiterates. The necessity for a group examination that would test the illiterate group and give results more nearly comparable to the results of Examination A was clearly demonstrated. In the second place, the detection of the feeble-minded and those unfit for military service because of inadequate intelligence proved to be possible. The 4 different staffs demonstrated that they could be valuable assistants to medical and line officers in handling these cases. The need for additional methods for individual examining came out definitely in connection with efforts to test illiterate and non-English speaking without standard methods as the point scale and Stanford Binet. Finally, the method of examining men in groups for intellectual status was fully and satisfactorily demonstrated. The immediately practical results of the work of the psychological examiners during the fall examining were primarily demonstrations of the variety of ways in which their services could be made useful, rather than of the amounts of such practical service. They demonstrated the usefulness of the tests in selecting high-grade men, in picking out the mentally deficient and men of low military value, in detecting wide variations in the mental strength of companies, regiments, and divisions, in forming units of uniform, superior, or inferior intellectual ability, and the analysis of cases presenting various peculiarities of behavior, such as summary and general court-martial cases, or cases unable to learn drill or other military duties. End of section 23. Section 24 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 14. Summary of data concerning groups examined. Section 1. Limitations affecting consideration of results. The account in the preceding chapter of conditions underlying intelligence examining in the first 4 cantonments should make it clear that results obtained must be considered as suggestive rather than as conclusive. They may indicate probable directions of likeness or difference, which later experimentation may establish or disprove, but except where differences are very striking, cannot be offered as final evidence. The main contribution of the fall work must be recognized as having been made in the very direct way of meeting the immediate local needs and of devising more effective means of meeting similar demands in the future. Planning of work with a view to complete and adequate presentation of results at the expense of such direct service was strictly ruled out by the stress of the military situation. Accordingly, when the attempt is made to compare groups in the light of the results obtained, numerous limitations appear which emphasize the fact that only large crude differences can be treated as significant. Finer directions must be lost sight of because of the uncertainty as to whether it is the groups which differ or the local background of selection. In certain cases, the cumulative value of comparisons made separately in each of the 4 stations adds contributory evidence of value. For example, if branches of the service are being considered, and it is found that the differences, even though slight, are in the same direction for all camps, interpretation regarding the relative standing of these branches under the conditions which obtained during the fall seems relatively safe. If, on the other hand, there is variation in rank order, this may mean either that the groups are quite different in the different camps or that irregularities of procedure obscured the comparison. For this reason, it is especially important that consideration of results be not limited to the summarized total for all 4 camps. A certain interest attaches also to the possibility of checking the reliability of suggested differences by comparing these with results secured later with more adequately developed methods, thus obtaining a still more important weight of cumulative evidence. The limitations which affect the interpretation of results determine largely the method of presentation of material. The necessary adjustments made in the treatment of the data will be discussed later. At this point we shall merely note the main lines of limitation. One basic limitation is due directly to the character of the examining methods. The fact that examination A presupposes a certain degree of literacy in English, and that a considerable number of men were, therefore, eliminated from the possibility of measurement by this examination. Unfortunately, men are lost in varying proportions from different groups, so that this loss cannot be treated as a constant factor. Moreover, as has been indicated, the methods of segregation were sufficiently variable from camp to camp, and from one time to another within the same camp, so that the men eliminated cannot be thought of as even a definite type of case. In other words, it is not possible to drop them from the groups, and compare the remainder as representing the literates of all groups, with any intention of implying that the same thing is meant by literates in all cases. It has been shown that the standards of literacy set up as prerequisite for examination A varied from the approximation to 6th grade requirements to little more than ability to write one's name. To complicate the problem further, there is the fact that in the early period of the work, certain groups were examined completely by examination A, as for example the major part of the 303rd Engineers at Camp Dix. From the data alone we should be led to infer that these men were, therefore, all literates, In their discussions, we shall use the term literates to designate cases eliminated on the ground of illiteracy, without meaning to indicate that the proportions of these can be used as an actual basis of comparison of percentages of illiteracy in the various groups. The numbers are offered rather as necessary descriptive background and as a check on interpretation of results. Another main type of limitation is that due to variations in the general conditions of examining. Groups were examined with varying degrees of completeness, the selection being sometimes such as to afford probably a random sample of the whole and sometimes affected by a very definite bias of some sort. An important illustration of the latter type of variation is the case of Camp Taylor as compared with Camp Lee. The work of examining began late in the former camp, and as a result a considerable number of men picked by their officers as inferior were known to have been eliminated from the division before the examining began. No such selection occurred at Lee prior to the examinations. In fact, any man suspected of low mentality was especially likely to be sent to the psychologist for examination. Obviously, this difference between the camps should not be overlooked, even though it is impossible to gauge it in quantitative terms in considering the results. Unfortunately, in the majority of cases, the variations which existed were not known, or at least were not made a matter of record. Still, a third limitation of importance arose from the general characteristics of the army which was being examined, the fact that it was largely an unknown quantity from the military point of view. For example, in considering branch of the service, we are dealing not with established units of known efficiency, but with organizations just assembled from the incoming draft. Obviously, we cannot expect to obtain from such elements norms which could be used as standards to indicate the needs of different branches. The most that can be hoped for is descriptive material, yielding information as to what was actually selected for each type of service. Unfortunately, the groups are imperfect even for this use, since many of the units were unfinished organizations. Before going into active service, they both lost and gained men, thereby possibly changing their character to a marked degree. In presenting the data, we shall follow the original separation of camps for each type of comparison offered, except in case of the officers' training camp candidates' data have been confined to examinations given prior to January 1st, 1918. Although the four methods were continued without radical change till the latter part of April 1918, the totals given in various tables will often fail to agree with one another, since it has been necessary to make up the present statement from summaries made from the material at various stages of completion. No attempt will be made to note these discrepancies in detail as they occur, since it was impossible to handle all the cases at one time, and by a uniform method, such discrepancies were inevitable. Section 2. Comparison of camps and listed men. Within each National Army camp, it was expected that a series of divisions would be formed and trained. The 76th Division, National Army, was to be the first formed from recruits sent to Camp Devens. The 78th was to form at Camp Dix, the 80th at Camp Lee, and the 84th out of those drafted men sent to Camp Taylor. A permanent camp organization consisting of a depot brigade, remount depot, camp quartermaster unit, base hospital, and a few smaller separate units was also to be organized at the same time in each camp. Later changes in this general plan did not affect the organization of the camps before the close of the fall examining. Since these four camps, drawing from different sections of the country, furnished the material for the fall survey, it is of interest to know whether appreciable differences appeared in the mental caliber of the different stations. Ultimately, such information regarding camps would be of great importance to the Army. For example, a camp of relatively low caliber should be expected to have an unusually large proportion of cases for discharge, assignments to development battalions or labor organizations, etc. On the other hand, it should not be expected to furnish the same quota of men for officers' training schools as a camp of superior grade. In tables 144 and 145, we present the percentage distribution of scores of white enlisted men from each camp, together with certain constants computed from these data. In Table 144, those excluded from Examination A on the grounds of literacy are included for consideration in the total, whereas in Table 145, only those men who actually took Examination A are included. The two tables should not be considered without reference to each other. They serve to illustrate quite clearly the type of problem which arises because of the elimination of illiterates and the necessary consequent adjustments in the treatment of data. Figure 2 shows graphically the data of Table 144 summarized by letter grades. Figure 2 is displayed on the page. Comparison of camps showing present age in each letter grade. Examination A. White enlisted men. Total 65,267. Table 144 is displayed on the page. Distributions of scores by camps. Examination A. Enlisted men, white, all cases including those unable to take Examination A because of illiteracy. Referring to Table 144 and Figure 2, we note first the variation in percentages eliminated as illiterates in the different camps, ranging from 7.4% at Camp Taylor to 20.4% at Camp Devens. This precipitates at once the question whether we can take these test data at the face value and conclude that Devens is actually characterized by a peculiarly large percentage of illiterates, including the foreigners illiterate in English, and whether the other camps are characterized by the relative percents indicated. Two lines of evidence bear upon this point. The first of these is drawn from the known facts regarding procedure, as given on pages 473, Chapter 13. It has been shown there that the standard for segregation recommended by Camp Devens and tried out for at least part of the time was higher than that used consistently by any of the other camps. Camp Lee, on the other hand, set up very nearly a minimal requirement. When, therefore, we find Camp Devens credited with 20.4% illiterates as compared with 17.7% for Lee, it seems probable that this is more significant of differences in standards of segregation than of differences in numbers of illiterates. We note also, as shown clearly by Figure 2, that whereas Camp Lee has both a large proportion of illiterates and a large proportion of D and E men left over after elimination of the so-called illiterates, Camp Devens has a large proportion of illiterates, but a very small proportion of D and E cases as compared not only with Camp Lee but with Camp Dix and Taylor as well. This fact suggests that the high literacy standard of Camp Devens operated to exclude considerable numbers of the men of inferior intelligence. This probability reduces the significance of the data concerning relative numbers of men making low scores in the various groups. If the group actually excluded from examination is to be treated as an integral part of the whole, certain assumptions regarding the mentality of these cases become necessary. The assumption which seems best justified is that such cases would mass toward the lower portion of the intelligence scale. Results obtained later by the use of examination beta, designed for illiterates, show that this is the case to such an extent that the number of men eliminated making scores above the average is small in comparison with the total, and that the number making scores above the upper quartile is negligible. One conclusion following upon this assumption is that the significance of percentages making given scores for intelligence increases toward the upper portion of the intelligence scale. Stated in other terms, we can compare the groups with respect to the proportions of superior men with a reasonable degree of accuracy, whereas we cannot, from the present data, compare them with reference to their proportion of inferior men. Accordingly, we have shown in Table 144 the percentages of men making A and B grades, and would call especial attention to the relative lengths of the bars representing these two grades in Figure 2. From this point of view, the order of the camps from best to poorest is Dix, Devens, Taylor, Lee, although the difference between Dix and Devens, 1.2%, is too small to emphasize. Comparison of groups in terms of some measure of central tendency seems also desirable. We have chosen the median for this purpose since it was possible by this means to compare total groups, assuming that the cases excluded for literacy would fall in the lower half of the group. Medians computed thus are shown in Table 144. Here again the order of excellence of the camps is Dix, Devens, Taylor, and Lee, showing in this case a marked superiority for Dix and only a slight difference between Devens and Taylor. The upper quartiles, which are less affected than the medians by the uncertainty regarding the illiterates, show the same order, with Devens approximating more closely to Dix and more widely separated from Taylor. Lower quartiles were not computed since the assumptions that the excluded groups would fall in the lowest 25% seemed quite unjustified. Instead of offering the quartile deviation, semi-interquartile range, as a measure of dispersion, we therefore show the range from the median to the upper quartile. If we could assume the distribution to be symmetrical, this measure would be identical with the quartile deviation. Since we have no data in support of this assumption, We offer this as indicating merely the range of variation for that portion of the scale which we are justified in considering. The measure indicates a slightly wider scatter of cases toward the upper end of the scale in the case of Lee and Devons than the case of Dix and Taylor. If we turn to Table 145, which differs from Table 144 by the fact that only cases who actually took Examination A are considered in finding percentages and in computing constants, we note that the only change in order of excellence of camps occurs between Dix and Devons, Devons taking precedence to a slight degree by this method. This order holds whether we consider percentages of superior, A and B grade, cases, medians, or upper or lower quartiles. The quartile deviations do not differ from one another except for Camp Lee, which shows a slightly greater amount of dispersion than the other camps. The outstanding facts concerning the relative mental status of the 4 camps appear, therefore, to be the following. 1. On any basis of comparison, Camp Lee is clearly indicated as the lowest of the 4. 2. Similarly, on any basis of comparison, Camp Taylor stands next in rank, though not always sharply contrasted with the camp next above it. In view of the facts mentioned previously regarding elimination of the appreciable number of low-grade cases before any examining was done at Camp Taylor, it seems safe to conclude that the relative standing of this camp was at least as now as the results indicate. It may in fact have approximated more closely to the position of Camp Lee than is indicated. 3. The relative precedence of Dix or Devons is determined by the basis of comparison used. By the one which compares total groups and which appears the more justifiable, at least a slight superiority in favor of Dix is indicated. Table 145 is displayed on the page. Percentage distribution of scores by camps. Examination A, enlisted men, white, literate cases only. The final columns of tables 144 and 145 and the upper bar of Figure 2 show the combined data from all stations. Since camps Lee and Taylor, which have been shown to have a lower intelligence rating than the other 2 camps, furnish over 2/3 the total number of cases as here combined, it is evident that there is probably an overweighting of this total distribution of proportions among the several camps to obtain a representative sample of men recruited during the summer and fall of 1917. Section 3. Additional data regarding enlisted men by camps. In addition to the foregoing rough summary of data on enlisted men for comparative purposes, further more detailed figures are available regarding scenes in Examination A. Since all such data presupposes a preliminary exclusion of illiterates, it is open to all the objections previously noted, see page 490, insofar as it is used for comparison of camps. Our intention in presenting the more detailed figures at present is therefore not that of comparison, for which we consider the previous material more adequate. The figures are offered rather to furnish more adequate descriptive material regarding the various camps and to afford more exact norms for future reference. For the latter purpose, a special value attaches to figures on a given camp, which may be interpreted in the light of the geographical selection of its members and with reference to the basis of segregation for illiteracy actually employed. See pages 473. We present in Table 146 the percentage distribution in Examination A of enlisted men of the several camps, as well as the percentage distribution of the total actually reported from all 4 camps. The final column shows the percentage distribution of a total made up of the 4 camps so combined that equal weight is assigned to each. It is evident from the table that it makes little difference in this case which method of combining is used. Figure 3 presents graphically the percentage distributions of the 4 camps. Superimposed on the distribution of each camp is that for the 4 camps averaged. Though comparison of camps is not our purpose at this point, it is of interest to bear in mind the status of each camp with reference to the whole. Certain conspicuous difference in type of curve also appear. Means with their probable errors and standard deviations are indicated on each figure and given also in Table 147. In spite of all limitations which have been noted on the completeness and the random character of these samples, they nevertheless represent more nearly than any data on mental measurements hitherto available through random samples of the adult male population. As such, they should be of great service in furnishing standards of reference for use in the interpretation of other groups. Table 146 is displayed on the page. Table 147 is displayed on the page. Figure 3 is displayed on the following page. Section 4. Comparison of branches of the service. Table 148 presents data on a list of men of the various branches of the service. All figures of this table have been obtained on the assumption that those segregated as illiterate may be treated as falling in the lower half of the distribution and the complete groups thus compared. The percentages eliminated as illiterate have been noted for each group, chiefly for their value as indicative of the extent to which any given group was examined by A. Within any camp, these figures doubtless indicate roughly the relative degree of illiteracy of the various branches. In accordance with the standards of literacy set up for the camp in question, see page 473, exception to this statement should be noted in the case of the engineers at Camp Dix. Figures for this group regarding percentages eliminated as illiterate are not comparable with those for the other branches at this camp, since the engineers were examined with an exceptionally high degree of thoroughness, and men who would ordinarily have been segregated from the rest were retained in Group Examination A. By reference to Table 148, comparison of the various branches may be made on the basis of median scores, upper quartiles, or percentages of superior A and B cases. Slightly different results would be obtained according as one or another of these measures is used, though they do not differ widely in direction. We shall use a median as a main basis of comparison. The relative excellence of the various branches within the several camps may be obtained readily from Table 148. Comparison of the general trend of these results, as influenced by the data from all four camps, is further facilitated by Figure 4. Table 148 is displayed on the page. Figure 4 is displayed on the following page. In this figure, the dotted lines representing the medians of the various camps are of importance as indicating the degree of variability from camp to camp, and accordingly the extent to which the combined data correctly represent the separate camps. Reference to the graph shows that the variation among the camps in absolute values of the medians for the various branches is large, the most constant element of variability being introduced by the lower scores characteristic of Camp Lee. An extreme instance appears in case of the field artillery, where the medians vary from 106 for Lee to 179 for Dix. The sanitary train shows the most consistent results for the four camps. Not only do the camps vary with respect to the absolute scores for given branches, but they differ also to some extent with respect to the relative standing of the various branches, and very markedly with reference to the degree of difference between branches. The order of excellence as indicated by the median scores is as follows for each camp separately, and for the combination based on averages of percentages from all four camps. A table is displayed on the page. In many cases, differences are far too slight to have any significance, consisting sometimes of only 1 or 2 points. The chief bearing of the above table in connection with Figure 4 is to emphasize the necessary points of caution to be exercised in connection with the interpretation of apparent differences. We may note the following points. The Field Signal Battalion and the Sanitary Train stand out conspicuously as superior to the other branches, whether the combination of all camps or the individual camps are under consideration. Of the two, the former appears distinctly as the superior. No other distinction shows as high a degree of certainty. The suggestion of the data is that the engineers and field artillery tend to be superior to the infantry and machine gun groups. The distinction between the two members of either pair cannot safely be made. In spite of the relative superiority indicated in favor of the engineers and field artillery, it may be noted that the engineers drop to 5th place for one camp and the field artillery to 6th in another, shifts which have their complement in the fact that infantry shifts to 4th place for one and machine gun to 3rd place for the other of these camps. The status of the ammunition train and the supply train cannot be discussed profitably, since data on these were not furnished from all camps, and the information is therefore even less satisfactory than that for the other branches. The main point which these data emphasize is the fact that the branches of the service as examined in the 4 show relatively slight differences, with the exception of the Field Signal Battalion and the Sanitary Train, which stand out clearly from the rest. The remaining differences are so small, and so influenced by the variability among the camps, that no stress can be laid on the trend indicated. Reference to the following section will show that much greater differences than these appear at times between regiments in any given branch of service, or between companies in any given regiment. It will be remembered that attention has been called to the necessity of caution in interpreting differences between military groups made up from the unknown draft elements and on the relatively slight military experience available in the four to determine assignments. It has been noted further that there was opportunity for such shaking down and readjustment within branches and organizations before divisions were actually sent overseas. Of differences between branches of the division under consideration, as these were made up at the time of embarkation, we have no knowledge. It may be noted further that even had such information been available, it would not have provided the norms for the various branches so urgently needed if the psychological examinations were to become practically serviceable in connection with assignment to branches of the service. Data for such use could only be obtained from established units which had been tried out and found to meet the needs of their respective branches. The early fall work on the problem was particularly significant in setting the problem and in showing the dearth of information available for its solution. In addition to the mere differences in excellence, as indicated by any of several measures, the possible importance of other types of difference was also recognized. The fact that certain branches might require a relatively normal distribution of mental ability, with a majority of cases massing about the average and a gradual dropping off in either direction, whereas other branches might require a large percentage of high-grade men and might at the same time be able to utilize a considerable proportion of relatively low-grade cases, thus giving possibility a bimodal distribution. These problems await solution, which could be reached, as had been said, only by study of units of known value. The importance of such information in meeting any further emergency is obvious. Section 5. Comparison of organizations, regiments and companies. Comparison of smaller organizations within the military system involves the problem of inequality among units, which have no apparent differences in function. Within a given brigade of a given division, conspicuous differences between regiments would seem to represent an element of weakness in the whole military organization, except in so far as the development of a certain number of crack regiments may be a part of the military policy. Similarly, marked inequalities of companies within a given regiment appear undesirable, since they introduce difficulties in training and place unnecessarily heavy burdens upon commanders of low-grade groups. A company which has a meagre percentage of high-grade cases, moreover, is seriously handicapped in providing suitable men for non-commissioned officers or lines of work calling for superior ability. The service which the psychological examinations might render in connection with balancing of regiments and of companies with reference to mental ability was clearly recognized and pointed out. The lack of standards for units did not handicap this line of usefulness, as it did the application of psychological results to the assignment of men to various branches of the service. The main thing of importance was to demonstrate the inequalities present at any given stage of completeness of the organization. In case of relatively incomplete organization, differences could be reduced or eliminated by proper selection of cases from the incoming draft for assignment to the various groups. In case of relatively complete organization, on the other hand, adjustments could only be made by shifting of men from one group to another. The facts regarding inequalities were brought to the attention of the military authorities in the various camps, especially in the form of certain effective graphic presentations. In one camp at least, the experiment was tried with certain organizations of balancing with these data as one consideration. Such a use of the data grew in importance in the succeeding period of the psychological service. In the present discussion of the problem, we shall aim mainly to show by a few representative samples the type and degree of inequalities found. In the material here presented, our interest is mainly in comparison inside the larger units already discussed. It follows naturally from the differences which have been found to exist between camps that extreme discrepancies could be demonstrated by comparing regiments from a superior camp with those from an inferior. These we do not wish to stress at this point, though it should be remembered that they might contribute in important measure to the unevenness of the line when divisions are side by side at the front instead of being widely separated from one another by the geographical locations of the various camps. Figure 5 is displayed on the page, Inequality of Regiments, 80th Division. Figure 6 is displayed on the page, Inequality of Regiments, 76th Division. We have even less interest at this point in calling attention to differences between regiments of different branches of the service. It is desirable that there are different standards for different branches, it would follow that differences in the units of the several branches must exist. They should not therefore be thought of as contributing to inequality or unevenness in the sense that we are here considering. Table 149 presents data concerning the main regimental units of the 4 divisions. In the light of the foregoing statement, it is evident that irregularities of the type we are discussing may be observed by intercomparisons, 1. Of infantry regiments and 2. Of artillery regiments in the several groups. In making such comparisons, it has proved especially illuminating to call attention to 2 elements of the whole, i.e. the men making A or B grades, distinctly superior cases mentally, and the men eliminated as relatively illiterate. The importance of having in each organization a fair percentage of superior men, able to assume responsibility and exercise leadership on occasion, or lacking the necessary qualities of leadership, at least competent to handle complicated paperwork, is readily recognized. A regiment which contains as few as 4 or 5% of such cases, see Table 149, would seem to have lost more than its margin of safety from this point of view. On the other hand, the relatively illiterate, which have been shown by later experimentation to include a preponderance of cases of low-grade mentality, may seriously clog the machinery of the organization, especially if the organization does not require a large amount of work of the laborer type. Because of the obvious importance of these considerations, graphic presentation such as that of Figure 5 and 6 has been found useful in demonstrating the existence of such inequalities in the various camps. They are offered here as illustrative of the differences which may exist between regiments of the same branch in the same division. The same point might be brought out by use of measures of central tendency, the mean or the median. Reference to Table 149 shows the existence of variability as thus measured. Table 149 is displayed on the page, comparison of regiments by camps, showing percentages relatively illiterate, percentages grading A or B, and the main scores in each examination A, and the said men, white. Even more striking differences were found to exist among the companies of certain regiments, as illustrated by Tables 150 and 151, by Figures 7, 8, 9, and 10. Illustrations might have been picked from any branch of the service, and any camp, though the amount of inequality varies markedly in different regiments. In Table 150, 1 and 2, the percentages of superior A and B cases and of relatively illiterate are shown in the separate companies of infantry regiments. 2 from the 76th Division and 2 from the 80th. These 2 divisions are chosen as representing quite different levels of mental ability, and also because the examining was sufficiently complete at these 2 camps, so that the data show approximately the full strength of the unit at the time these reports were made. Figures 7 and 8 present graphically the data for the 2 infantry regiments from the 80th Division. It will be noted that these offer 2 quite different pictures. The inequalities of the 319th, Figure 7, are more striking since they appear both in the percentages of superior men and the percentages of illiterate. The differences between the companies A and E on the one hand and C and M on the other needs no comment. In the 317th, on the other hand, no such striking differences appear, the chief irregularities appearing in the percentages classed as illiterate. The low level of this regiment as a whole, as indicated in Figure 8, shows itself again in the relatively low percentages of superior cases in all the companies. The problem confronting the officers of a company, such as Company F, with 1/3 of its number illiterate, even by the relatively lenient standards of literacy used at Camp Lee, and only 1.2%, 3 men of A or B grade, is obvious. It is understood that use was made of such data as is here shown for making readjustments in this regiment. It should be expected, therefore, that such extreme cases would not appear in the final form of the regiment. Figure 7 is displayed on the page. Inequality of companies of an infantry regiment. Figure 8 is displayed. Inequality of companies of an infantry regiment. See division regiment as shown in Figure 6. Figure 9 is displayed. Percentage of men, A or B, grades found in the 10 best and the 10 poorest infantry companies of one division. Figure 10 is displayed. Inequality of companies of an engineer regiment. Table 150 is displayed on the page. Figure 9 shows the extreme differences which appear if we disregard regimental groupings and consider all the infantry companies of a division. The percentages of superior A or B men are here shown for the 10 companies ranking highest from this point of view and the 10 ranking lowest. The special companies, machine gun, headquarters, and supply are not included in this comparison. A single set of illustrations may serve to suggest the existence of irregularities in other branches. Table 151 gives data on 2 engineer regiments, one from the 76th Division and one from the 80th. The latter, shown also in Figure 10, is of special interest, since it is known that the information here shown was used in the balancing of the regiment. No data are available to show the status of the regiment after the evening up process, but a year later an officer of the regiment who has served with it overseas expressed his opinion to the effect that the efficiency of the regiment had been markedly increased by the change. One of the most important contributions of the fall work was a clear demonstration of the existence of such marked inequalities within units and the presentation of the information in such form that it could be used readily by the appropriate military authorities. Following the lines suggested in the fall, extensive use was made of such material during the latter period of the psychological examining. Table 151 is displayed on the page, comparison of companies in 2 engineer regiments showing percentages relatively illiterate and percentages grading A or B in Examination A. Section 6. Comparison in terms of military status. Thus far we have been concerned with comparisons of groups of enlisted men distinguished from one another in various ways, not involving an initial assumption of superiority of one group over another. In the present section we shall compare groups classified in terms of their military advancement. There are available for consideration, from this point of view, data on the following types of groups. 1. Non-commissioned officers. 2. Officers. 3. Candidate officers in officers' training camps. The data on the first of these groups were incomplete. For the latter 2 groups, officers in officers' training camps, a representative survey was made. Data on non-commissioned officers. Information regarding non-commissioned officers was difficult to obtain, since the majority of these at the time of the examination were only acting corporals or sergeants and not permanent appointments. At Camp Taylor, however, where examining was done late, records were obtained for 243 corporals and 196 surgeons, picked at random from the various groups examined. Table 152 and Figure 11 show the data on this group in comparison with the whole body of Taylor enlisted men on the one hand and the officer group on the other. Figure 11 is displayed on the page. Table 152 is displayed on the page. Percentage distribution of scores of enlisted men, corporals and surgeons and officers. Examination A, Camp Taylor. The standing of the 2 non-commissioned groups as mentally superior to the total group from which they are drawn, but as inferior to the other group, is clearly indicated by these data, as is also the superiority of the group of surgeons to that of corporals. In other words, the mental status of the group as a whole, as determined by these examinations, parallels their military status as determined by practical military considerations. For this group, the appointments had not been influenced in any way by the psychological examinations, since the necessary information was not available to their officers at the time warrants were issued. The importance of securing early returns from the psychological examinations and putting these at the disposal of the company officers for their reference in connection with appointments follows from these findings. The further problem which suggests itself is that concerning the extent to which the selection might have been improved by judicious use of the psychological results, especially by reduction in the number of low-grade cases. This problem was not followed up until a later period of psychological examining. In the light of later evidence, the proportion of C-, D, and E cases in these 2 groups seems overlarge. It is further important to remember the actual relationship between the non-commissioned officer group and the commissioned officers. The fact that appointment to the former rank may be a step toward the latter. The non-commissioned officer group should therefore contain much potential officer material. This relationship is illustrated by data from Camp Devens on a special group of 176 surgeons who were admitted to officers' training camp. For this group we find 74.4% of A or B cases, only 1.1% of C- cases, and none of lower grade, and a median score of 291. These show a distinct superiority to the random selection of surgeons reported above, indicating the selection of picked members of the non-commissioned group for officers' training camp. Data on officers and non-candidate officers in officers' training camps. Comparison of enlisted men with officers is made possible by extensive data obtained from the 4 camps. The importance of this material can hardly be overestimated for its bearing on the possible usefulness of psychological examining in the Army. During the fall, the psychological methods were still under trial. Their serviceability, especially in connection with other groups and prospective officer material, had not been fully established in spite of the clear indications of the summer tryouts with the various other types of groups. The results of the fall trial demonstrated beyond any question that the psychological examinations were able to differentiate between officers and enlisted men in striking fashion. A natural corollary of this fact was the idea of the usefulness of such data in connection with selection of men for officers' training camps. It would seem an obvious waste of no small moment under the pressure of war needs to send for training men whose mental caliber is definitely inferior to the standards for officers as indicated by existing Army practice. It may very well be true that the training school itself is a sufficient sieve to prevent any man who is below par from coming through a commission, but it would seem highly undesirable that an unnecessary number of such cases should be admitted to the school. A survey of 22 officers' training camps in the 3rd series was undertaken in January 1918, with a view to determining the caliber of the men admitted to these schools. The results obtained from examination 1 of officers and 2 of men admitted to officers' training camps are presented herewith in comparison with data on enlisted men. Into comparison of the various subgroups with each of these groups will be discussed in a later section. Officers. Considering first the comparison of officers with men, we note that differences are so marked in degree that it is practically immaterial what basis of comparison we use, what specific groups of officers and of men we compare, and whether allowance is made for the presence of the relatively illiterate in the group of enlisted men or not. The latter point affects slightly the degree of difference shown between the groups, since the officer group loses no cases by elimination for illiteracy, but entire disregard of this fact cannot obscure the difference between the groups. The accompanying graphs present the comparison in a variety of ways and require little comment or explanation. Figure 12 shows the distribution by examination A of listed men from the 4 camps in comparison with that of others. Distances along the abscisse are divided into rough units, 50 points in examination A, which correspond in the main to the latter grade groups. It may be noted here that it was considered an important matter in camp practice to hold for the most part to such rough groupings to counteract the tendency to ascribe importance to fine distinctions. The massing of officers above 250 in the A and B grades is noteworthy by virtue of the sharp contrast with the distribution for enlisted men, which shows its greatest massing in the C groups, especially in the range from 100 to 200. Of the officers who fall in the C group, the majority fall above 200. It should be noted further that the existence of a well-defined difference between these groups does not imply the absence of overlapping. Fortunately for the future of the service, the group of enlisted men received through the draft shows representatives over the whole range covered by the officer group. Figure 12 is displayed on the previous page, percentage distribution examination A, all 4 camps. A. Enlisted men, 65,267. B. Officers, 5,563. Figure 13 is displayed on the following page. A still rougher comparison of these 2 groups is presented in Figure 13. This shows for each camp the percentages of officers and of enlisted men making 1. A or B grades, 2. C grades, C plus, C or C minus, 3. D or E grades, and 4. Men eliminated from examination A on the ground of illiteracy. The above distinction centers about the significance of the C group as most representative of the whole class of privates. The characterization of C as designating the private type, or the typical private, based first on the preliminary summer investigation, is further justified by the full data showing that the mean, the median, and the mode for enlisted men are in C, and that over 50% of the cases fall in this class. The accompanying figure, therefore, shows the relative numbers above, below, and in the class of the average enlisted man, and also the numbers in the additional somewhat indeterminate group of the relatively illiterate. It is evident that all camps tell the same story, regardless of whether the camp in question is of relatively high or low caliber, showing that the preponderance among the officers of men superior to the average, the small proportion of men of the level of the average private, and the negligible number falling below this level. Figure 14 shows the median score for enlisted men in comparison with the median for officers. The main bars represent medians of the totals from the 4 camps. The dotted lines are medians of the separate camps. It is apparent that the superiority of the officer group over the enlisted man is not affected by the existing variations among camps. The foregoing comparisons have been made between officers and total groups of men, including illiterates. It is possible to make more detailed comparisons by using only those of the latter group who took Examination A, disregarding illiterates. Figures 15 and 16 show distributions of scores by intervals of 10 for officers and men. Figure 15 gives the percentage distribution for each group. The solid line represents the distribution of men and the dotted line that of officers. The superiority previously noted in favor of the officers is fully as evident here as in the rougher diagrams. Figure 16 shows the same 2 groups drawn not to a percentage scale, but to a common scale for numbers of cases. The relative numbers included in the 2 groups are therefore proportional to the areas covered by the 2 curves. Figure 14 is displayed on the page. This comparison is important as showing that it is possible to find, within the group of enlisted men, at these 4 camps, a body of men of the same range of intelligence as the officer group, shown, and with as many cases at each level. The existence of such a group is important as indicating the presence of future officer material in the body of enlisted men received through the draft, though the proportions, as here shown, are not intended to represent the normal proportions of officers to men in the Army. They show merely the numbers of both groups actually examined during this period. Since the officer group was more completely examined than the group of enlisted men, the officers are present here in more than their usual proportions. Reference to the means for officers and enlisted men shows the same striking differences that other comparisons have brought out. Mean enlisted men 168.7, deviation 0.21. Mean officers 228.6, deviation 4.82. We note also a difference between the standard deviations of the 2 groups. Standard deviation enlisted men 79, standard deviation officers 53.3. The dispersion of the enlisted men is clearly wider than that of the officers. This difference in dispersion was in fact apparent from figures 15 and 16, which show the enlisted men covering a much wider range than the officers, containing representatives in the highest classes of the latter group, as well as over an extensive range below their lower limit. Figure 15 is displayed on the page. Percentage distribution in examination. All 4 camps. Officers 5,563, enlisted men 63,647. Candidate officers in training camps. The group of men picked for officers' training camps presents a situation of rather special interest. Selections for the 3rd series were made mainly from the body of men already in the Army. They constitute a selection toward the group of officers, but a selection which may vary within the wide limits of effectiveness, depending on the caliber of the specific group from which the men were picked and on the skill and judgment of the officers making the choice. Figure 16 is displayed on the previous page. We shall see in a later section that there is wide variation between the camps in the general character of their groups, depending doubtless on both factors. It should be remembered also that the men here shown do not represent the final choice. Figure 17 is displayed on the page. There is further pruning in the schools to bring the groups up to officer level. For the training camps of the 3rd series we have no information regarding the results of such pruning. The data here offered represent results of examinations given to men in the infantry and artillery schools at 22 stations and to members of the Engineers Officers Training School at Camp Lee, which drew from a large number of stations. Figure 15 is displayed on the page. Table 153 gives the main data necessary for rough comparison of the 3 groups: enlisted men, candidate officers and officers training camps, and officers. Figures 17 and 18 present the differences between these groups graphically. Figure 17 shows the relationship between the medians of the 3 groups. According to this, it appears that the candidate officers fall between the other 2 groups, but approximate much more closely to the officers than to the enlisted men from whom they were chosen. In connection with the medians, it is of interest to note that quartile deviations of the 3 groups given in Table 153, as previously explained, the range from the upper quartile to the median is used as approximately equivalent to the quartile deviation in the case of enlisted men, whose group includes literates. It will be noted that the officers' training camp group like the group of officers, has a much narrower dispersion than the enlisted men, a fact which follows naturally from the tendency to select the officer candidates from the upper portion of the group of enlisted men. Again, the fact of the slightly greater dispersion of the officers' training camp students as compared with the officers leaves room for the further constricting of the group to officer proportions by pruning. Table 153 is displayed on the page. In Figure 18 are shown the percentage distributions of these groups by intervals of 50 points. For this comparison, we have added also the curve for non-commissioned officers examined at Camp Taylor, summarized from the figures on corporals and surgeons given in Table 152. It is obvious that we have here an ascending series from enlisted men to officers, with the candidate officer again approximating most closely to the officer group, the non-commissioned officers next, and the enlisted men lowest, but extending over the whole range covered by the other groups. Not only was it important to point out the fact of difference between these groups, but from the practical point of view of future recommendations for officers' training camps, it was also important to locate the dividing lines which distinguish the groups in most significant fashion. Figure 19 shows the percentages of the various groups falling above and below each of three dividing lines, 300, 250, and 200. These give, above the line, respectively, the A men, the A and B men, and the A, B, and C plus men. The relative position of the three groups remains the same wherever the division is made. It will be noted that the dividing line of 300 almost eliminates from consideration the body of enlisted men, only 4.9% appearing above the line. Since, moreover, this line of division selects out slightly less than 50% of the officer group, an A grade is obviously too high a standard to expect of officer candidates in general. The A and B grades together include over 75% of the officer group and 14% of the drafted men. There is thus a fairly extensive group available from which further selection can be made for officers' training, allowing choice with reference to other qualities than general intelligence. The dividing line of 200 offers a still more conservative requirement. Over 90% of the officers and almost 30% of all enlisted men surpass this level. There is thus an abundant field for choice from among the drafted men, having the degree of intelligence here suggested. It was urged by the psychologists as a conservative recommendation that men falling below 200 in examination A be scrutinized with the utmost care before admission to officers' training camps, in order to determine whether they possess, in unusual measure, other qualities necessary for an officer, especially qualities of leadership and initiative. Table 154 gives more detailed distributions and constants for certain groups of candidate officers in comparison with closely related officer groups. For this purpose, the training camps of two stations, Camp Devens and Camp Taylor, are shown in relation with officers at these same camps. Similarly, the students and engineer officers training camp at Camp Lee, which drew from a considerable number of camps, are shown in comparison with the engineer officers from all four camps. Figure 20 presents graphically the data on the two groups from Camp Devens. In all three combinations here is shown a slight difference in favor of the officer group is indicated. Computing the probable errors of the differences between the means of the several groups gives the following results. Difference of the means, Devens officers versus officers training camp, equals 6.6 PE. Difference of the means, Taylor officers versus officers training camp, equals 2.6 PE. Difference of the means, engineer officers versus engineer officers training camp, 6.7 PE. Figure 20 is displayed on the page. If we consider that a difference is great enough to carry conviction regarding its significance when it is at least 4 times the probable error of the difference, it is evident that 2 of the above comparisons meet this requirement, while the third, Camp Taylor officers versus officers training camp, is too small to be considered certainly valid. These groups therefore illustrate again the close approximation of the group of officer candidates to that of officers and the usual superiority of the latter. Table 154 is displayed on the page. Detailed comparison of officers and officer candidates, percentage distribution and constants, examination A. Comparison within the officer group. Analysis of the data regarding officers is less complicated than similar analysis of the various groups of enlisted men. This is largely due to the fact that there is no problem of segregation for literacy, and that, accordingly, the whole group can be measured by one method, in this case, examination A. More exact comparison between groups, e.g. between camps or between branches, is therefore possible. Comparison of camps. Table 155 gives the percentage distribution of officers' scores by camps. The distribution for all 4 camps combined, given in the final column, has been shown graphically in connection with the distribution for enlisted men on page 507. Figure 21 is displayed on the page. Figure 21 presents graphically the data of this table, summarized by letter grades. The various bars, representing the different camps, are divided into segments corresponding to the different grades. Since A and B grades are considered peculiarly characteristic of officers, the bars are located with reference to the lines separating the A and B grades from those below B. From the point of view of certain specific interests, other dividing lines might obviously have been chosen. Considering first the proportions of A and B cases in each camp, it is evident that the Devon's officers stand out as superior to the other groups, and the Taylor officers as inferior, with the Dix and Lee groups falling between and differing only slightly from one another. Reference to percentages making A grades shows the same order of precedence, but it differentiates the Devon's officers from the other 3 more strikingly. Comparison with reference to percentages making C or above is valueless. The numbers falling below this level are negligible, so that difference between groups are lost. Table 155 is displayed on the page. The medians for the various stations are given in Table 156 and show the same general relationship. The same order of precedence appears also in the means, given in Table 157. For the latter, the probable errors of the differences have also been computed in order to determine the significance to be ascribed to the apparent differences. Table 158 shows a ratio of the difference between any 2 means to the probable error of this difference. The Dix officers failed to be distinguished from either the Lee or the Taylor officers by a difference equal to 4 times the probable error. Accordingly, the apparent differences between these groups cannot be stressed. All other groups differ by decidedly more than 4 times the probable error. Since the degree of regularity of procedure which existed in the examining of the enlisted men was not present for the officers, we may, therefore, accept these differences as established. It will be remembered that in all comparisons of enlisted men by camps, Lee ranked consistently low. It is of interest to note that his officers do not stand in this position with reference to the other camps. In fact, the MEO for the Lee officer groups is practically identical with that for all 4 camps. Table 156 is displayed on the page, and Table 157 is displayed, and Table 158 also displayed on the following page. Comparison of branches. Table 159 gives the detailed distribution of officers of certain main branches of the service. Figure 22 presents graphically these data summarized by letter grades for purposes of rough comparison. Again, the dividing line between B and C has been stressed as most important. Figure 22 is displayed on the page. On the basis of comparison, we find the various branches separated, for the most part, by quite distinct steps and arranged in the following order of excellence: Engineer, Artillery, Infantry, Quartermaster Corps, Medical Corps, Dental Corps, Veterinary Corps. The differences between the extremes of these groups are very striking. On the one hand, we note the engineer and artillery officers with 90.2% of A and B grades and 85.6% respectively, and on the other hand, the medical, dental, and veterinary corps with 63%, 61.2%, and 42.6% respectively. The same order of excellence appears if we consider only the percentages making A grades, though the disparity in favour of the highest groups is even more marked. Thus we find the engineer and artillery officers with 67.3% and 60.3% of A men, respectively, as contrasted with the medical, dental, and veterinary with 29%, 25%, and 18.5% respectively. Table 160 and Figure 23 give the medians for these groups showing the same order of excellence and the same type of marked difference between extreme groups. The medians for the various branches are given also by camps, indicated on the diagram by dotted lines. A fair amount of variability is evident between camps for any given branch. Nevertheless, the general order of the branches remains the same, with only a few exceptions, when separate camps are under consideration. The only exceptions to be noted are in the case of the engineers at Camp Devons and the medical corps at Camp Dix. The former drop from first to third place, and the latter fall below the dental corps. Figure 23 is displayed on the page. Tables 159, 160, and 161 are displayed on the following page. Figure 21 may also be considered in comparison with the similar diagram for enlisted men, Figure 4. It will be noted that the sharp distinction apparent wherever officers in general are compared with enlisted men in general disappears when classification is made by branches, the steps appearing far more gradual. In fact, the branch ranking highest among the enlisted men, the Field Single Battalion, surpasses the lowest branch of the officers, the Veterinary Corps. Table 162 gives means and standard deviations for the officer groups, affording still another basis of comparison of branches of the service. Table 163, supplementing the preceding table, indicates the importance to be attached to the observed differences by expressing these multiples of their probable errors. It has seemed necessary to compare only pairs adjacent to one another in order of excellence, except where the difference fails to carry conviction regarding its validity. Inspection of Table 163 shows that differences between branches exceed 4 times the probable error in all cases except in the comparison of the medical corps with the dental and of the dental with the veterinary. The relative unreliability of these differences is apparently mainly due to the small number of cases in the latter two groups. The medical corps is, however, clearly distinguished from the veterinary corps on the one hand, as it is from the quartermaster on the other. Tables 162 and 163 are displayed on the page. Comparison of ranks. Distribution of officers by ranks are shown in Table 164. The data is summarized by grades appearing in Figure 24. Table 165 shows the medians of the various ranks by totals and by camps. Table 167 gives means and standard deviations of the different ranks. Table 168, supplementing Table 167, indicates the probable variability of observed differences between means by expressing these in terms of probable errors of the differences. The various forms of data here presented all indicate the same facts regarding differences between ranks. It should be noted, however, that comparisons of ranks is more or less influenced by differences between branches, since certain branches have much larger proportions in certain ranks than in others. For example, the Medical Corps has no representation among second lieutenants, whereas it contributes considerable numbers to the group of first lieutenants. It is to be expected, therefore, that the standing of first lieutenants as compared with that of second lieutenants should be influenced by the status of the Medical Corps. See preceding section. To check the influence of this factor, we have figured results for first lieutenants both with and without the medical units. The medical members have not, however, been eliminated from the highest ranks. It is evident from Figure 24 that the differences between ranks are not large, and also that there is not a consistent trend from lower to higher ranks. The slight inferiority of first lieutenants to second lieutenants attracts attention, though this is reduced by the dropping out of medical first lieutenants. Figure 24 is displayed on the page. The main other point of interest in this rough comparison is the fact that the superiority of the ranks of major and higher is evident chiefly in their proportion of distinctly superior men, A grade, and their lack of extremely inferior men. Tables 164, 165, 166, and 167, and 168 are displayed on the following page. Reference to Table 164 shows that these ranks have no men falling below 150 C, whereas the 3 ranks below them contain men of C- grade, and even scattering D cases. It will be noted that data for the highest 2 groups are less reliable than those for the other ranks, owing to the relatively small number of cases. This is especially true for the data summarized by camps. Differences of this sort cannot therefore be stressed. Table 168 indicates the degree of significance to be attached to differences between means of the various ranks. In conjunction with Table 167, this indicates that the second lieutenants are distinguished with a high degree of certainty only from the first lieutenants, appearing as superior to the latter. The slight inferiority of the second lieutenants to their captains, majors, and officers of higher rank does not appear certainly valid. The first lieutenants as a whole show mental rating inferior to that of all other ranks, and the difference is sufficient to be considered valid. Elimination of medical first lieutenants from this group raises the average by a significant amount above the average for the total group of first lieutenants, but not by a sufficient amount to affect the reliability of the differences between these and other groups, except in 2 instances. The ranks of captain, major, and higher ranks fail to be significantly distinguished either from one another or from second lieutenants. The small numbers of cases in the two highest groups are apparently mainly responsible for failure of these ranks to show clear distinctions. From the data at hand, therefore, the only fact which stands out as convincingly evident is that of the relative inferiority of the group of first lieutenants. Further data on officers' training camps, 3rd series. The relationship of candidate officers to officers on the one hand and enlisted men on the other has been discussed in an earlier section, page 511. The main further comparisons of significance concerning themselves with 1. Differences between various stations, and 2. Differences between different types of training groups. Differences between stations. Tables 169 and 170 present data on 22 stations of the 3rd series made up of infantry and artillery units, and also on the Engineer Reserve Officers Training Camp at Lee. For convenience, the stations have been arranged in order of excellence as indicated by median scores in Examination A. Table 169 gives values of the medians, first quartiles and third quartiles. Table 170 shows the percentages in each camp making given grades. The 22 camps have been arbitrarily separated into 11 better and 11 poorer camps to facilitate comparison, although it is evident that steps from one camp to another are very gradual. Differences between the extremes are, however, marked. From Table 169, it appears that the medians range from 299 to 245, a difference of obvious validity. The average median score of the better 11 camps is 283 as compared with 259 for the poorer 11. Figure 25 presents graphically the medians of the various stations. Comparing this figure with Figure 18, we note that the medians of these various camps fill in almost the whole range from that of the officers on the one hand, 296, to that of the tailor surgeons on the other, 232. The highest of the training camp group showing a higher median than the general officer group, but the lowest of the training camps failing to drop to quite the level of the sergeant group. Figure 25 is displayed on the following page. Table 169 is displayed on the following page. Fully as obvious differences are to be noted in Table 170. Percentages of A grades range from 49.7% to 15.3%, and percentages of A and B grades from 79.5% to 46.9%. Figure 25 is displayed on the page. In the 11 better camps as a whole, the percentage of A grades is 38.4%, and that of A and B grades 71.9%, as contrasted with percentages for the 11 poorer camps of 20.9% of A grades and 53.6% of A or B grades. This discrepancy in percentages of high-grade cases is even more important for its bearing on the efficiency of the several training camps than differences in the central tendencies of the groups, since the main requisite is that the training unit contains officer timber in sufficient quantity. A camp containing only 50 to 60% of A and B men, as to the majority of the poorer camps listed above, must have been seriously handicapped in the attempt to select men for commissions, who should measure up to the standard mental ability of the officers already in the army. To what extent the officers commissioned from these training schools reflected the general status of their schools can be stated in the absence of figures regarding elimination from these camps. Table 170 is displayed on the page. Differences between different types of training groups: infantry, artillery, and engineer. The men of the 22 stations were assigned to companies or batteries according as they were training for infantry or artillery. In addition to these camps, the Engineer Reserve Officers Training Camp, established at Lee, but drawing from other camps as well, afforded a very specific type of training. From 17 of the stations, data were so reported that it was possible to make comparisons of artillery and infantry training units with reference to the general mental caliber of the men admitted to training. Table 171 and Figure 26 show the percentages of each of these groups, as well as of the engineer candidate officers making various grades. The order of excellence here shown is 1. Engineer, 2. Artillery, 3. Infantry. The fact of a more rigid selection for the two former groups is generally recognized, for specialized technical training was required for the engineer group, and a considerable amount of mathematics for the artillery. The superiority of the artillery to the infantry candidates appeared for each camp as well as for the summarized data for all 17 camps. Table 171 is displayed on the page. Section 7. Data concerning Negro troops. Examining of Negro troops in any considerable numbers was carried on only at Lee and at Dix. Differences shown in these two camps were sufficiently marked to leave no question regarding their genuineness. At Camp Dix, 1,111 Negro enlisted men of the 349th and the 350th Field Artillery Regiments were examined. Of these, 266 or 23.9% were unable to take Examination A because of illiteracy. Contrasted with the 8.6% of white enlisted men excluded from A at this camp, this percentage in itself is indicative of an important difference between Negro and white troops. The Negro group was made up of men drafted from the same general section of the country as the white troops, New York and New Jersey, so that geographical selection is not responsible for the difference. Table 172 and Figure 27 show the percentage distributions of this group of Negro enlisted men in comparison with the white enlisted men at Dix. The difference is sufficiently striking to require no comment. Comparison of median shows equally marked differences. Median for white enlisted men, Dix, equals 171. Median for Negro enlisted men, Dix, equals 53. In fact, the upper quartile of the Negro group is far below the median for the whites. Only 1.3% of the Negroes made A or B grades, as compared with 19.2% of the whites. Table 172 is displayed on the page, percentage distribution of scores by race, enlisted men. At Camp Lee, 5,774 Negro men, drafted mainly from Virginia and representing 39 companies, were examined. Of these, 3,489 were able to take Examination A, while 2,285, or 40%, were excluded on account of illiteracy. It will be remembered that only 18% of the white drafted men from the same general locality were eliminated on this ground. The proportion of illiteracy, as determined by the Lee standards of segregation, is thus more than twice as great among the Negro recruits as among the white recruits of this region. Percentage distributions of these two groups are shown in Table 172 and Figure 28. It is evident that the Negro group is not only markedly lower mentally than the white, but that the Lee Negro group is much lower than the Dix. This may represent a difference between northern and southern Negro groups, though evidence from additional groups would be necessary to establish this point. The medians, upper quartiles, and percentages making A or B grades show the same striking differences. Table 173 and Figure 29 show in greater detail the percentage distributions of these two groups. It is evident that the impressiveness of the difference is not reduced by the initial elimination for illiteracy, which has removed from consideration so much larger a fraction of the Negro than of the white group. The means of the two groups are shown in Table 174. White enlisted men, 147.6, standard deviation 0.37. Negro enlisted men, 58.3, standard deviation 0.58. It will be noted also that the dispersion of the Negro group, as indicated by the standard deviations, is smaller than that of the white. Figure 27 and Figure 28 are displayed on the following pages. Figure 29 is displayed on the following page. Table 173 and 174 are displayed on the following page. An interesting attempt was made at Lee to further distinguish within the Negro group on the basis of skin color. 2 battalions were classified as lighter or darker on the basis of offhand inspection. The median score of the darker group in Examination A was 40, that of the lighter group 51. 2 other battalions were classified as black, brown, and yellow on the basis of skin color. The median score of the black Negroes in A was 39, that of the yellow was 59, while that of the brown Negroes fell between these values. At Camp Dix, 106 Negro officers of the 349th and the 350th Field Artillery Regiments were also examined. Table 175 presents data for this group in comparison with white officers at Dix. The percentages distributions of these two groups are shown in Figure 30. A similar comparison of this group of Negro officers in comparison with Negro enlisted men at Dix is shown in Figure 31. Again, the Negro group appears markedly inferior to the white, though it is also true that the Negro officer group shows a marked superiority to the Negro enlisted men. Table 174 is displayed on the page. Figure 30 and Figure 31 are displayed on the following page. End of section 24. Section 25 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 15. Additional Statistics on Examination A. A certain amount of statistical data in addition to that discussed in connection with the account of the revision of Examination A was received as a result both of camp studies and of special investigations with other groups. The more important of these data are presented here for purposes of reference. Section 1. Distribution of scores for the separate tests of Examination A. Distribution of scores in the separate tests of Examination A were received for several different types of groups. These are presented herewith without discussion or computation of constants. Raw scores are used in all cases. Since these distributions were sent in from different camps at different times, the grouping of scores for purposes of summary is not always the same. For example, in Test 3, the grouping in one case is 0, 1, 2, 3, etc., while for the others it is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. This introduces a certain amount of awkwardness into the tables. A brief description of the several groups is offered, for its bearing on the interpretation of results. Group 1, Officers, Camp Lee. This group of officers from Camp Lee is probably reasonably representative not only of the officers of Camp Lee, but of the whole group of officers given Examination A. It has been shown elsewhere that the mean score of the Lee officers is practically the same as that for the officers of all four camps. The numbers of cases reported for the various tests varies from 569 to 576. Group 2, Cadet Officers, Camp Dix. This group is made up of 249 men admitted to the 3rd Officers Training Camp at Camp Dix, who had not been given the examination previously as privates. Group 3, Selected Group of Surgeons, Camp Devens. This group of 176 men had been surgeons before their selection for admission to Officers Training Camp. They are distinctly superior to the usual run of surgeons. They are doubtless more nearly representative of the Devens Officers Training Camp groups. Group 4, Enlisted Men, Camp Devens. These 400 cases were selected in such a way that the distribution of their total weighted scores corresponds approximately to the distribution of total weighted scores of all enlisted men who took Examination A at Camp Devens. This implies the usual segregation for illiteracy, which, we have seen, see page 489, eliminated approximately 20% of the cases at this camp. Group 5, Enlisted Men, Camp Dix. These 921 cases constitute the major part of the 333rd Engineers, as made up in the early fall of 1917. This organization was examined very completely. No elimination on the ground of illiteracy was made. This procedure naturally operates to increase greatly the percentages making low scores, as compared with those for the other groups of enlisted men reported. Group 6, Negro Enlisted Men, Camp Lee. The 260 Negroes here reported were from 3 companies. These men were considered typical of all the Negro troops examined at Camp Lee, since their distribution corresponded closely with that of the total group. It may be noted that the Negroes examined at Camp Lee had been found distinctly inferior to those examined at Camp Dix. The distribution of the various groups above described are presented in tables 176 to 185. Tables 176 to Table 185 are displayed on the following pages. Section 2. Norms for Examination A by age, mental age, and school grade. Table 186 gives the distribution of total score on Examination A for 2,543 children enrolled in the grades below the high school. This group includes all the pupils enrolled in grades 3 to 8, besides 2 classes in grade 2, in certain schools of Oakland, Palo Alto, Redwood City, Mayfield, San Jose, and Menlo Park, California. Chiefly Form A was used, which may have given an advantage to this group since Form A has been found to be slightly easier than the other forms. It will be noted that children of the age 13 to 13.9 years, average 13.5, made practically the same median score as was found for literate white men in the first 4 camps. See page 491. In this table, the distribution for the ages above 14 represent unfavorable selection. Table 187 shows the score distributions by school grade for cases in California and Minnesota. It will be noted that the median score of the 7th grade corresponds approximately to the median for literate white men of the first 4 camps. Table 187 gives the age medians for boys and girls separately for each test of Examination A. These medians are based on 1,162 California children from grade 3 to the first year of high school inclusive. For this purpose, we used only schools which were thought to represent average school conditions. The group is further selected in the fact that only pupils were included, both of whose parents were born in the United States. This, as well as the fact that Form A was used, helps to account for the high medians, which are doubtless considerably too high to serve as representative age norms. Table 189 gives a median score for each of the tests Examination A made by school children of different mental ages and the median total score by mental age. They had been tested by the Stanford-Binet scale several months to 2 years before they were given Examination A, and the mental ages at the time Examination A were given were computed by the use of the intelligence quotient. Again, the norms appear higher in the median score for literate soldiers would lead us to expect. Especially is this true above the mental age of 13 years. For the years 9, 10, 11, and 12, the mental age norms correspond closely to the norms for the corresponding chronological ages for the unselected group of 2,543 children. Above 12 years, the mental age medians are higher, agreeing closely with the chronological age medians of the more selected group of the 1,162 children. The reader is left to interpret for himself the fact that the school children of 13 and 14 years, or school children enrolled in the 7th grade, or school children who test at 13 by the Stanford-Binet make about as high a score in Examination A as does the average white recruit. The fact that Form A, which is easier than the other forms, was used in most of the tests of school children is only a partial explanation. The alphabet Stanford-Binet tests of the group of 653 English-speaking recruits, see Chapter 7, support the findings given above as far as mental age is concerned. Table 190 gives medians of beta tests by school grade for 597 white children of Petersburg, Vancouver, and for comparison, medians of the 653 English-speaking men described in Chapter 7. Table 191 shows a relationship of school grade to total weighted beta score for the group of school children shown in Table 190. Tables 186 to Table 191 are displayed on the following pages. Section 3. Correlation of tests of Examination A. For the analysis of Examination A, especially with reference to its revision, use was made of all available material showing the intercorrelations of the separate tests or the correlation of each with the total. In the absence of an external standard for comparison, the value of such data is limited. High correlation of one test with every other, and therefore with the total, would indicate that this test is most like the total in whatever it is that the whole examination measures, and that it is therefore the best single test to use in place of the total. It would not follow, however, that this is the most valuable test in the combination in which it appears. On the other hand, the mere fact of a low correlation of one test with the others, or with the total, is no indication of value unless it is known that the test correlates highly with an outside standard. Tables 192 to 197 present intercorrelations of tests for 2 groups of enlisted men, 1 group of successful cadet officers and 2 groups of college freshmen. In considering these correlations, it should be remembered that the latter 3 groups are highly selected, and therefore have a narrower range of scores than the former 2. This would affect the correlation coefficients. Table 198 shows correlations of separate tests with total weighted scores for several types of groups. The range affects the size of the correlation coefficients. Furthermore, the correlation with total score is partially determined by the weighting already assigned to each test in that total. Tables 192 to Table 198 are displayed on the following pages. Section 4. Practice effects in Examination A.
The problem of the effect of practice in connection with the Army examinations has received little attention. A certain amount of data was available on Examination A, secured for the most part either through chance or in connection with the problem of reliability, but none were obtained on alpha and beta. For the Army situation, the question of practice effect was, in fact, very nearly negligible, since pressure of demands made it imperative that there be the minimum of duplication of work. Occasionally, men received from other camps or transferred within the given camp were re-examined, but this was not a sufficiently usual occurrence to affect the mass results and the comparison of groups. Moreover, the results of the first examination were entered on the man's qualification card and frequently on his service record, and were therefore available. The chief difficulty arose in connection with officers and candidate officers. The former were fairly frequently re-examined on transfer to a new camp. The latter were even more likely to be given a second examination, receiving their first with a group of enlisted men and their second with the officers' training camp group. In both cases, it was possible to obtain the man's first record from his qualification card. It was only a question of taking the time to look this up, which was a fairly time-consuming task. The data presented herewith show that it was a matter of importance that second examination be not used interchangeably for first. The sources of data available on the effect of repetition of Examination A are as follows. Enlisted men, Devons and Dix, cases 190. Third Officers Training Camp, Devons, 331 cases. Third Officers Training Camp, Taylor, 225 cases. Officers, Devons, 202 cases. School Children, Oakland, California, 324 cases. It is not to be expected that these several groups should be given the same results, since data were not obtained under constant conditions. There was variation in the time intervening between examinations, in the forms of Examination A which were used, and in the general intellectual level of the groups examined. Such of the conditions as are known regarding the groups are given for their bearing on interpretation of the results. The group of enlisted men for Devons and Dix was re-examined as part of an investigation undertaken in response to instructions issued October 13, 1917. These instructions specified that the two examinations be given on succeeding days, that Forms A and C be the two forms used, that the A precede C for half the group and follow for the other half. This procedure would obviously tend to neutralize the effect of differences in difficulty of the forms. The group showed a wide distribution over the whole scale, the mean falling toward the lower limit of grade C. In case of the two officers' training camps, the re-examination was incidental to the examination of candidate officer groups. The case here considered had been examined previously in the general camp survey. The periods intervening between the two examinations were therefore variable, ranging for the most part from 1 to 3 months. Both groups of highly selected, their mean falling in grade B, and the distributions covering a range from C to A inclusive, with a few scattering cases in C-. For the Taylor group, no information is given concerning forms used. With the Devons group, all 5 forms had been used for the first examination, but Form C was used exclusively in the second. The following data show the mean gain in score, summarized with reference to form used in first examination. A small table is displayed on the page. These data indicate that the amount of gain is influenced to an appreciable degree by the form used. Taking the above figures at their face value, the indications are that Forms A and B are easier than Forms D and E. The case of Form C is ambiguous because of repetition of the identical form of examination. In any case, figures based on such small numbers of cases should not be stressed unduly. Their importance consists especially in the indication of difference in form of examination as an important variable in this connection. The Devons officer group consists of cases who were tested in the course of examination of officers as a group, but who had previously taken the examination under varying conditions, largely for the purpose of familiarizing themselves with the methods. The group was even more highly selected than the officers' training camp groups, having its mean in A, and with the distribution rating from C+ to A inclusive, with 4 scattering cases in C. Variable periods had intervened between examinations, for the most part, probably from 1 to 3 months. No information was at hand regarding forms used. The Oakland school children were 4th to 8th grade pupils, and accordingly varied widely in actual age. This makes significant results very uncertain as applied to adults. In the first trial, forms B, C, D, and E were used. In the second trial, form A exclusively. Since present evidence indicates that form A is easier than the other forms used, the degree of gain was probably exaggerated to some extent for this group. Examinations were given on successive days. Cases fell mainly in the lower range of the scale, probably because of the fact that these were not adults, and that the various grades do not retain their usual significance. The range of distribution for the group was from E to C+ inclusive, with the mean falling in C-. Table 199 presents comparative data for the various groups on the two examinations. Table 199 is displayed on the page. All groups show a high percentage of cases who improved their scores on second examination, varying in the different groups from 75% to 91%. The mean gain in score varies from 16.6 for the officer group to 39.4 for the school children. The relatively small amount of gain in the officer group is largely attributed to the higher initial scores of this group. It may be noted that 19.3% of this group actually made lower scores than their first examinations. We have already noted the circumstances with regard to examination forms, which made for somewhat exaggerated gains in case of the group of school children. Owing to the uncertainties connected with this group, which are disregarded in the remaining discussion. The correlation coefficients, Pearson product moment, are given where these have been computed, though the significance of these is more directly related to the problem of reliability than to that of practice effects. Inspection of the scatter tables for the various groups shows that there is not an even gain over the whole range. For the two officers' training camp groups, correlations were computed between score in the first examination and change in score on second examination. The correlation coefficients were both negative. Devon's R equals negative 0.476, Taylor R equals negative 0.38. In other words, there is reduction in gain toward the upper part of the intelligence scale. As a further check on the relationship of position on the scale to amount of gain, we have computed the mean gain for cases making given letter grades on their first examinations. These are given in Table 200. Where the number of cases in any letter grade was very small, the figures have been omitted, and the number of cases indicated in parentheses. Table 200 is displayed on the page. In the light of the facts which we have stated regarding variations in conditions, it would be unprofitable to discuss the detailed differences which appear between the different groups. Several facts, however, stand out rather prominently. 1. The amount of gain does not decrease steadily toward the upper part of the scale, as the correlation coefficients of score in the first examination with gain may have implied. Indeed, the gain is apparently least at the two extremes, but aside from this, reaches its maximum toward the upper end in either the C+ or the B range. 2. There is a distinct drop in gain for the A cases in all groups. 3. The E cases also make very slight mean gain in the one group where such cases appear. It is important also to note the gain by grades, i.e. the percent of E men raising their grades to D, of D to C-, etc. Table 201 shows in summary from the grade changes. Table 201 is displayed on the page. Section 5. Equivalence of Forms, Examination A. On the basis of the original standardization of Examination A, scores on Form B were at all times increased by 13. In the following discussion, Form B scores have always received this addition. There is no suggestion in any data bearing on differences among the 5 forms of Examination A that Form B was thus made relatively too easy. Within a few weeks after examining was begun, the equality of the forms of Examination A was called in question by a report from Camp Lee. The data indicate, it was stated, not only that the E form is more difficult than the others, but also that the forms increase progressively in difficulty from A to E. A letter was accordingly sent to the Chief Psychological Examiner at Camp Devons, Dix, Lee and Taylor, asking that similar data be tabulated and forwarded as promptly as possible. Camp Dix sent the statement that the groups taking each form among the 303 engineers gave evidence of a large variation between forms, Form A being the highest, Form E the lowest, and B, C, and D in between, the latter 3 being of approximately the same difficulty. Although these totals in general are in accordance with the results from other camps, large differences in the performance of those taking Form A and those taking Form E on Tests 2 and 10, tests in which the performance should be quite independent of the contest, would indicate an actual difference in intelligence between the groups. Camp Devon sent distributions for 2 groups, Camp Lee for a second group, and Camp Taylor for 1 group. There is, in addition, a record of the medians and quartiles of a combined group, Nashville, Syracuse, Indiana, and the Mosquito Fleet, from the preliminary summer examining. These are summarized in Tables 202 to 212. Tables 202 to Table 212 are displayed on the page. It would hardly be safe to assert the existence of considerable differences between forms on the basis of the data. It appears, however, that Forms B and E are more difficult than the others, and that Form A is easiest. But when it is remembered that in one of the 4 groups furnishing the final table, the Form E group was characterized on other grounds as poor, and that in another case the same is said of a Form B group, the figures seem inconclusive. The differences in the character of the groups examined all but obscure the differences due to relative difficulty of forms. End of section 25. Section 26 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. National Academy of Sciences, Volume 15, Psychological Examining in the United States Army, Part 3, Measurements of Intelligence in the United States Army. Introduction to Part 3. The preparation of this part of the report was directed by Captain E. G. Boring, who also planned and superintended the statistical analysis of data of examination by means of the Hoyle system, directed in preparation of the manuscript for Part 3, and took an important share of responsibility in preparing the entire manuscript of the report for press. Assistance in the preparation of Part 3 was rendered by Major W. S. Foster, who wrote accounts of segregation and tests of literacy, officers' opinions concerning values of intelligence ratings, and varieties of psychological service, by Captain R. M. Elliott and Lieutenant J. T. Metcalf, who brought together material bearing on the intelligence of the Negro, by Captain D. G. Patterson, who prepared the data on the relation of intelligence to occupation, by Dr. J. W. Bridges, who prepared the accounts of the materials of the performance scale and the abbreviations of the several forms of individual examination, by Miss Cobb, who assembled reports on literacy and schooling and on organization of the camps, by Lieutenant M. A. May, who brought together the information on conscientiousness objectors and on the time element in the alpha examination, and who, with Mr. Brown, was concerned primarily with mathematical aspects of this report, and by Lieutenant E. A. Lincoln, who contributed numerous reports on the differentiation of intelligence ratings with respect to various factors. Further details concerning the responsibility for work on Part 3 will be found in Section 4 of Chapter 1, page 570. It proved utterly impossible for the reasons already indicated in the general introduction to this report to satisfactorily analyze and completely present even the obviously important data resulting from psychological examination of nearly 2 million men in the United States Army. Original records of examination are preserved by the War Department, and it is possible that it may prove feasible at some time to make more thoroughgoing and intensive use of them for scientific purposes. Robert M. Yerkes, Lieutenant Colonel, U.S.R., Washington, D.C., May 15, 1920. End of Section 26. Section 27 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Harvey. Psychological Examining in the United States Army, Part 3, Measurements of Intelligence in the United States Army. Chapter 1, Sampling of Intelligence Records and Mode of Analysis. Section 1, The Principal Sample. In view of the fact that nearly 2 million psychological record cards were returned from the camps of the Office of the Surgeon General, it became necessary for the statistical summary of the results of examining to select a considerable sample for analytical treatment. A sorting of the entire group of cards would have been impossible with the facilities available and would, moreover, have added little to the value of the results.
The entire group is, after all, by no means a random group, but depends upon such chance conditions as the particular camps in which examining was progressing, the draft quotas sent to those camps, and many other minor considerations that affect the numbers of examinations given to different classes of recruits. The problem of selecting a sample is obviously twofold. In the first place, it is necessary to obtain as far as possible a sample that is truly representative of the group under consideration, in this case, the drafted recruits of the United States Army. When the total group is affected by such chance conditions as we have mentioned, the sample must be chosen so as, if possible, to be more representative than the total set of records. The second phase of the problem of sampling is the determination of the number of cases in the sample. With respect to the reliability of results based upon a particular sample, a law of diminishing returns applies, for with equal added increments, less and less increase of reliability is acquired. Mathematically, the precision of data increases only as the square root of the number of cases. The greater the number of cases, the more precise the data and the smaller the differences that can subsequently be made out from it, but gross differences can be reliably based upon a very few cases only. Since the comparisons can be made only subsequently to the selecting of the sample, the safe rule is to choose as large a representative group as is practicable under the circumstances, and to trust that it will prove itself a reliable basis for such conclusions as may later be indicated. Thus it was planned to select a sample of approximately 100,000 recruits as representing white recruits in the draft army, and additional samples for Negroes, officers, and enlisted men of stages of military training more advanced than that of the recruit. The ideal sample of data is the random sample. The selection of a random sample, however, requires, paradoxical as it may seem, great pains and much planning. The psychological record cards received in Washington from the camps came in various sorts of files. Some cards were arranged apparently without rule by companies. Others were alphabetized by companies. Others were in large alphabetical files for total draft quotas, or even in some cases for the total period of examining in the camps. Very often the individual examinations were separated from the other examinations. Sometimes even they were kept in separate files. Occasionally alpha and beta examinations were separate. There was varied practice as to the inclusion of Negro recruits in the same files with the white. The cards unfortunately were not of them dated, so it is not always possible, in the case of separation of files, to find the set of individual examinations that belonged with a given set of group examinations. It is evident that the selection of a representative sample from such data could be done only by the scrutiny of every card and by a careful checking of the numbers of the various types of examinations against such records of these numbers as happened to be available. Very often it occurred that the relative numbers of the different types of examination taken from a file that gave every evidence of being complete would not tally very closely with the corresponding figures in the weekly reports from the camp. In such cases the cards for the sample were taken in the frequencies in which they were found, or in the case of a small sample in the frequencies in which they occurred in a larger group. Such discrepancies are quite possibly to be accounted for by the fact that the weekly reports could never be exactly identified with a group of undated cards. In order to fix certain the conditions of sampling, and to meet in part the difficulties arising from the varying constitution of the groups reported by the different camps, it was decided to separate the principal sample into the four main groups mentioned above, viz., the white draft, representative of the greater part of examining, the Negro draft, the selected group of white officers, and the more or less a selected group of men already established in training in permanent divisional or other military organizations. Hence, in selecting cards, attention had always to be paid to the group in which the card belonged, although fortunately in many camps separate files had been kept for these four divisions. The principal sample for the white draft, as well as that for the Negro draft, is intended to provide a group that shall be representative of the draft from the country at large. Since it was necessary to select particular camps from which the cards should be drawn, and since these camps had a somewhat abnormal geographical distribution, which was in turn cut across by some unusual assignments of draft quotas, it was decided to pull from the records a large number of cards in accordance with the state from which the men had been drafted. From May to August 1918, psychological examiners had been instructed to place on the back of every psychological record card the hometown and state of the recruit, and it was in accordance with these entries that the geographical selection by state was made. The discontinuance of the rule for entering the recruit's residence necessitated the selection of all cards in the geographical groups from the period of examining prior to the middle of August 1918. In other groups, the cards may, and frequently do, come from later periods. It was not possible to select all the cards in the same period of time, because in some cases sufficient numbers were not available. The general rule for selection of records from the files in the case of an alphabetical arrangement was to pull cards from different parts of the alphabet, most usually by taking an equal number from the front of every file box. A file box contains about 2,000 cards. After the requisite number of cards had been obtained in a particular case, the numbers taking examination alpha only, examination beta only, alpha or beta together, and any form of individual examination we counted separately and compared with such statistical or general data as were available for that camp. For example, a failure to find alpha-beta records should have meant that the camp at some time or other was unable to recall men from alpha to beta. Absence of records of individual examination most frequently meant that the cards had been filed elsewhere. In such a case, the additional file was located. Cards of the same group were isolated when feasible, and a sufficient number of individual records added to the group already pulled to make a fair sample. The number of individual records was determined either by the weekly reports from the camps or when the total group could be isolated both for group examinations and individual examinations, by estimating the number of cards in each part and prorating. When this course was necessary, small batches of cards were counted by hand. Large batches were counted by placing the cards under compression and measuring. There are almost exactly 100 cards to the half-inch. When discrepancies between actual findings in the files and office records were great, an effort was made to secure other samples and thus avoid the possibility of error. For example, the records for Camp Sherman were abandoned entirely in the case of draft quotas because no individual examinations could be found to go with the group examinations. On the other hand, it was necessary in some cases to admit cards from complete alphabetical files in which the percentage of individual examinations varied considerably from the average reported from the camp. The errors arising from such discrepancies are probably not great, since the individual examinations are few in comparison with the total group. Errors of this order do exist, however, and must be kept in mind as bearing upon the precision of the data. In counting the cards to make up a single sample, and in determining the relative numbers of the different types of examination, the counts were made rapidly by hand with the aid of rubber fingertips. All the counting and selection of cards was done by a single officer and an assistant. It is no small task that to select 160,000 cards, only rarely can most of the consecutive cards in a file be taken for a single group. Very often it is necessary to leaf over several thousand cards in order to find a bare 50 or 100. Usually every card had to be handled several times, once, say, to make the selection by states written on the back, again perhaps to exclude Negroes or non-commissioned officers or privates who were not recruits, and then finally to make the count of different types of examination. This counting was so time-consuming that it proved impracticable to check the numbers, and many differences between desired totals and the totals actually appearing in the tables of sortings are due undoubtedly to errors in the original selection. These errors are, as a matter of fact, of no serious moment. They are always small because a rough check was exercised by measuring the piles or by placing successive piles of 100 cards alongside of one another and noting an equivalence of height. An additional source of error lies in the uncertainty of the meaning of the state names written on the back of the card. It was intended that this entry as state should represent the state from which the recruit was drafted, but at one camp at least it is known that state of birth was written instead. In some other files, disparity of procedure seemed to exist, for in some cases the state written on the back of the card would differ from the state entered under birthplace on the front of the card, while in the other cases in the same file, the entry on the back of the card would be the name of some foreign country, obviously an entry of nativity and not of residence. It is thought that this error is perhaps also not large when compared with other forced errors of selection that occurred later.
for example, the failure to find any cards at all for Arizona, and but few for Florida. A description of groups is given below in Section 12. A map showing the geographical significance of the various camps at which psychological examining was done is presented herewith. It must be remembered, however, that the camps did not draw entirely in the draft from adjacent territory, although such had been the original plan. Section 2. Description of groups. The principal sample for Hollerith analysis was divided, as indicated above, into 8 main groups. The description of these groups follows. Group 1. White draft, prorated by states. This group is intended to represent the draft of the United States at large. It was selected from 15 camps which were, with one exception, the National Army camps which examining was firmly established at an early date and to which the greater part of the draft was assigned. The camps are Custer, Devens, Dix, Dodge, Funston, Gordon, Grant, Lee, Lewis, Meade, Pike, Taylor, Travis, Upton, and Wadsworth. The camps in themselves show a wide geographical scatter, and it was thought at first that this distribution would render a sample, selected with equal increments from every one of the camps, representative of the country. It was found, however, that there were many of unexpected assignments, e.g. Camp Wadsworth and mostly Pennsylvania men, which would leave some section of the country totally unrepresented and some other section unduly weighted. For this reason, it was decided to prorate in proportion in the male population of the states as given in the census of 1910. Inspection of the records indicated that it might be difficult or impossible to obtain a sample on this method of selection, that it was larger than 40,000 or 50,000 cards. Displayed on the following page is a map showing locations at which psychological examination was conducted. Permanent stations, permanent examining staff assigned, temporary stations, temporary assignment of examiners for special examinations. Table 1 is displayed on the following page. Group 1, white draft, prorated by states. Accordingly, the ratio of 1 recruit per 1,000 white male population was determined upon as the basis. It was not possible to provide for any scattering of cards within a particular state, except in the case of the few larger states. New York State, for example, was divided into New York City, Lackawanna County, the industrial region of Buffalo, and the remainder of the state, and cards were pulled proportionally for these 3 sections. Table 1 is an analysis of Group 1. The total numbers for Group 1 are shown in the 3rd column from the right, the prorated numbers in the 2nd column from the right. It will be noted that the discrepancies between the 2 columns are in most cases not great. They are probably due to errors in counting, vide supra, and in some cases to an accidental inclusion of alternate cards that had been saved for emergencies. The large shortages in the case of Arizona, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Virginia are due to a failure to find cards in sufficient quantity in the files. This failure does not mean that men from these states were not examined, but merely that their home states were not recorded on the back of their cards, either because of some mistake in camp procedure or because they were examined after the discontinuance of the rule for entering the address. At Camp Lee, the home state was never entered on the cards of the beta examination. Hence, it was necessary to select the Virginia group, since it could not be obtained from another camp, from companies that were obviously made up entirely of Virginian men. Only a small part of the files was arranged by companies, hence the total samples too small. Group 2, white draft, additional by states. It was intended at the time the plan for analysis was made to make a comparison of states with respect to intelligence. Examination of these figures of Table 1 shows that the samples for separate states in Group 1 would be in many cases inadequate as a basis for comparison. It may be assumed that New York State would be fairly sampled by 4,511 cards, or that California might be represented by its 1,233 cards, but it would obviously be unfair to conclude his statements of the intelligence of the main draft on the basis of only 376 cards, or the Wyoming draft on the basis of 87 cards. The intention in Group 2 was therefore to select sufficient additional cards for every state, so that the total number of cards in Groups 1 and 2 for the state should not be less than 1,000. Table 2 gives an analysis of Group 2, and the last column of Table 1 gives the totals for Groups 1 and 2 together. From this column it will be seen that cards proved not to be available in sufficient numbers for Arizona, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, Virginia, and Wyoming. Table 2 is displayed on the page. Group 2, White Draft, additional by state. Group 3, White Draft, additional by camps. Groups 1 and 2 provide a sampling of the White Draft of about 56,000 cards. The initial intention of the plan of analysis was to make the sample of the White Draft approximately 100,000. It is plain that it would not be possible to have drawn a larger sample. Prorating by geographical distribution for certain states have already fallen short of the desired quota. Group 3 is an additional group, chosen without respect to state, principally for the sake of obtaining larger numbers. It brings the total for the White Draft not far short of 100,000, 96,354. Subsequent investigation has shown that the distribution of scores in Group 3 is not very different from the distribution in Group 1. Accordingly, it appears a posteriori that Groups 1, 2, and 3 do actually constitute a fairly representative sample of the White Draft, and one that has the advantage of including a large number of cases. In order to make Group 3 as representative as possible, the group was selected by approximately equal increments from the 15 camps listed in the description of Group 1. These increments were intended to approximate 2,500 each. The counting was done roughly, and in some cases considerably more than 2,500 cards were pulled. An analysis of the group is shown in Table 3. Table 3 is displayed on the page. Group 3, White Draft, additional by camps. It seemed best to keep data upon Negro recruits entirely separate from data upon white recruits throughout this report. This procedure is partially a matter of convenience, since the separation of the men in the Army most usually is reflected by a separation of the records in the files, but the striking differences in intelligence ratings that occur between Negro and white groups also indicates that a combination of the two types would simply serve to obscure the fundamental and vital differences. Group 4, Negro Draft prorated by states. This group represents the Negro Draft at large. It is comparable to Group 1 for whites and was selected in the same manner. It seemed desirable to have a total group of approximately 20,000, hence the prorating was made on the basis of one Negro recruit to every 250 Negro males, according to the census of 1910. Table 4 gives the analysis. It will be noted that there are shortages in the cases of Alabama and Mississippi, that were not sufficient cards marked with the state for these two groups. Group 4 appears overdrawn in a number of cases. These surplus cases are due to an error by which extra cards reserved for emergencies were by accident included with the main group. The error was not discovered until after the Hollerith sortings had been made. Table 4 is displayed on the page. Group 4, Negro Draft, prorated by states. Group 5, Negro Draft additional for northern states. Reports on the camps have indicated a very great difference in the records of northern and southern Negroes. Accordingly, it seemed desirable to provide for a comparison between Negroes from the north and from the south. A typical group for the south can readily be made up by the selection of certain southern states from Group 4. A number of Hollerith tables intended to represent the South were prepared, using the Negro recruits from Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Mississippi. The number of Negroes from northern states in Group 4 is, however, too small to provide a sufficiently large sample. Group 5 was chosen to represent the Negro of the North, and selections were made from the typically northern states in which the Negro population is great, namely Illinois, Indiana, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. In the absence of a better principle, it seemed desirable to choose Negro recruits on a pro rata basis from the states, and the ratio of one recruit for 50 Negro males was chosen. Due to the absence of records of individual examinations from Camp Sherman, it was not possible, however, to find records for Negroes from Ohio and for Indiana and Pennsylvania. The numbers also fell short. For this reason, extra cards were included in the samples from New York, New Jersey, and Illinois. Table 5 gives an analysis of Group 5. Table 5 is displayed on the page. Group 5, Negro Draft, additional for northern states.
Group 6. White officers. It was the original intention in selecting officers for Group 6 to take them in numbers proportional to their occurrence in each arm of the service in a typical divisional organization. The number of officers were noted from tables of organization for August 1918, and selections were made to approximate these numbers for infantry, field artillery, engineers, field single battalions, machine gun battalions, and the medical department. These proportional figures give, however, groups that are too small in the case of the field signal battalions and the machine gun battalions. Accordingly, the field signal battalion group was made as large as possible, 390, and the machine gun battalion group was increased to 500. The medical department was subsequently enlarged because of the availability of records from this department, and in order that sorting might be made separately for medical corps, dental corps, veterinary corps, and sanitary corps. A group from the quartermaster corps was added, and a small group of chaplains and members of the School for Chaplains was appended still later. An analysis of Group 6 is given in Table 6. Table 6 is displayed on the page. It was originally intended to select officers of the different arms of service equally from different camps in order that the differences in camp procedure might not produce fictitious differences between groups of officers. This procedure proved impossible because of the small numbers of records available in many cases. Records had to be used wherever they could be found. Since all these records are based upon examination alpha, it is probable that the camp procedure makes ultimately little difference. The greatest differences between camps occurred with beta and individual examinations. Table 6 gives accounts for the various groups as made initially by hand. There are slight discrepancies with the results of the Hollerith sortings, which sometimes exceed and sometimes fall short of the totals of Table 6. The officer groups were, however, not sorted by camps on the Hollerith machines, and no other such data are therefore available. The discrepancies are small, and the columns of the table serve thus to give an approximate knowledge of the constitution of each group. It was initially planned to select a group of Negro officers, Group 7. This group was omitted because it was found that there was only a few hundred cards available. Group 8. White established organizations. This group was selected to provide comparison between various arms of the service. In it, records of men in the various military organizations of divisions and camps were taken in large enough numbers to permit the intercomparison. According to an original plan, it was intended to select at least 1,000 cards for every group, and to take this 1,000 in 4 packs of 250 from each of the same 4 camps where a division had been in training. This plan proved, however, largely impractical. In some cases, not so large groups could be found, and in most cases it was necessary to go to different camps for different arms and to more than 4 camps. An attempt was made, however, to keep a certain amount of balance by offsetting a selection from a camp in which the scores were known to run high by an additional selection from a camp where the men were inferior. The ultimate inclusion of additional camps made it possible to increase the size of the main infantry group, rifle companies, and the main artillery group, batteries. The two organizations, a comparison of which is especially interesting. 2,000 cards were pulled for each of these groups. Table 7 gives the analysis of Group 8. The separation is in accordance with divisional tables of organization. Infantry into rifle companies, machine gun companies, supply companies, and headquarters companies. Field artillery into batteries, trench mortar batteries, supply companies, and headquarters companies. The letter companies of the engineers, the field single battalions, and the machine gun battalions. The trains into divisional military police, ammunition trains, supply trains, the ambulance companies of the sanitary train, and the field hospitals of the sanitary train, and the medical organizations into the medical detachments to be found with line organizations. In addition to these organizations were added base hospitals trained for overseas, base hospitals organized in camps in the United States, nurses and officers training camp group of 2,000, and a development battalion group of 2,000. Table 7 is displayed on the page. In order that no group should be too much affected by local conditions of examining, it was made a rule that not over 250 cards should be taken in any one group from any one camp. The only exception to this rule is a case of development battalions and the officers' training camps, where single batches of 500 cards were taken together. Under this rule, it was not possible always to obtain a sample so large as 1,000. All the groups in the trains fall more or less short of 1,000, 606 to 904. Only 421 nurses were found among the files, and the trench mortar batteries furnished only 426 cases. It should be noted that the figures of Table 7, like those of Table 6, are the counts made by hand. In a number of instances, the sortings from the Hollerith program disagree. These discrepancies are ordinarily due to errors of counting. In the case of the engineers, they are due to a subsequent elimination of men in the engineers' train, which were included in the original counts. A large discrepancy in the case of the supply trains is similarly due to an elimination during the Hollerith sorting of certain Quartermaster Corps men who do not properly belong to the supply train. The figures of Table 7 are intended merely to show the extent to which each group is dependent upon the particular conditions obtaining in separate camps. Group 8, in comparison of military organizations, provides the only data available in the principal sample of the comparative ratings of non-commissioned officers and privates, since no non-commissioned officers were included among the recruits of Groups 1 to 3. It also gives an opportunity for a comparison of established organizations with the draft. Presumably, the building up of an organization exercises certain selective factors which should be reflected in the intelligence ratings of the organizations when established. A group of Negro established organizations, Group 9, originally contemplated, was abandoned because of the lack of record cards. Group 10, Special Experimental Group. For the sake of special statistical work, a group of 1,047 white English-speaking recruits was brought together from 9 camps. This group was obtained by a request sent to the camps in June 1918, asking that unselected groups of the white draft be given both Examination Alpha and Examination Beta, and when possible the Stanford-Binet examination. The request was sent to 12 camps, and response was received from the 9 listed in Table 8. The records returned from the camps were gone over, and all cards of men not born in English-speaking countries were eliminated. It was thought that this procedure rendered the adequacy of the beta examination unquestionable, since it was not certain at that time that foreign-born men were not under a certain handicap, even in beta because of language deficiencies. Table 8 summarizes Group 10. Table 8 is displayed on the page. Group 10, Special Experimental Group. This group is a very important group because upon it most of the analysis of tests and the statistical treatment for the combination of different types of examination has been based. It forms the foundation of the immediately subsequent chapters of this part. QV. Summary. Table 9 gives a summary of all groups. It will be noted that there is available, although a sample of 96,354 records of white recruits, a sample which is fairly representative of the country. For groups 1, 2, and 3 give approximately the same form of distribution. The total of records for Negro recruits is 25,392, of which 5,400 are for Northern Negroes only. The sample for white officers is 15,528, and for white established organizations, 24,205. The approximate total of the principal sample is 162,526. Table 9 is displayed on the page. Summary of principal sampling. Section 3. Hollerith Analysis. Statistical analysis of the principal sample was planned for the Hollerith system of mechanical sorting. In this system, it is necessary that the information to be dealt with be coded in numerical terms and then punched into Hollerith record cards. It was decided to code the following items. See reproduction of Hollerith record card, page 568. Statistical group number for the principal sample, as mentioned above, section 2, camp at which the examination was made, state from which the man was drafted, age, rank, arm of service or whether a recruit, country of nativity in the case of foreign-born men, number of years that foreign-born men have been in the United States, number of years schooling reported, the form of alpha examination, the score on each of the separate tests of the alpha or beta examination, but in the case of men taking both examinations only, the score for alpha, since the record card is not large enough to include both sets. Total raw score in the alpha examination, total raw score of the first 7 tests in the beta examination, the form of the individual examination, i.e. whether performance scale, point scale, or Stanford-Binet scale, the score in individual examination, and finally an index used later in the statistical combination of results of the particular combination of examinations taken by the man, whether alpha alone or alpha with beta or beta with an individual, etc. It should be noted that this arrangement makes available considerable information on the separate tests, information which it has, however, not been possible to utilize very fully. The object of giving the alpha scores in the separate tests in performance to the beta scores when both are available was to provide a complete distribution of performance in alpha. The beta group is already highly selected at the upper end of the segregational procedure for dividing between alpha and beta. Hence, further distortion due to the elimination of cases at the lower end is not a matter for concern. The total scores for alpha and beta are both given when both examinations were taken. The examination scores were coded so as to give the following class intervals. For alpha, 5 points, for beta, 5 points, for performance scale, 5 points. An interval, however, which proved too small and which has therefore been doubled. 19 points in the tables, Stanford-Binet scale, 1/2 year. The principal statistical difficulty encountered in the comparison of the psychological records is the one that occurs when it is desired to compare 2 groups, each of which contains various numbers of records based on the different types of examination. Some theory of combination must be adopted. Alpha, beta, and individual examination need to be expressed in some common system of measurements in order that the comparisons may be simple and brought really within the range of attention. The difficulties of such combination and the mathematical development of a scheme are set forth in Chapter 2. The scheme of this chapter should have been developed prior to the making of the plan of analysis. It would have been highly desirable, for example, if a rating in terms of an ideal common scale could have been placed upon each record selected and coded on the Hollerith card. Unfortunately, however, a shortage of statistical aid not only delayed the completion of the study until after the initiation of the mechanical analysis, but even until after the completion of most of the other studies of this part, which should logically have been based upon the ideal scheme of combination. Failing a common set of terms for the various examinations, it was decided to code the principal sample and to make the Hollerith sortings in such manner that there would be separate tables for each type of examination, and also for the cases where one type of examination overlapped another type. The various items given below in the code for combination of examinations provide for sorting with respect to these various divisions. Rules for coding. The rules for coding are given herewith in part because they explain in detail the general statements made just above, and in part because in the event that these records, now in the Surgeon General's office, should be used for subsequent research, they make plain the details of the information available on the Hollerith cards. Group number was not coded on the psychological record card, but was marked on each package of cards. It was punched, however, on each Hollerith card. Personal information was coded in red ink along the left-hand margin of the upper part of the card in the following order: camp, state, age, rank, arm, nativity, years in United States schooling. An omitted item was indicated by X or XX. The column of raw scores in the separate tests to be punched on the Hollerith card was checked. Raw scores were always used, even when weighted scores were given, in order to place all data upon the same basis. When test 1 of beta was given with the weighted score, it was an indication that the raw score had been assigned on the basis of a perfect score of 10 points. Half the recorded value was in such cases written in so that test 1 might be scored in a manner of the latter rule. Test 8 in beta was never recorded, in order the data might be comparable with the latest procedure for giving beta. When a score for it did occur, it was marked with an X. The code numbers for type of individual examination, total score in individual examination, the combination of examination were entered successively at the lower right-hand corner of the card under Mechanical Test. When any item was missing, illegible, doubtful, or obviously incorrect, and could not therefore be coded, an X for a 2-digit number, XX, was placed in the card in the position in which the code number should have stood. On the following pages, the spreadsheet for the Hollerith code is displayed. The Hollerith card for mechanical sorting is reproduced, slightly diminished in size, herewith in a figure. The information coded on the psychological record cards was transferred to code slips on which the numbers were recorded regularly, one below another. The numbers on the code slips were checked and then punched on the Hollerith card. The procedure is that of punching a hole through the proper number in each column. When an item is coded by a 2-digit number, then the tens place is punched in the first column and the units in the second. The punching was also checked. A diagram of the Hollerith card is displayed on the page. The entire work of coding and sorting was delayed by the lack of adequate clerical and statistical facilities. For coding, 6 clerks were available for a period of 2 months. In this time they coded approximately 160,000 cards, which make up the principal sample. No time was available for checking the entire group. Samples of every clerk's work was taken at various times. Errors were indicated on less than 1% of the cards. Some of these errors were found later when the records was transferred to code slips. If an adequate force of 50 clerks could have been available for 2 weeks, all records could have been done promptly and checked, and work of the analysis could have proceeded without the numerous delays that occurred subsequently. The transfer of the information to code slips, of the punching of cards, the mechanical sorting, and the tabulation of the records was accomplished by the assistance of the actuary of the Bureau of Work Risk Insurance. At one time, over 100 clerks were employed on the work. Had it not been for gratuitous assistance from outside the War Department, it would not be possible to put forth the present tables. Sorting. It would have been desirable to prepare Hollerith tables with respect to every pair of relevant variables, both for every one of the combinations of examination, see code, separately and for every kind of score. For example, in a comparison of schooling with intelligence, it would be desirable to prepare scatter tables of schooling against the alpha scores of men who took alpha only, against the beta scores of men who took beta only, against the alpha scores of men who took alpha and beta together, but no individual examination, and against the beta scores of men who took alpha and beta together. When the 3 types of individual examination are added to such a scheme, we find, however, that 28 tables are necessary for every comparison, for we need to have the alpha scores of men who took alpha, beta, and performance, and the beta scores of men who took alpha, beta, and performance, and the performance scores of men who took alpha, beta, and performance, and the alpha scores of men who took alpha, beta, and point scale, and so on. To multiply the number of desired comparisons by 28 is, however, impracticable. Accordingly, the number of tables for every comparison had in the mechanical sorting to be reduced to 7, as follows. 1. Alpha scores of alpha only. 2. Beta scores of beta only. 3. Alpha scores of alpha beta only. 4. Beta scores of alpha beta only. 5. Performance scale scores of all men who took the performance scale, whether with alpha or beta or without. 6. Point scale scores of all men who took point scale, whether with alpha or beta or without. 7. Stanford-Binet mental ages of all men who took the Stanford-Binet examination, whether with alpha or beta or without. Ideally, it would also be desirable to have available in the treatment of these data separate tables for every camp. The results are always a function of camp procedure, and frequently it is impossible to tell whether we are dealing with a real difference or with an artifact that grows out of differences between camps which contribute, it may be, unequally to 2 different samples. In almost no case, however, are less than 15 camps involved, and in many cases the number of camps is over 20. To multiply the desired number of comparisons by 15 is just as impractical with the available facilities for analysis as it would have been to have increased the comparisons for all the various combinations of examination. Accordingly, it has been necessary to be satisfied with sorting various main divisions of the principal sample by camps, and to trust that the sampling has so far distributed the camps as to render camp differences ineffective in the particular comparisons. It may be noted in this connection that an early plan for sorting in which the minimum number of divisions by combination of examination were made, and in which it was planned to sort separately for camps in all the more important sortings, called for the preparation of nearly 2,000 tables. by considerable pruning, and in particular by giving up the separation by camps. This number was finally reduced to 255 tables. After the sorting had begun, it was necessary to reduce the number of tables still further to 180 in order to keep the work within reasonable time. Even with this reduced, 6 holorith sorting machines and 4 holorith tabulators were kept busy for the greater part of 3 weeks in making the sortings. Section 4. Presentation of Data. A word upon the history of the preparation of Part 3 will make understandable both certain omissions from the part and also some failures of coordination between naturally related chapters. Work upon the main statistical analysis of psychological examining was begun in December 1918 under the direction of Major Yerkes and the immediate supervision of Captain Boring. Plans for holorith analysis and the tentative lists of sorting referred to above were made and finally approved. Considerable difficulty was experienced, however, in obtaining authority for clerical help to undertake the coding. Finally, after numerous delays, 6 clerks were secured early in January 1919, and the work of the selection of cards and of coding progressed. Captain Boring and the assistant made the selections from the files and counted the cards. Incidentally, at the same time, they unpacked the boxes from the camps and put these cards in files. The 6 clerks continued the coding until March 15, when the coding was completed. During this period, occasional samples of the coders' work were checked. It was obviously impossible to check the entire task with such insufficient clerical help. Complete checking would have required a month to 6 weeks longer. The transfer of the coded information from the psychological record cards to code slips was made unexpectedly necessary by the system in use where the holorith sorting was done. It had not been foreseen from the first that this sorting could not be done by the statistical division of the Surgeon General's office, and when it was found necessary later to accept the courtesy of the actuary or the Bureau of War Risk Insurance, it proved necessary to have the records in simpler form for the use of his punch operators. The transfer of all this information to code slips and its entire checking was accomplished by about 150 clerks in 10 days' time. Thereafter the cards went to the punch operators, and early in April, sorting of the holorith machines was begun. For this purpose, the actuary at the Bureau of War Risk Insurance made available 6 sorting machines and 4 tabulating machines, together with their operators. An officer of the section of psychology was placed in charge. The tables were completed by the beginning of May, after approximately 3 weeks of sorting. Had the preparation of Part 3 been delayed until the completion of these tables, no work for the part could have been undertaken until May. Since the discontinuance of both commissioned and clerical personnel was promised for July 1st, such a procedure would have been disastrous to the completion of Part 3. The difficulty was avoided, though only in a small part, by deciding on the program for Part 3, having authors begin their work where possible prior to the completion of the holorith sorting. It was foreseen that a scheme for the combination of examinations alpha and beta in particular, and of the individual examinations with alpha and beta would be necessary in any such detailed comparison of groups as this part contemplated. Considerable doubt occurred in the early stages of the work as to the proper mode of combination. For example, the question arose whether regressions of beta and individual examinations upon alpha should be used, or regressions upon beta, or whether the examination should be made equivalent by equating scores corresponding to equal percentile points, or whether some other procedure should be adopted. The fact that the distributions for these examinations are presumably not normal distributions, that correlations between them are not linear, and that in general the examination scales are not made up throughout of equivalent units, cast doubt upon the validity of any very accurate application of the ordinary theory of probabilities and of correlation to these data. Accordingly, Mr. Brown and Lieutenant May prepared early in February a memorandum presenting a plan of combination of examinations alpha and beta, the plan which is worked out in Chapter 2 of Part 3. This plan was adopted with the intention of completing the scheme of analysis before any work upon the holorith sortings was undertaken. The cards of Group X were to be used as a statistical basis, and the 136 correlation tables between the 8 tests of alpha and the 7 tests of beta were prepared by officers of the staff of the section of psychology during 2 weeks in February, when they permitted the use of the holorith machines in the Surgeon General's office during evening. Statistical work on the scheme of combination began late in February, and it was hoped that it might be completed by the time that the Hollerith sortings were ready for use. The task, however, proved to be very much greater than had been at first supposed, and the scheme was not completed until the first few days in June. By this time, most of the manuscript of Part 3 was well underway. It had been necessary to assign June 15 as the final date for all manuscripts. Accordingly, it was not possible to use the scheme widely in the other chapters of Part 3. The scheme is presented in detail because it is, in itself, a valuable contribution to statistical method in the treatment of tests, because it furnishes more light on the nature of the separate tests in the group examinations and of their interrelations than could any other treatment, and because it provides the basis for further research should such opportunity arise. The manuscript of Part 2 was completed with the exception of editing on May 1st. At this time, however, the personnel of the section of psychology was considerably diminished. Throughout the month of May, there were available for work on this report Captain Boring, Lieutenant Lincoln, Lieutenant May, and Mr. Brown. Captain Boring was obliged to give considerable time to the editing of Parts 1 and 2 during May. Miss Cobb and Lieutenant Mearns gave part-time to the report. Since Lieutenant May and Mr. Brown were entirely engaged in statistical work, the writing of all the subsequent chapters, with the exception of a few that had been prepared earlier during the winter, devolved upon 3 psychologists. Clerical help was also diminished on the 1st of May, so that the authors had very little assistance. Sergeant First Class B. M. Oppenheim, who prepared the original drawings for the figures of Parts 2 and 3, was retained as draftsman until July 1st. During the first 2 weeks of June, Lieutenant Metcalf was adopted to the group of authors and Miss Cobb gave full time. This shortage of personnel was responsible for a less thorough treatment of many of the topics that could be desired. The general plan agreed upon to meet the emergency was the printing, with a view to future research, of as much of the original data coming from the Hollerith sortings as possible, and then a more superficial discussion of such principal results as could be arrived at by a simple statistical treatment of the tables. The reader of the chapters of this part will find, in accordance with this plan, that in general chapters which are based upon data from the Hollerith analysis begin with a set of tables from the principal sample. These tables are followed by such discussion as is feasible, and additional tables which are immediately relevant to the discussion. It was planned to print, in every such case, 7 tables of Hollerith sortings, which it is presumed will furnish an adequate basis for any form of statistical treatment that may be desired in the future. The 7 tables are as follows. 1. Alpha scores of men taking examination alpha only. 2. Beta scores of men taking examination beta only or examination beta with examination alpha only. 3. Total scores of all men taking performance examination with or without a group examination. 4. Total score of all men taking point scale examination with or without a group examination. 5. Mental ages of all men taking Stanford-Binet examination with or without a group examination. 6. Alpha scores of all men who took alpha with or without beta and with or without an individual examination. 7. Beta scores of all men who took beta with or without alpha and with or without an individual examination. The first 5 tables are reciprocally exclusive. No single case occurs in more than one table. They can be combined on a scheme of regression that seems desirable, provided the statistician is willing to admit that the beta score of a man recalled from alpha or beta is a preferable measure, and the score in individual examination of a man recalled from either of the group examinations is also preferable to his score in the group examination. The printing on the alpha and beta scores of men taking individual examinations, or of the alpha scores of men taking beta, is prohibited by lack of space. The 6th and 7th tables do, however, give complete distributions for alpha and beta for any one that is interested in an analysis of these examinations alone, and tables 3, 4, and 5 are similarly complete for each of the individual examinations. In some instances, the number of cases falling in some of these 7 fundamental tables is so small as to be negligible. For example, performance scores of Negroes who were practically always given Stanford-Binet. In such cases, the table is omitted. The work of the various members of the staff of the section of psychology has been so closely interrelated, assistance has been so frequently rendered, and authors have so frequently submitted to compromises or to revisions of their work,
that it's not possible to assign either credit or responsibility for the chapters of this part with any degree of accuracy. The Hollerith analysis was under the immediate supervision of Captain Boring, who has also prepared this chapter and exercised with Major Yerkes' editorial supervision over Part 3. Chapter 2 presents in the main the statistical work of Mr. Brown and Lieutenant May, which has already been referred to. The data on forms of alpha were prepared by Miss Cobb. The section of psychology is indebted to Professor Carl Pearson of the University College, London, for considerable statistical work on the regression curves of alpha and beta, which are also presented in these chapters. Unfortunately, these curves were received at a time which rendered their full utilization in the general scheme of treatment difficult. It is rather important that camps should be compared one with another, since, of Tables 6 and 7 the relevant discussion, camp differences may readily be reflected in differences between other groups, and lead to erroneous interpretations. This comparison, however, involves the application of the scheme of combination, which was completed too late for use. Lieutenant Lincoln has made the comparison, however, upon a more superficial basis. The original section of Group 2 was made with the intention of determining intelligence averages for the various states. It was found on a comparison of the returns from different camps, however, that differences between camps were very great indeed. Since a single state was for the most part selected from a single camp, it is practically impossible to isolate differences between states from camp differences. It may be that a detailed study would reflect certain states examined in like camps and therefore comparable. The results are important, and since the pressure of time would render anything but a most inadequate treatment impossible, it has seemed better to omit statistical treatment altogether rather than to run the risk of factitious conclusions. The same argument applies, to a less extent, to differences in nativity of foreign-born recruits. Lieutenant Lincoln has, however, found time to deal with this subject briefly. The data on the relation of intelligence ratings to age were brought together by Lieutenant Lincoln, those on the relation to physical factors by Dr. Hayes. Miss Cobb has prepared the chapters on literacy, schooling, and the relation to the number of years that foreign-born recruits have been in the United States. Captain Elliot began the study of the intelligence of the negro, which was completed by Lieutenant Metcalf. Lieutenant Lincoln has dealt with the problems of the rank of officers, with the officers' training camps, non-commissioned officer schools, and the Students' Army Training Corps, and in general with disciplinary cases. Major Foster prepared the chapter on arms of the service. The chapter on the relation of intelligence rating to occupation was begun by Dr. Bridges and completed by Captain Patterson. The description of general intelligence of the draft and its relation to discharge or rejection from the Army has been made jointly in the office on the basis of data brought together by Miss Cobb. End of section 27. Section 28 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. A General Method of Statistical Interpretation of the Principal Sample. Section 1. Statistical Interpretation. The plan to tabulate on a large scale the data of intelligence examinations obtained in the Army required, as its complement, an adequate method of interpretation. An ideal method would eliminate irrelevant factors, such as differences in the technique of examination, and permit direct comparison of the subgroups of the tabulated sample with respect to the intellectual ability that is measurable by the Army tests. The problem of interpretation, stated in its simplest terms, is to combine the results of the several different methods of testing intelligence, i.e. different kinds of examinations, in such a way as to permit the calculation of the more important statistical constants by means of which the quantitative aspects of groups are ordinarily described. Otherwise stated, we require for a given group, part of which has been examined by alpha, part by beta, and part by individual examination, measures of central tendency and variability, which shall be independent of the proportions of the group tested by each of these examinations. For only thus can we directly compare the given group with another group, which, for reasons wholly irrelevant to the distribution of intelligence within itself, may be composed of alpha, beta, and individual cases in very different proportions. At the outset we must set up a certain limitation, and we must establish some terms. We are not concerned with the question of the relation of literacy to intelligence when we
deal with scores in the two group examinations, alpha and beta. For if the final statistical constants can be freed from the effect of differences in the examination technique, they will also be freed from the literacy factors to the extent that these are independent of intelligence. The terms illiteracy and intelligence are in this connection used in the sense in which they are defined by alpha and beta. Illiteracy is to be understood in this chapter as meaning nothing but the inability to read well enough to earn a score in the alpha consistent with whatever score in beta the illiterate individual may be capable of earning. What is meant by constant with will appear later in this chapter. By intelligence we mean the ability to manifest itself quantitatively in a set of consistent scores in all of the types of examination upon which our data are based. The problem of combining the data obtained with the different examinations demands a discovery of some sort of common denominator. Our definition of intelligence immediately suggests the nature of the most probably valid common denominator, viz. A composite scale formed by pooling the alpha, beta, and individual examinations. Thus, if an individual has actually taken all the different examinations, we consider his best rating to be given by the sum of all his scores. Lacking an outside criterion of intelligence, we are unable to determine the relative weights to be assigned to scores in the different types of tests, and we therefore adopt the simplest policy, that of adding them together unweighted. As a matter of fact, however, almost no individual is given all forms of examination, except in the case of a small special group, Group X, described in this volume, Chapter 1, Section 2. Therefore, in order to rate all individuals on a scale which is based upon all examinations, it will be necessary in most cases to calculate from the earned score in some one examination probable scores in the remaining examinations and add these calculated scores to the earned scores. Such procedure would require all the possible regression equations connecting the different variables, scores in different examinations, and would be a simple treatment of the data, or not, according to the degree of difficulty experienced in obtaining satisfactory regression equations. As a matter of fact, the relationship between alpha and total scores and beta total scores, treated as simple variables, is of such nature that it is very doubtful if good regression equations can be obtained. Professor Carl Pearson has very kindly attempted this problem. Using contingency tables for total scores only, he has obtained the equations and curves shown in figures 1 and 2. His material included, besides the data of the special experimental Group X, data from a more highly selected group of 1,102 infantrymen from Camp Meade. The equation for the regression of beta on alpha gives very good results, both as a fit to the observation points and, as nearly as can be judged, as an extrapolation curve. But Professor Pearson, however, points out an important difficulty in dealing with the other regression, that of alpha and beta. He considers, with excellent grounds as will appear later, it unsafe to calculate mean alpha scores for beta arrays below 50 points. Table 154. The cubic equation fitted to the arrays above 50 turns out to be impossible as an extrapolation curve, while the straight line serves as practically as well within the range for which the cubic is satisfactory, and probably gives good results in extrapolation. Using this straight line for extrapolation, we find an alpha score of about 71 for a beta score of 0. Unfortunately, Professor Pearson was not provided with distributions and contingency tables for scores in the component tests of alpha and beta, an answer which shows clearly the nature of the relationship between alpha and beta total scores, and suggests a method of avoiding some of the difficulties met in treating total scores as sample variables. From Group X of the principal sample, contingency tables for all pairs of variables, i.e. 8 alpha tests, 7 beta tests, Stanford Binet mental age ratings, and each of these with total alpha score and total beta score have been obtained. Of these tables, those showing contingency of each beta test with Stanford Binet mental age, and of total beta score with Stanford Binet mental age are shown in Part 2, Chapter 7, Table 52. The other contingency tables are printed herewith as Tables 10 to 154. The distribution of scores in each test and examination is shown by the histograms of figures 3, 4, and 5. On the following pages, tables 10 to table 154 are displayed. In the first place, it is evident from study of score distributions of each of the alpha and beta tests that they are not coextensive as regards range of ability measured. The alpha examination itself is not a homogeneous scale, but a composite of 8 short scales, each much more nearly homogeneous than the composite total alpha. Alpha must be treated as a composite for 2 reasons. 1. Certain of its component tests are very much more difficult than others, so that examinees of less than average intelligence do not in general register their ability in all of the tests. 2. Owing to the fact that the total time allowed for the alpha examination is rigidly apportioned among the 8 tests, since all subjects begin and stop each test according to a fixed schedule. The collection of the 8 tests into an examination is mainly a matter of administrative convenience, with relatively little implication of quantitative or qualitative equivalence. It follows from what has just been stated that subjects who are able to score in all of the alpha tests obtain total scores that are not comparable with total scores earned by individuals who failed in some of the tests. The reason for this difference is that in obtaining an individual's total score by adding together the scores in each test, scores of 0 are treated arithmetically the same as other scores. There are psychological reasons, however, why 0 as a score cannot be regarded as a point on a linear scale, although other scores can be so regarded. This distinction between the mathematical 0 and psychological 0 is an important one, for failure to recognize it as a serious pitfall in the statistical analysis of psychological data. 0 as a test score means some unmeasured amount of ability that is less than the amount required to earn a score of 1 point. Thus, if a high degree of ability is necessary to earn a score of 1 point in a certain test, it is obvious that the range of ability covered by the 0 score is a very wide one, although the ranges corresponding to scores of 1 point, 2 point, etc. may be very short. A score of 0, therefore, does not mean no ability at all. It does not mean the point of discontinuance of the thing measured. It means the point of discontinuance of the instrument of measurement, the test. 0 is the arbitrary origin of the measuring scale, corresponding in some tests to much higher grades of ability than in others. Above 0 we count in positive numbers, and below it we should count in negative numbers. Why in practice the range of negative scores is not used is the necessary consequence of the methods of testing intelligence, but this limitation constitutes no obstacle to the use of negative scores in statistical analysis of test data. The fact that 0 points are disposed at different levels of intelligence for different tests would be of no consequence if negative scores could be registered. But since they cannot be, the individual who fails to earn a positive score and is marked 0 is actually thereby given a bonus varying in value directly with his stupidity. Since in alpha the 0 points in most of the tests are relatively high in the scale of intelligence, many individuals of low intelligence would obtain negative total scores if their intelligence could betray itself in appropriate negative scores in each of the component tests. As it actually works out, these low-grade individuals are improperly piled up in the total score distribution above the 0 point. Thus the skewness, or better piling up of cases in the lower class intervals of the alpha total score distribution is accounted for. The situation is somewhat different with beta total scores. Here certain tests, besides being limited at the lower end of the scale, are also limited at the top, so that high-grade individuals do not have the opportunity to earn all that they are capable of earning. The beta tests were primarily designed to measure low-grade intelligence, and they are, for the most part, inadequate measures of high-grade intelligence. The piling up of cases in terminal class intervals, which we interpret as indicative of limitations of range, is predominantly at the upper end of 3 of the 7 beta tests, with the resulting negative skewness of the total score distribution. The peculiarities of the components of the alpha and beta examinations also account for the very marked skewness or regression of either variable on the other. That is apparent from the form of the regression curves calculated by Professor Pearson. To be satisfactory, a regression equation for alpha or beta, and vice versa, must be serviceable for extrapolation. This requirement is not consistent with the fact that regression parabolae commonly do not give admissible results as extrapolation formula. On the other hand, a linear regression equation, if satisfactorily descriptive of observation, may generally be trusted to give good extrapolation results for short distances, at least beyond the ends on the range of observation. Thus, when the regression cubic for alpha on beta, figure 1, fails completely as an extrapolation formula, Professor Pearson considers a straight line as quite satisfactory, even at rather great distances from the last observation point to which the line is fitted. Since the skew relationship between alpha and beta total scores can be traced to the varying limitations of range of the separate alpha and beta tests, the problem of combination of tests can be dealt with most directly by starting from the interrelations of the separate tests, provided these form a linear system within the portions of the total range of intelligence common to the test taken in all possible pairs. Without making precise tests of the linearity of regression of each test on every other, we have considered that but slight errors would be made if we treated our system of variables as a linear one. Group 10, see Chapter 1, Section 2, page 555, provides a set of data upon which to base the plan of analysis. For this sample list, we are able to drop the terms alpha and beta and deal with 16 variables, 8 alpha tests, 7 beta tests, and Stanford Binet mental age, instead of 3, gaining an approximately linear system at the expense of the increase in number of variables. We can immediately distribute the 1047 cases of the experimental sample upon a scale of the sort we have already suggested for the common denominator for the various types of examination, viz., a scale of ratings obtained by summoning scores in all tests, provided, however, that we treat 0 scores not impartially with other scores, but consider them rather as defects in the record, and that we supply values to substitute for them by means of multiple regression equations based on all the tests in which points are earned. Such a distribution might be reasonably regarded as descriptive of the intelligence of our sample measured by a nearly linear scale, i.e., scale equals subdivisions of which correspond to approximately equal ranges of intelligence. We cannot here enter into a lengthy philosophical discussion of the significance of different types of frequency distribution for the linearity of the scales used in obtaining them, but one point needs to be considered. Equality of the successive segments of the scale may be defined in various ways. If we transpose some of the elements, say centimeters of a meter rule, we will obtain exactly the same measurements as before, whether we measure the length of bone, the height of plants, or the thickness of cakes of ice. This is true because the centimeter as a unit of measurement is definable quite independently of the laws of growth of bones or plants, or of the physical conditions requisite to the freezing of ice. But the unit of measurement in a psychological test presents a fundamentally different situation. As an element in a quantitative scale of intelligence or accuracy, or whatnot, is definable solely in terms of the variable measured. Therefore, for an answer to the question whether a given scale of intelligence is linear, we lack, so to speak, a fixed point of reference. We may assume that intelligence in the unselected population is distributed normally, but we shall never get beyond assumption until we have a scale the units of which are equal, and demonstrably so, from other premises than our original assumption. On the other hand, since the frequency distribution of variates, the quantitative aspect of which depend upon a large number of partially independent and relatively small factors, so precisely the Gaussian normal curve, and since most psychological tests are anything but measures of specific, isolated types of reaction, but rather measures of reactions determined by a great number of partially or completely independent and considered singly almost insignificant factors, we might argue that in the case where an approximately normal distribution arises, the units of the same scale are actually practically equal. The validity of this argument rests, of course, upon the correctness of our supposition in regard to the number, magnitude, and independence of the factors which determine the reactions measured. This is, in fact, the assumption from which we proceed in treating our system of 16 variables as a linear one. We consider that the frequency distributions of 13 out of 16 variables sufficiently approximate to the normal distribution, allowance to be made, of course, for the proper distribution of inadequately measured or unmeasured cases, to permit us to treat their scales as linear in the regressions of the corresponding variables upon each other as linear. To be in accord with our assumption, we must admit that the other 3 variables, beta tests 1, 2, and 3, do not fit well into a linear system. Figure 3 is displayed on the page. We shall now consider somewhat more specifically the histograms of the various tests. It will be seen from mere inspection that none of the distributions of class marks, except alpha 1 and 7 and beta 1 and 6, could be fitted satisfactorily by any type of Pearson frequency curve. But allowing for the probable distribution of cases in the terminal class intervals, i.e. the distribution of these cases they can be adequately measured as were all other cases, it is apparent that at least a moderately good fit by some type of Pearson curve could be obtained for all distributions except that for beta 3. Such frequency curves, however, would be descriptive not of the distribution of class marks, but of the distribution of the variate back of the class mark, i.e. of the distribution of intelligence as measured by different methods and quantitatively interpreted in different units. It is again evident that a distribution of total scores, when such scores are merely sums of class marks, cannot be descriptive of the distribution of intelligence as measured by a linear homogeneous scale. Figure 3b is displayed on the page. Inspection of the histograms of the alpha tests, Figure 3, indicates how much the various tests differ in the length of range of ability measured. Tests 1 and 2 appear to be almost negligibly limited, and tests 4 and 7 extremely limited. Although the distribution of scores for test 7 might be easily fitted with a Pearson type J curve, it seems clear that this would be a sterile interpretation, for we can scarcely consider the type of reaction called for by test 7 to be of such specific nature as to justify an interpretation of discontinuity of function that would be implied by the use of the type J curve. Figure 3c is displayed on the page. We must prefer to interpret all tests as different methods of measuring a rather general capacity, and the histogram of test 7 exactly as we interpret all others, as meaning incompleteness of the scale, in this case so extensive that only individuals of approximately average intelligence or better can earn points. Beta tests Figure 4, 5, 6, and 7 give histograms interpretable along exactly the same lines. Beta 7 displays limitation of range at both ends. It may be remarked here that limitation of range may cause massing of cases not only in the terminal class interval, but even in the adjoining ones, in some cases to the number of 2 or 3. At the lower end of the scale, this phenomenon is probably largely due to purely accidentally correct responses. The types of responses called for in the alpha and beta tests, viz. Simple lines, crosses, etc., makes accidental scores of from 1 to 3 or 4 points in some tests quite possible for individuals whose ability may be much lower than the face value of such scores would indicate. Figure 4a is displayed on the page. In the case of limitation at the upper end of the scale, massing of cases in the class interval next below the terminal one is accounted for by the fact that particular items in a test may present more than usual difficulty to some individuals. If a sufficient number of items of increasing difficulties are available, all individuals will automatically find their levels of adjusting the test to themselves. This adjustment is possible because any item correctly responded to counts whether or not preceding items have elicited incorrect responses. Thus, those individuals who reach the last item in a test, but who find there is more than ordinary difficulty, are massed in the next lower class interval, although many may have had time to have done items on the average even more difficult had they been available. Thus, the histogram of beta test 7 is accounted for. Figure 4b is displayed on the page. Beta test 1 shows a distribution very much skewed, but giving no clear indication of the limitation of range displayed by many other tests. Beta 2 is similarly negatively skewed and also somewhat limited at the lower end of its range. Beta 3 defies interpretation. On the basis of the interpretations outlined above, we have considered that in the main the system of 16 variables might be treated as a linear one without doing serious violence to the facts. But its treatment even as a linear system requires a knowledge of means, standard deviations, and correlation coefficients that have been freed from the effect of incompleteness of range of the tests. For without such a set of constants, we could scarcely provide the most probable negative scores to substitute for zero scores. Given these constants, we might obtain a total score in alpha and beta for every individual that would be directly comparable with those for other individuals, because all would then be measurements upon a linear scale. We should therefore be able to eliminate most, if not all, of the skewedness of the alpha total score distribution, likewise the beta total score distribution, and consequently the skewness of the regression relationship between the two. For in all but a small number of cases, alpha total scores could be built up within the 8 tests. As we have seen, tests 1 and 2 are not seriously limited, and therefore very few cases fail to score at least 1 or 2 points in one or the other of these 2 tests, although failing in all others. The fact that the distributions of 13 of the variables, 8 alpha tests, beta tests 4, 5, 6, and 7, and Stanford-Binet mental age do not diverge considerably from the normal form, provided we assume redistribution of unmeasured or inadequately measured cases, permits us to adopt a method of analysis based upon the normal correlation surface. The problem of calculating the correlation coefficients and standard deviations and means that we require is the problem of obtaining these constants for a complete correlation surface in terms of the corresponding constants of a truncated correlation surface. On the following pages 629 to 631, a series of mathematical formulas displayed on the pages. Please see the text. The equation of the normal frequency surface for 2 independent variables is, a math formula is displayed on the page. Let us consider the truncated portion of the surface included between the 2 planes, x equals x1, x equals x2, and define a quantity, p, for this portion of the surface, thus, of math formula displayed on the page, where p187, p20, and p02 are incomplete moments corresponding to the moments used in the ordinary definition of a coefficient of correlation. An equation is displayed. After substituting, an equation is displayed on the page. In double integrals, given the incomplete moments required by 1, the equations take the following forms. Equations are displayed on the page. N is the portion of the total population represented by the volume of the truncated correlation surface. Simple integration by parts reduces these double integrals in such a way that upon substitution in 1 we obtain the following. Math equations are displayed on the page. Since h is the lower limit of integration, it will be negative, if less than half of the total population lie below it. Likewise, k will be positive unless more than half of the population is above it. Therefore j, which depends entirely upon the percentages of cases cut off at the upper end and lower end of the distribution of x variates, can be readily determined by the aid of Shepard's tables, and will always be negative. From 2, we now get the following equation expressing r, the correlation coefficient of the complete surface in terms of s, the analogous quantity derived from the incomplete surface, and of the percentages of cases beyond the stumps of the distribution of x variates, if the surface be a truncated normal surface. Equations are displayed on the page, which is a formula derived by Professor Pearson showing the effects of selection upon the correlation between 2 measurements of the selected sample. It is evident, therefore, that the use of Formula 5 is merely a device for proceeding from the correlation within a second population to that of an unselected population, the standard deviation of the directly selected variates, 8, being given by the data, and the corresponding standard deviation of the total population, sigma, being approximately determined by the use of Shepard's tables, if the distribution of variates does not diverge widely from the normal. Besides the correlation coefficients for all pairs of variables, we need to know the mean and standard deviation of each distribution. The following formula are readily deductible from the normal correlation surface. If t is the variable corresponding to the truncated distribution and n is the variable of the non-truncated distribution, we have an equation is displayed on the page, where 8 and m are respectively the standard deviation and mean of the incomplete distribution, and sigma and m are the corresponding moments of the hypothetically complete distribution. The symbols zh and zk and n over n have the same significance as the formula 4. With the aid of these formula, we are enabled to obtain the desired constants from all but 18 of our correlation tables. Although many more than 18 are obviously truncated with respect to both scales, we are able to avoid the necessity of treating them as such by cutting the table higher in one scale than its limitation alone would require. Moreover, the unreliability of frequencies in the lowest 3 or 4 class intervals for many of the tests, due to accidental scores, as pointed out above, seems to warrant cutting them off along with the zero arrays. This procedure is especially valid in the case of alpha tests 3, 6, and 7. On the other hand, owing to the fact that the score in alpha test 4 is obtained by subtracting the number of wrong items from the number of right ones, accidental scores practically do not exist, and our lowest array only needs to be cut off. In no case we have based our constants upon less than half of the total population. In order to make the above procedure perfectly clear, the arithmetic involved in applying the method to a sample table is here given. Take for an example the contingency table of alpha test 4 and alpha test 8 table 52. It is obvious from the table that there is an enormous piling up of cases in the zero-class interval on the alpha test 4 variable, so we eliminate this first array entirely and treat the remainder of the table as though it had never been there. We have now cut out 393 cases, leaving 654 of the 1047 or 62.46%. This 62.46% is the truncated surface, from which we calculate P, Sn, and St. In this case, alpha test 4 is the truncated variable. So we have for 8.1 equals 4.0109, and for 8n, 4.5261. These two standard deviations are calculated in the usual straightforward way. The calculation of the product moment is also straightforward, and is in this case 13.5394. Thus P is 13.5394 over 4.0109 by 4.5261 equals 0.7458. J is calculated in the following way. In this case we are dealing with 62.46% of the cases, i.e. n over n is 0.6246. If we turn now to Shepard's tables and look up 0.6246 in the column headed per mile, we find the entry in the table corresponding to 0.624 to be 0.3160. Thereby making the proper interpolation of the fourth decimal place, we get 0.3175. This quantity is negative and is h. To find Zn, we turn over to Table 2, same volume, and look up 0.3175 in the column headed x, and the corresponding entry in the column headed z is the required quantity. After making the proper interpolation for the third and fourth decimal place, we have zh equal to 0.3793327. From this point on, the work is simply a matter of substitution in the various formula given above. Another equation is displayed on the page. We therefore consider 0.8608 to be the correlation between variable alpha 4 and variable alpha 8, as exhibited in our sample. It should be remembered that in applying this method, we have not cut off 393 cases and thrown them away, but have redistributed them in accordance with the normal correlation service. Our calculations have been made from all the cases. For the relative size of P and R depends on the size of J, which in turn is large or small as we cut off large or small numbers. In applying this method to the contingency tables, tables 10 to 154, an effort was made in each case to remove sufficient cases to relieve the jamming, i.e. the piling up of cases in the extreme arrays, yet at the same time to leave as many cases in the truncated portion as possible. A large number of tables are jammed on one side only. These are simple to deal with, for all that is necessary is to cut off the array or arrays in which the cases are piled up. Other tables show jamming on two sides, still others are jammed on three sides. In cutting tables which exhibit jamming on two adjacent sides, an effort was made to remove enough cases to relieve the jam on each of the variables. In tables like the one for alpha 3 and beta 7, table 48, which showed jamming on three sides, the J method was abandoned and the method of tetrachoric functions employed. This method is fully described in Pearson's Tables for Statisticians and Biometricians, where tables for its use are given. Our contingency tables, therefore, with respect to the jamming or limitations of the scales range in all way from such tables as alpha 1 and beta 6, table 22, in which there is no jamming, to tables like alpha 6 and beta 7, table 78, which is jammed on three sides. As indicated above, no general method was applied, but each table was treated according to its own peculiarities and limitations. There in curtailing these correlation surfaces, two things were taken into account. 1. The shape of the distribution of the two test scores, and 2. The way in which they were disposed or scattered in the table. In the first case, it seemed desirable to eliminate all or nearly all of the zero scores. In some cases, scores of 1 or 2 were eliminated with the zeros. Further, an effort was made to cut each distribution in such a place that if a normal curve were fitted to the stump, the number of cases cut off would just fill up the place provided for them by the curve. This ideal condition was not always attained. It could have been attained had it not been for the fact that it was just as necessary to consider the peculiar limitations of each table separately. For in cutting a table, an effort was made to cut deep enough so that the arrays of the non-cut variable would be nearly symmetrical. Thus it was necessary to cut a given distribution in various places according to the distribution with which it was paired in a table. In the table below, when a distribution appears to be cut twice, each time below the mean, it means that it was sometimes cut at one place and sometimes at another, according to the requirements of the table. Beta 7 was regularly cut twice in all tables above and below the mean. This test shows decided limitations at both ends, and hence the first 2 and last 2 class intervals were cut off and redistributed. A table is displayed on the page. The means and standard deviation used in this study were obtained by taking an arithmetical average of all the possible means and standard of any given variable calculated directly and indirectly. By directly we mean calculated from the truncated distribution. By indirectly we mean the mean or standard deviation of any given variable calculated from the correlation of that variable with other variables, when the variable in question is always a non-truncated one. It is clear that if a correlation surface is truncated along one variable, the mean and standard deviation of the non-truncated variable can be attained by the correlation. The formula for making these calculations have already been given immediately above. In some surfaces both variables were truncated, and in other surfaces neither was truncated. In all cases, however, in which neither or both variables were truncated, we did not calculate means or standard deviations indirectly. The fact will explain some apparent gaps in the following tables. Other apparent gaps in the tables can be accounted for if note is taken of the fact that in these tables the variable, i.e. test, in question is always the non-truncated one. Table 155 to Table 156 is displayed on the following pages. The mental age distribution was treated in the same way as beta test 6, so there is no piling up of cases in the extreme class intervals. The mean and standard deviations were taken at their face value. They are mean 53.6912 in quarter years, standard deviations 11.3848. The means for the alpha total, beta total, and combined scale distributions were obtained by summing the means of the component tests. The standard deviations for the totals, alpha and beta, and the combined scale were calculated from the standard deviations of the component tests and from the intercorrelations by the formula given in Yule's theory of statistics, page 211. The means and standard deviations are listed in the table below. A table is displayed on the page. From the set of correlation coefficients, standard deviations, and means thus obtained, it is possible to form multiple regression equations connecting any set of variables we choose, and therefore values can be obtained to substitute for all 0 scores. A rating on the combination scale defined above can therefore be obtained for every individual in our experimental sample, and the distribution of these ratings should give us a much more nearly correct picture of the distribution of intelligence than does the distribution to total beta scores, or total alpha scores, or Stanford-Binet mental ages. Similarly, in the case of individuals who have had alpha only or beta only, or individual examination only, we might calculate the most profitable scores on the combined scale from the points actually earned in the examination taken. Such procedures would require a great variety of regression equations to fit all of the combinations of scores that are to be found, and would prove an interminable task if attempted for the principal sample. A different procedure is therefore necessitated. The principal sample was already tabulated according to total scores in the various forms of examination and combinations of them. Hence the problem is one of combining distributions, i.e., one of manipulating masses instead of individuals. Since the only data of the principal sample are those given by distribution of total scores, in which scores in component tests are entirely submerged, it might appear that, so far as the principal sample is concerned, we have gained nothing by our analysis of the experimental group. But we have seen how the limitations of range of the component tests of alpha and beta affect the distribution of total score, and that individuals in the lowest class intervals do not score in general in all the tests, but in different combinations of them, depending upon their ability. Now, it is possible to analyze total scores typical of each class interval into their typical components, we shall still be able to make use of our linear system. On pages 636 to 638, a series of equations are displayed on the page. We shall now apply these results to the problem of analyzing typical scores in each class interval of a distribution of total scores, since x1, x2, x3, etc. in the above formula are distances from their respective means. D is the difference between their sum and the sum of their means. Table 157 is displayed on the page. With regard to alpha total scores, the tests, in order of their lengths of range, are beginning with the longest, 2, 1, 3, 6, 8, 5, 4, and 7. See Table 157. As we ascend the scale of total scores, additional components will probably be added to typical combinations in this order. On this assumption, we need to know the multipliers of D in the regression equations of each test. On the total, for combinations of the first two tests, the first three, the first four, etc. These multipliers are as follows. A table is displayed on the page. We shall assume that a total score of value corresponding to the midpoint of each class interval is typical of that interval. Therefore, 2.5 points will be taken as characteristic of the interval 0 to 4, 7.5 as characteristic of the interval 5 to 9, etc. Of course, actual scores in half points do not exist, but this fact does not invalidate their theoretical use. Considering first the class interval 0 to 4, we can scarcely assume scores in a combination of 3 tests to be typical if we take its midpoint, 2.5 as representative of all scores falling within it. 4 points earned in 3 tests must necessarily total to 3 or more. But since we are dealing with fractional points, 2.5 might theoretically be composed of more than half point in each of 3 tests. We therefore determine whether this is possible. On the assumption of 3 components in a total of 2.5 points, D in the above formula is the difference between 2.5 and the sum of the means of the 3 variables most likely to be involved, viz. tests 1, 2, and 3. The sum of these 3 means is 19.5688, and consequently D equals minus 17.0688. Multiplying this value in turn by the values in the second row of the above table, the first row contains the regression coefficients of 2 and 1 respectively on the sum of 2 and 1, the second row regressions of 2, 1, and 3 respectively on the sum of 2, 1, and 3, etc. We obtain alpha 1 over sigma 1 equals minus 1.48355. Alpha 2 over sigma 2 equals minus 1.63687. Alpha 3 over sigma 2 equals minus 1.55740. But minus 1.5570 alpha for alpha 3 corresponds to 0.2293 points, and since this is less than half point, 3 should be rejected from the combination taken as typical of the class interval 0, 4. We therefore take tests 1 and 2 as the typical combination and find the difference between the sum of their means and 2.5. The new D is 10.7611, and using the regression coefficients in the first row for the above table we find alpha 1 over sigma 1 equals minus 1.6283, alpha 2 over sigma 2 equals minus 1.6949. Proceeding in exactly the same manner in which class interval 5, 9, we find that if a combination of 1, 2, 3, 6, and 8 is assumed, a deviation of minus 1.2585 for the test 8 results. This value corresponds to minus 1.0905 points, so that test 8 must be rejected from the combination taken as typical for the class interval. Using 1, 2, 3, and 6 we find alpha 1 over sigma 1 equals minus 1.1448. Alpha 2 over sigma 2 equals minus 1.2732. Alpha 3 over sigma 3 equals minus 1.1562. Alpha 5 over sigma 5 equals minus 1.2158, all of which lie above the 0 points of their respective scales. Proceeding in this manner for each class interval, we obtain a table of deviation values, Table 158, for the complete range of alpha total scores. Table 158 is displayed on the page. With the aid of this table, we treat each class interval exactly as we should have treated individual cases if that procedure had been made. Thus, the lowest class interval, 0,4, is treated as an individual case with scores of 0.6685 and 0.9315 in tests 1 and 2 respectively, and 0 scores in all other tests, and the probable score on the combination scale is calculated by means of a multiple regression equation connecting these three variables. Similar procedure is followed for the remaining class intervals. We thus require 6 different equations to fit the 6 different typical combinations of variables. The variables shown in Table 158. From pages 640 to 642, a series of equations are displayed on the page. The variability for all class intervals above 35 points total score is constant. We next assume that these groups will be symmetrically distributed about their means, and by means of Shepard's tables, distribute them according to the above set of standard deviations. Table 159 is a final product of this procedure. Table 159 is displayed on the page. In the case of the beta total scores, we meet with difficulty owing to the lack of resemblance of the score distributions of tests 1, 2, and 3 to the normal type. To analyze scores corresponding to the midpoints of class intervals by methods deduced from the equations of a normal system of variates would do too much violence to the facts to give a result of practical value. We have therefore to adopt the following method of treatment. Tests 4, 5, 6, and 7 we may consider as properly treated as a normal system in the same manner as the alpha tests. Table 160 is displayed on the page. A correction has been formed for total beta score and for the sum of scores in tests 4, 5, 6, and 7. Table 160. We find the correlation between these two sums to be 0.9795, and the regression of beta 4, 5, 6, 7 on beta total is given by beta 4, 5, 6, 7 equals 0.7055, beta t minus 0.3653. By means of this equation, we calculate sums of scores in beta 4, 5, 6, 7 for the total beta scores of 2.5, 7.5, 12.5, etc., and proceed to analyze these into their typical components, as in the case of alpha. Table 161 of typical deviation complexes results. We require 4 different regression equations, the longest of which has for its basic determinant. The table is displayed on the page, and Table 161 is displayed on the page. A series of equations are also displayed on the following page. In the same manner as the class interval subgroups of the distribution of alpha total scores were redistributed upon the combination scale, we redistribute the class interval subgroups for the beta total score by means of Table 162, which is calculated from the equations and standard deviations given above. Table 162 is displayed on the page. It will be noted that in Table 161, beta 7 is omitted from the combination of variables, which is taken as typical of the highest 4 class intervals. The omission is because of the limitation of the upper end of the beta 7 scale, which we may consider accurate enough to render scores of 9 and 10 differentially of little significance and of the same character as 0 scores in so far as they are, owing to inadequacies of the test, substitutes for scores of 11, 12, 13, etc. Finally, we find the correlation of Stanford-Binet mental age with combination scale scores to be 0.8871, which enables us to write the following regression equation, giving probable combination scores for given mental age. C equals 1.01, M A plus 0.33. Since we adopted the policy of distributing the class interval subgroups of alpha and beta total score distributions, where variability was not constant throughout the range, we may follow the same procedure with class interval frequencies for mental age. Although the variability of these groups is practically constant, so as far can be determined from our data. Since the procedure simplifies the addition of frequencies coming from the 3 original different substitutions at the same level of the combination scale, the result of this treatment of the mental age variable is Table 163, in which the standard deviation of the mental age arrays is 37.45 in points of combined scale. Table 163 is displayed on the page. Our plan of combining all types of examination used in the experimental sample, Group X, is thus complete, and we are positioned to determine empirically its reliability by testing its fit to the sample upon which it is based. Tables 159 and 162 have been tested for the transformation of alpha and beta total scores, respectively, for 4 different divisions of the sample into alpha and beta groups. Thus we have treated the whole sample 1 as having been measured by alpha only, using table 159 only, 2 taking all cases scoring less than 25 points in alpha as beta cases, remainder as alpha cases, 3 all cases below 50 alpha taken as beta cases, remainder as alpha, and 4 all cases below 75 alpha taken as beta cases, remainder as alpha. Histograms of the resulting distributions are given in Figure 6. Mean, standard deviation, and beta 2 have been calculated for each of the 4 frequency distributions obtained in this way. These constants are, between pages 645 to 647, tables and graphical data are displayed. The above constants are in terms of class intervals. A class interval is taken as 25 points of the combined scale. When it is considered that the range of the combined scale is approximately 600 points, and that our experimental sample is actually distributed over 20 of these 25-point class intervals, it will be apparent at once that the means and standard deviations given above, especially the former, differ only negligibly, and that means and standard deviations of subgroups of the principal sample are probably reliable to a degree commensurate with interprobable differences. The significance is to be attached to the values of the third and fourth moments, and to the betas is not clear. We believe, however, that the approximate symmetry for all 4 of the distributions warrants the conclusion that one of the objects aimed at the beginning, viz., the distribution of intelligence upon a linear or nearly linear scale, has been reached. If this has been attained, then the means and standard deviations of the subgroups of the principal sample which it may be desirable to compare are in less danger of misinterpretation than they would be if the combined distribution had been based upon a scale much foreshortened at the lower end, as in the scale of alpha total scores. The theoretical mean combined scale score of our experimental sample, as obtained by summing means for all the alpha and beta tests and mental age, treated as so many points on the basis of 1 point per quarter a year, is 172.56, or in terms of class intervals of 25 points, 13.901. Since our combined scale is only an hypothetical one, we may as well drop the use of the original points and adopt any convenient class interval as a unit of the scale. Thus calling the interval from -150 to -126, 1, -125 to -101, 2, etc., we have a scale of, theoretically, 24 subdivisions or units. In terms of these class intervals or units, the standard deviation of our experimental sample is theoretically 3.245, as calculated from the standard deviations and intercorrelations of all component variables. The close agreement between these expected values and the ones actually obtained from the various combinations of alpha and beta total score distributions of the sample that we have tried appears to be justification of the validity of our transformation tables, in addition to that given by the approximate agreement among the constants from the 4 different trials of the method. An apology should be offered for the absence of probable errors and other constants relating to the reliability of our results. Failure to provide these important auxiliaries of statistical analysis has been due to a combination of circumstances, most important of which was a lack of both time and methods for their calculation. The pressure of time has required the focusing of attention upon the fundamental steps necessary to reach the goal, and it has been necessary to be content with the assumption that the size of the experimental sample was sufficient to justify results from a common sense point of view, notwithstanding the failure to provide precise determinations of their validity. No claim is made for completeness in treatment of the problems stated at the beginning of this chapter, but it appears that in a rough way the more important difficulties of analysis peculiar to the statistics of psychological data have been overcome, if only in a way that emphasizes more sharply than ever the need for more precise methods. Section 2. Interrelation of alpha and beta tests. The following regression equations are byproducts of the study outlined in the preceding section. They are added because they tell a condensed story of the interdependence of the tests, and because they are of practical value in predicting probable scores on tests in which individuals may have for various reasons failed to score. All of these equations were calculated directly from the correlation determinant given in Table 155, the alpha-alpha section, and by the formula given on page blank. Some of the longer equations are given in two forms. In the usual form, x1 equals a plus b2 x2 plus b3 x3 plus etc. bn xn, and secondly in the form, an equation is displayed on the page. In the form r1 over r11 is simply the ratio of two determinants, and the coefficients in the equations are in a more elemental form and resemble more closely the partial coefficients of correlation. Hence they tell a simpler story about the interdependence of the test than they do after each has been multiplied by the ratio of the standard deviations. A single glance at one of these equations tells immediately the extent to which the test named in the left-hand member of the equation is dependent on the various tests on the right-hand side. On pages 649 to 650, equations displayed on the page. In addition to the foregoing equations, which are of practical value in calculating scores in the alpha examination, which are interpretable as points upon a scale have a nearly linear relationship with intelligence, or the ability measured, we present the following equations of mainly theoretical interest. These equations connect each alpha test with all beta tests and are given in the second of the two forms in which the equations connecting various alpha tests with each other are given, i.e. each variable A1, B1, B2, B3, etc. is a deviation from the mean divided by the standard deviation by means of the substitutions. An equation is displayed, where A1, B1, etc. are scores in points and MA1, MB1 are corresponding means. Scores in alpha tests might be predicted from scores in beta tests, provided none of these is zero, with a degree of accuracy indicated by the coefficients of maximum correlation, R1 presented with each equation. A series of equations is displayed on the page. Comparison of the above R's with the correlation of each alpha test with beta total score, see Table 155, indicates two things. One, that the method of calculating correlation coefficients from truncated frequency services made use of in this chapter has been practically a valid one, since we obtain a consistent series of correlations of variables with weighted and with unweighted sums of other variables. And two, the weight of scores in beta is of no practical value in obtaining scores maximally comparable with alpha scores. Hence our original use of the sum of unweighted scores in all tests as a definition of the combined scale for the measurement of intelligence is not an error for all practical purposes insofar as the internal evidence of the system is relevant. In a footnote at the beginning of this section, reference was made to the fact that the partial coefficients of correlation could be obtained by multiplying each term in the regression equation by its appropriate square root of RU over RU, provided the equation is left in the form an equation is displayed on the page. It has been shown by Professor Pearson that the partial correlation between any two variables x1 and xj of a system n correlated variables x1, x2, x3, etc., xn, with all the others kept constant as given by, and equations displayed on the page. Table 164 is displayed on the following page. Comparing the coefficients of Table 164 with those in the alpha-alpha section of Table 155, we see at once the extent to which the correlation there exhibited between any pair of alpha tests is actually due to correlation of each member of the pair with other alpha tests. Table 164 shows the amounts of actual resemblance between tests so far as the alpha system is concerned. It is entirely beyond the limits of time to attempt a general discussion of the interrelation of tests as displayed in the above table. However, these correlations have yielded some rather unexpected results. For example, the highest coefficient in the table is that between A4 and A8. The high partial correlation between A5 and A7 is also surprising. On the surface, the task set by Test 4 does not appear to resemble that of Test 8, nor does Test 5 seem to resemble Test 7, yet the facts are otherwise. Another interesting feature of the above table is that aside from the high partial correlations just referred to, the table shows that the alpha tests constitute a fairly discontinuous system. The tests also show another and somewhat contrary tendency, viz. That the system would not be seriously injured by omitting as many as 3 or 4 of the tests. Section 3. Application to main groups of principal sample. Unfortunately, the foregoing method was not completed in time to permit its application to all of the subgroups of the principal sample. It was applied, however, to the main groups of the sample. The results are exhibited in Figure 7 and in Table 165. In each group, the alpha distribution was distributed on a combined scale by the use of Table 159, the beta distribution by Table 162, and the Stanford-Binet mental age distribution by Table 163. The performance scale distributions and the point scale distributions were handled in the following way. The performance distributions were first transformed into the Stanford-Binet mental age distribution by the use of the regression formula, MA, in years. An equation is displayed on the page. This formula was derived from the correlation of a sample of 350 cases with both Stanford-Binet mental age ratings and performance scale ratings. The point scale distributions were transformed into Stanford-Binet mental age distributions by the use of the table in the Examiner's Guide, Part 1, pages 195 ff. These transformations only approximate the truth, but owing to the fact that performance and point scale cases constitute less than 3% of any group handled, it would take a considerable error in transformation seriously to affect the whole. Figure 7 is displayed on the following page. Table 165, 166, and 167 are displayed on the following pages. Table 166 exhibits the relation between alpha and beta for all individuals in group 1, 2, 3 of the principal sample who had both of these examinations. The alpha distribution of this table was turned into the combined scale by way of Table 159, and the beta distribution by way of Table 162. The results are given in Table 167. At first glance, these results would seem rather startling, for one might suppose that going from alpha for a given number of cases to the combined scale ought to yield the same result as going from beta to combined scale. These facts are quite the contrary. However, this difference in no wise discredits the method. It must be remembered that in a group of this sort, there is a large percentage of illiterates, thus the group no doubt includes a considerable proportion of the cases who made unsatisfactory scores in alpha and were recalled to beta not because of stupidity but because of language difficulty. When they reached beta, they were able to make scores more consistent with their ability. It is precisely this element of the group that causes the difference between the two means on the combined scale. The same fact explains the wide differences in the standard deviations. The standard deviation of the combined scale distribution when reached by way of beta is larger than by way of alpha. Here the difference is no doubt due to the fact that in alpha both the stupid and the non-English speaking piled up in the lower class intervals, while in beta the stupid remained in the lower ranges and the more intelligent went higher, thus increasing the standard deviation. The 6 tables, 168 to 173, exhibit the case of the principal sample of the white draft who are recalled from examination alpha to one of the 3 types of individual examination, or from examination beta to one of the 3 types of individual examination. Unfortunately, there has not been time for the statistical treatment of these tables. Tables 168 to Table 173 are displayed on the following pages. End of Section 28. Section 29 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. Comparison of Forms of Examination Alpha. 5 forms of Examination Alpha, numbered consecutively from 5 to 9, were used. The tests in each form were of the same types and arranged in the same order. The items differed, but their difficulty had been carefully adjusted in an attempt to secure equivalence of each form of each test with any other form of that test. These forms are reproduced in Part 1, page 220 to 234. The data have not been analyzed test by test to see whether this ideal was reached, but a comparison based on total scores is available. The principal Hollerith sample of alpha scores with the white draft, Group 1, given alpha included 31,967 cases in which the form used had been recorded. 2,448 of these had been given beta also. These two groups were each sorted according to form of alpha used, and comparisons made between the distributions of alpha scores in each form. The distributions of both actual numbers of cases and percentages appear in tables 174 and 175. Similar procedure was attempted with the principal Hollerith sample of the negro draft, Group 4, but the numbers proved too small to make comparison valid. For the white draft, the comparative means, standard deviations, and probable errors were computed and are shown in Table 176. On the following pages, Tables 174 to 176 are displayed. It is evident that there are significant differences here. The difference for each pair of forms is shown below, Table 177. The probable error of the difference is in all cases less than 0.012. Table 177 is displayed on the page. The distribution of letter grades, as is shown in Table 178, is affected by these differences in difficulty between forms. Table 178 is displayed on the page. It is obvious that some of these differences are large enough to be significant in the mathematical sense, not only, but also to be of importance in comparing the intelligence of groups. Form 5 is easier by about 6 points in the forms 6, 8, and 9. Form 6 is more difficult relatively at the lower end, and Form 9 at the upper end of the distribution, etc. A difference of 6 points between groups is large enough to appear significant even when the number of cases is relatively small, and could lead to a significant but factitious intelligence difference between the two groups if one had been examined by Form 5 and the other by Form 6. All forms are sent in equal numbers to each camp, so that any large group selected at random is likely to include all forms in approximately equal proportions. See Tables 174 and 175. Figure 8 and 9 represent graphically these same data. Figure 8 compares the extreme forms, 5 and 6, and shows how small their difference is in relation to the whole range of alpha scores. Figure 9 is drawn in the same way as figures illustrating differences between organizations, between ranks, etc., and shows that some of these are not much greater than difference of the form alone could introduce. Figure 8 is displayed on the page. Previous study of statistical reports on form differences sent in from several camps had shown substantially the same relation to exist between forms. These figures are here presented as corroborative evidence. Figure 9 is displayed on the page. Distributions of total scores on examination alpha for the 5 forms separately were at hand for 5 groups, totaling 19,907. Draft groups from Camp Dix, 3,048, Jackson, 3,540, Sevier, 4,742, and Wadsworth, 7,481, and a group of officers from Camp Wadsworth, 1,096. Tables 179 to 181 present data from these distributions. On the following page, Tables 179, 180, and 181 are displayed. Examination of these tables shows that at the quartile and median points, there is a fairly constant difference of 6 or 6.5 points raw score between the extreme forms 5 and 6, Form 5 being in all cases the easier. These figures, excluding Camp Dix, to allow comparison of Forms 8 with the other forms, show that this form is to be placed with 7 and 9. These 3 forms appear to be very nearly equivalent, easier than Form 6 and more difficult than Form 5. The Hollerith sampling places Form 9 much closer to Form 6, and shows small but significant difference between 7 and 8. It is interesting to observe that these differences in difficulty had remained similar even though the revision of Examination A to Alpha. Reference to Chapter 15, Section 5, Part 2 will show that the evidence on Examination A indicated that Form A was significantly easier than the others, while Forms B and E seemed the most difficult. End of Section 29. Section 30 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is a public domain, recorded by Harvey. Chapter 4. Camp Differences in Intelligence Ratings. Anyone whose duties in the Army brought him into intimate contact with several camps realizes that there existed, in the abilities of both officers and men, camp differences of considerable magnitude. It is the purpose of this chapter to point to these differences as they appear in the results of psychological examinations. The data of this chapter pertain to white recruits and officers, and are derived from groups 1, 2, 3, and 8. The first three groups are white men of the draft. Group 1 is composed of about 40,000 men, prorated by states. Group 2 consists of about 20,000 men, supplying additional cases for the smaller states. Group 3 is made up of about 40,000 men, selected to give additional data by camps. Group 8 is composed wholly of white officers. Tables 182 to 189 inclusive present the distributions of these samples as they were determined by camps in the Hollerith sortings. On the following pages, tables 182 to table 190 are displayed. Because there are great differences in procedure employed in the psychological work at the various camps, there is some question as to the reliability of the comparisons that can be made on the basis of the figures available. A phase of these differences is shown in Table 190, which presents the percentages of final grades made on each type of examination in the various camps. At Camp Taylor, 87.5% of the men examined took Alpha only, while in Camp Meade the percentage of men taking Alpha only was 54.8. There is also a wide range of difference in the men who were graded on the basis of the Beta examination. 11.2% of the men received their final grades on the basis of Beta scores, while in Camp Upton, 31.8% of the men were graded by Beta. In the case of the individual examinations, we find further differences. 6.8% of the men were given individual examinations at Camp Travis, while only 0.7% were given individual examinations at Camp Lee. At Camp Upton, 70% of the men who took individual examination were given the performance scale, 30% of the Stanford-Binet examination. At Camp Funston, on the other hand, only 15% were tested on the performance scale, while 70% were given the Stanford-Binet, and the remaining 15% the point scale. On this basis, it is clear that unless all types of examinations were standardized so that the letter grades given on them mean approximately the same thing, some of the differences between camps may be explained by these varying percentages of men who took the different examinations. Another source of inaccuracy may have been in the selecting of the cards for the various groups. If there was any factor of selection working when the cards were chosen, it would be possible to get results which are not pictured the camps as they actually were. A rough index of the validity of the selections is furnished by a comparison of groups 1, 2, and 3 as a whole. If these large groups give comparable results, selection is more likely to have been free from gross prejudicial factors. Table 191 gives the percentage distribution of the alpha scores of the men in groups 1, 2, and 3 who took alpha only, and these same data are presented diagrammatically in Figure 10. Both the table and the figures show that the differences between the groups are not great. In Table 192, there is presented a percentage distribution of beta scores of men in groups 1, 2, and 3 who took beta only or alpha and beta only. Figure 11 presents the facts shown in Table 192. In this case, there is a slight difference in the groups between the scores of 15 and 45. Groups 1 and 2 differ rather widely through this interval, while Group 3 falls practically between them. However, when the facts are considered in the light of the latter grades, this difference practically disappears. Probably the chief difference between the three groups lies in the fact that in Group 2, a larger number of the men were graded on the basis of beta than was the case in the other two groups. Were the percentages of men who were graded on the basis of alpha and the men who were graded on the basis of beta were about equal. The percentage of men in each group who received final grades on the basis of each examination is shown in Table 193. Figure 10 and Figure 11 are displayed on the page. On the following pages, Table 191 to Table 194 are displayed. Still greater questions as to the reliability of the figures arise when the score distributions in the three groups are studied by camps. In Table 194, there is shown a percentage distribution by groups for 3 selected camps of the alpha scores of the men who took alpha only and therefore received their final rating on the basis of alpha. These distributions are also shown in figures 12, 13, and 14. In the case of Camp Dix, the number of cases in the second group is so small that that group had no effect on the whole distribution. The differences between groups 1 and 3 are very large in the lower end of the scale practically. For in group 1, 12.8% of the men made scores ranging from 0 to 4, while in group 3, no men at all fell in this group. In the case of Camp Dodge, the distributions for the 3 groups are not widely divergent except in 1 or 2 of the score intervals. At Camp Lee, however, we again find rather wide differences. Table 195 shows percentage distributions by groups for 3 selected camps of the men who took beta only or alpha and beta only. These distributions are also shown in figures 15, 16, and 17. Here again, there are rather wide group differences. The differences are equally noticeable in Camp Lee between groups 1 and 3. There is no way of telling in these cases where the distributions of the groups differ widely, which distribution, if any, is typical of the camp at the time when the cards were drawn. It is of course more likely that the combination of the 3 groups presents a reliable picture, but there is no way of determining with any degree of certainty whether or not this is so. These facts should be held in mind when the comparison of the camps is made. On the following pages, figures 12 to figure 17 are displayed. Table 195 is also displayed on the following page. As to the officers who were not tested in all of the camps, and as the selection of cards for this study was made with no reference to this point, there are not data on officers from all the camps where the psychological work was carried on. It was found that there were sufficient cases from 17 camps, and Table 196 shows a distribution of intelligence ratings in these camps. In Table 197, the camps are arranged in order of their rank according to the percentage of A and B grades which were made by the officers of each camp. This table also includes the percentage of A grades made at each camp, and some figures which were obtained in previous studies of the same sort. Table 196 and Table 197 are displayed on the following pages. It is clearly shown in the tables that there is considerable difference in the ratings for the officers at the different camps. At Humphreys, practically all the officers scored B or better, while at Greenleaf only 64% of them got into the upper classes. In the light of the other data on the differences in intelligence ratings according to the different branches of the service, the possibility is at once evident that these figures may be repeating the comparison of the branches of the service. To determine this point, Table 198 was prepared. This table shows the percentage of officers in the various branches of the service at the different camps. Table 198 is displayed on the page. Both the camps and the arms of service are arranged in the rank order of the percentage of A and B ratings which the officers made in them, so that it is possible to see the relationship of these two factors by an inspection of the tables. Ideally, the highest percentage should lie upon a diagonal from the upper left-hand corner of the table to the lower right-hand corner. It is evident from the tables that there is some relationship. The high positions of camps Humphreys and Taylor are probably due to the fact that the officers from these camps which were chosen for this study were men from the arms which make the best scores. At the other end of the scale are Wheeler and Greenleaf, and the officers from these camps all come from the arms which make the lowest scores. On the other hand, Jackson, with a large percentage of officers from the artillery, which stands second in rank to the arms of the service, falls halfway down the list of camps, and Cody, with no officers at all from the lowest ranking arms, also stands low. These latter facts make it appear that there were differences in the mental caliber of the officers at the various camps, though it is impossible to say on the basis of the data now available how great these differences were, or how much they affected the work of training the men. Figure 15 is displayed on the page. In Table 199 will be found the percentages of final letter grades made on all examinations by enlisted men at the 15 camps used in this study. Figure 18 presents the same data shown in Table 199, with the camps arranged in the rank order of the percentage of men scoring better than D. The percentage of men scoring D, D- or E ranges from only 8.4% in Camp Lewis to 42.7% in Camp Lee. There is a range of the percentage of A grades from 1.6% in Camp Lee to 6.1% in Camps Lewis and Devons. Considering A and B grades combined, there is a range from 5.8% in Camp Lee to 18.7% in Camp Lewis. There is not always a perfect agreement between the percentages of low grades and the percentage of high grades. Camp Devons, for instance, is 5th on the basis of grades better than D, but would stand second of the camps who are arranged in the rank order of A and B grades combined. Table 199 is displayed on the page. The fact that camp differences of such large magnitude have been found, together with the fact that men were sent to the camps slightly on a geographical basis, suggests that there probably are more or less marked differences in the levels of intelligence in different parts of the country. Because it has been shown, however, that in the early part of this chapter, the reliability of these data cannot be unequivocally demonstrated, it is not safe or wise to make such geographic comparison on the data which are at present available. End of section 30. Section 31 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 5. Intelligence Ratings by States. In the original plan for statistical analysis, records were selected by states in order that a geographical picture of their country with respect to intelligence as it occurred in the draft might ultimately be achieved. Much effort was spent in obtaining codes on this basis, and the separation of the records composing Group 2 was accompanied entirely with the purpose of making the samples from the smaller states large enough for satisfactory statistical use. The resulting data are presented herewith in tables 200 to 206. Unfortunately, it has not been feasible to treat these data statistically under the conditions existent during the preparation of the present report. Cf. Chapter 1, Section 4. And it is necessary, therefore, to be satisfied with the mere presentation of the original distributions as they resulted from Hollerith analysis and to leave interpretation for future research. It has been shown in the chapter on the comparison of camps, Chapter 4, that there are decided differences from one camp to another, and that these differences may depend on an unknown amount of differences in camp procedure or in other conditions that are not matters of actual intelligence of the men examined. In general, the staff feared to come to hasty conclusions upon the comparison of states with data of which the precision was so greatly affected by camp differences. On the other hand, it has been pointed out, many of these discrepancies between camps may be due to real differences of intelligence that in turn depend upon the different sections of the country from which the camps drew. It is quite possible, then, that a comparison of camps is in part a geographical comparison. The study of the distribution of intelligence by residential section in the United States is of prime importance and should be made as soon as feasible. Its very importance, however, made its undertaking seem unwise with the limited time and statistical assistance available in the office of the section of psychology. The comparison could undoubtedly best be made in terms of the theoretical combined scale outlined in Chapter 2. It will be recalled that this scale was not available until too late in the preparation of the report for more than a few casual applications to some of the fundamental distributions. It is to be hoped that a statistical treatment based on the data here published in tables 200 to 203 can be undertaken and that the geographical picture of intelligence can thus finally be made out. The application of the theoretical combined scale referred to above affords a ready method for comparison. Enough data are, however, presumably given for a combination on any principle of regression that the statistician may desire. It is probable that results of great importance would be obtained simply by grouping states from various sections of the country together. Such a procedure would give larger samples, and by involving several camps, in general all recruits from one state were selected from a single camp, do away to a large extent with the variable conditions resulting from the departure of individual camps from normal procedure. It may also be true that results of great interest could be obtained by selecting particular states or small groups of states from typically different parts of the country, and make an extensive comparison of these groups. By a proper selection, it might be possible to leave camps from which the data are of doubtful validity out of account. Tables 200 to 206 are all for white recruits. They include foreign-born cases. Tables of distribution of foreign-born recruits by states have been prepared and are on file in the Office of the Surgeon General. By subtraction from the tables given here, distributions of native white recruits would be obtained. Limitations of time and clerical personnel have prevented this work, but it is possible that these additional tables could be obtained for the purpose of future research. On the following pages, tables 200 to 206 are displayed. Chapter 6. Relation of Intelligence Ratings to Nativity. Out of some 94,000 men of the White Draft, whose records were used in the principal sampling for Hollerith analysis, approximately 13,200 reported that they were born in a foreign country. If these figures can be taken as an index of the total Army population, it means that about 18% of the Army was foreign-born. The 1910 census gives the percentages of white foreign-born individuals in the United States as 14.2%. The approximate agreement of the census figures with those obtained in the sampling is an indication of representativeness of our sample. There is a wide variation in the number of men coming from different countries. Italy, with over 4,000 men, forms nearly one-third of the total group. From Russia, there were over 2,300 men. On the other hand, there were many countries from which less than 10 men were reported. In the comparison of the intelligence ratings of the foreign-born, only those countries were considered from which 100 or more cases were reported in the group selected by the sampling. The number of men included under this basis of selection is all but about 800 of those reporting foreign birth. Table 213 shows the type of examination that was taken by these foreign-born men, and in Table 214, the same results are expressed on a percentage basis. On the following pages, Tables 207 to 214 are displayed. Men from the English-speaking countries are the only ones, with the exception of Germany, who took alpha in large numbers. The percentage of men from England and Scotland who took alpha is even higher than the percentages of the whole White Draft who took alpha. Italy sent the lowest proportion of men to alpha, while Poland and Greece also stood low in this respect. When we come to consider the individual examinations, we find that there were more than 5 times as many performance examinations given as the others. Only 30 men in the whole group were given the point scale examination, and the results of these were not tabulated. Figure 19 is displayed on the following page. In the case of men from Holland and Scotland, no individual examinations at all were found necessary, and the percentage of these examinations among the English-speaking and the Scandinavian units was very small. The greatest number of individual examinations were given to Italians, although approximately the same proportion was necessary with the Russians and the Poles. In comparison with the White Draft as a whole, the foreign-born men required beta and individual examinations more than twice as frequently as the whole Army group. The high proportion is at least partially explained, of course, by the large foreign-speaking element among the foreign-born. The letter grades obtained by the foreign-born men are distributed by number in Table 215 and by percentage in Table 216. In Table 217 are shown the rank order of the countries according to the percentage of final ratings better than D, and also according to the percentage of A and B ratings combined. Figure 19 shows the percentage of letter ratings in each country, with the countries arranged in the rank order of the percentage of final ratings above D. Tables 215 to Table 217 are displayed on the page. The range of differences between the countries is a very wide one. Among the men from England, only 8.7% were rated D or less, while among the Poles the percentage making these low ratings was among 70%. In general, the Scandinavian and English-speaking countries stand high in the list, while the Slavic and Latin countries stand low. There is not a perfect relationship between the number of very high grades and the number of very low grades, although some correlation is present. Comparing the figures in this group with those obtained from the White Draft as a whole, we find that only 2 countries, namely England and Scotland, exceed the White Draft percentage of A's and B's. Most of the countries stand very much below the White Draft figures. Considering the lower grades, D, D- and E, we find that the White Draft figures come exactly in the middle of the group. Here again the split is approximately between the Slavic and the Latin countries and the others. After the completion of the preceding analysis, the method of combining different examinations outlined in Chapter 2 becomes available, and this method has been applied to the national groups shown in Table 218. Here the distributions are given in terms of the combined scale, together with the means, standard deviations, and numbers of cases. The mean mental age stated at the bottom of the table has a value corresponding to the mean on the combined scale, as indicated by the regression equation. It is less significant than the value in terms of the combined scale, but is given as a rough indication of the meaning of the numbers in the scale. A national group are arranged in rank order of their means from left to right. It will be noted that the differences are considerable, an extreme range of practically 2 years mental age, and that the countries tend to fall into two groups. Canada, Great Britain, the Scandinavian and Teutonic countries all fall in the class interval between 13 and 14 points, whereas the Latin and Slavic countries fall in the class interval between 11 and 12 points. Most of the successive differences, when the difference is compared with its probable error, are significant. The least significant difference lies between Great Britain and Scandinavia. All the differences between the two larger groups mentioned above, and many others, give ratios of the difference to its probable error that are greater than 6.5, show a probability that the difference is in the direction found in 1000 using 4-place tables. Table 218 is displayed on the page. Chapter 7. Relation of intelligence ratings to length of residence in the United States. The group of 11,295 foreign-born men included in the White Draft, groups 1, 2, and 3, have been analyzed for the relation of their intelligence ratings to the number of years residence in the United States as reported on the psychological record card. The composition of this group with respect to the type of examination taken is as follows. A table is displayed on the page with 3 columns: type of examination, number of cases, and percent. Alpha only 3,619, 32.1%. Beta only and alpha beta only 6,083 cases, 50.1%. All individual examinations 993, 8.8%. Total 11,295. The results of the Hollerith analysis for this group are shown in tables 219 to 222. The Hollerith quote was by separate units for the first 5 years of residence and by 5-year groups thereafter. In these tables, however, the first 6 years, 0 to 5 inclusive, have been grouped together so that there are 4 class intervals of approximately 5 years each. The last class is for all men over 20 years in this country and includes only persons who have been in America since childhood, for the reason that the upper limit of draft age was 31. On the following pages, tables 219 to 222 are displayed. For purposes of comparison, the data of these tables have been combined in the terms of the theoretical scale described in Chapter 2. For this purpose, the scores on the performance scale were transmuted into mental ages by terms of the table in the examiner's guide. Scores on beta were taken for men who had taken both alpha and beta. The distributions by class intervals against the theoretical combined scale are shown in Table 223, together with their medians and quartiles. Examination of the median values of Table 223 shows an increase from 11.3 to 13.7, about 2.5 of the arbitrary units of this scale. This range is equivalent to something over a difference of 2 years mental age. The increase, it will be noted, is regular from one class interval to another. Successive differences are 0.41, 0.83, 0.97, and 0.24. The dispersion is great and the curves overlap considerably. Nevertheless, with such a large number of cases, the differences between the arrays are mathematically significant. The chances that the difference between the group for 16 to 20 years and that for over 20 years is in the direction noted are 94%. In all other cases, such a measure of significance is 100% when measured with 4-place tables. The ratios of the differences to their computed quartile deviations, assuming symmetry, range from 9 to 35, with the exception of the single case of the comparison of the 2 highest groups. Table 223 is displayed on the page. The distribution of these foreign-born men by number of years as they have been in the United States is as follows. A table is displayed with 2 rows, number of years in the United States, and percent of foreign-born draft men, 11,295 cases. 0 to 5 years, 31.6%. 6 to 10 years, 38%. 11 to 15 years, 16.9%. 16 to 20 years, 6.7%. Over 20 years, 6.8%. A Approximately 70% fall within the first decade. Very few, however, report coming to this country within the first 3 years, owing undoubtedly to the lack of immigration during the war. Apparently then the group that has been longer resident in this country does somewhat better in intelligence examination. It is not possible to state whether the difference is caused by the better adaptation of the more thoroughly Americanized group to the situation of the examination, or whether some other factor is operative. It might be, for instance, that the more intelligent immigrants succeed and therefore remain in this country, but the suggestion is weakened by the fact that so many successful immigrants do return to Europe. At best we can leave for future decision the question as to whether the differences represent a real difference of intelligence or an artifact of the method of examination. End of section 31. Section 32 of Psychological Examining in the United States Army by Robert Mearns Yerkes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. Intelligence of the Negro. Data of two sorts are available for a consideration of the question of the Negro's intelligence. First, there is the statistical analysis of the principal sample, and second, there are the data which have already been assembled by a number of different examiners and discussed by them in various camp reports. Camp procedure in the examination of recruits was determined by the practical needs of the Army. Examiners conducted their work with the object of rendering maximum practical assistance to the military organization, and the collection and study of scientific data were always incidental to this main purpose. The situation as regards numbers and makeup of the groups of drafted men varied between camps and was necessarily dealt with in somewhat different ways by different examiners. Some of the problems presented by the Negro conscripts will be considered briefly below. The examiner in the camp was confronted by quite a different practical problem when the draft quota to be tested consisted of Negroes than that which was presented by a draft quota of white men. The matter of distribution according to grades of intelligence was of less practical importance in the case of Negroes, and the matter of elimination was not so much one of excluding the lowest from regular military service as it was one of admitting the highest. Several different methods of segregation were used to divide the Negroes into literate and illiterate groups, to ascend to alpha and beta respectively. In some cases the method was used of making all step out who could not read and write. Usually a standard of proficiency was indicated, as to read a newspaper and write a letter home. In some cases an educational qualification was added, 3, 4, or even 5 years of schooling. In some cases literacy tests were used, though generally as a supplement to the simpler and more direct method of segregation mentioned above. In some cases the Negroes were all sent in a body direct to examination beta. The very large percentage of Negroes too illiterate to take alpha placed special emphasis upon the question of the suitability of beta as a test for these subjects. Opinions of examiners differ somewhat on this question, but the general consensus seems to be that beta is not as satisfactory a test for illiterate Negro recruits as it is for illiterate whites. Several examiners report that it is difficult to keep up the interest of the Negroes in the beta examination as it is usually given. This is especially emphasized in a report from Camp Dodge, July 15, 1918, in which it is stated that it took all the energy and enthusiasm the examiner could muster to maintain the necessary attention, as there was a decided disposition for the Negroes to lapse into inattention and almost into sleep. Two factors which may have been largely responsible for this condition are, first, the relatively lower intelligence of the Negro beta group as a whole, and second, the fact that, speaking English as they all did, the Negroes felt the artificiality of the situation, as they would not have felt it if there had been even a sprinkling of non-English speaking subjects in the group. Camp Sevier, November 16, 1918, reported that beta, as usually given, is unsatisfactory as applied to Negroes, and suggested as the reason that it unnaturally limits the Negro mind, where it is relatively strong, in the use of language. This camp tried examining a draft of Negroes with a system of verbal instructions for beta substituted for the usual pantomime. This procedure seemed to yield more satisfactory results. The September draft with which the procedure was employed was universally recognized in camp as distinctly inferior to the preceding August draft of Negroes. The best indication that verbal instructions raise beta scores is contained in a comparison of the median alpha and beta scores of each draft. The table is displayed on the page. Although the September draft Negroes made a median alpha score, only 53% of that made by the August draft, their median score in beta with verbal instructions, is exactly the same as a median score of the August draft in standard beta. Opportunity was lacking at Camp Servia to try beta with verbal instructions on a Negro draft of even average quality. Camp Pike, November 1, 1918, suggests the adoption of the following plan when Negroes are to be examined. 1. During rush periods, examination alpha to be abandoned except for Negroes in specially selected units, and 2. Equivalence of later ratings and beta to be revised in order to get a better distribution as follows. A table is displayed on the page. The grade of D- covers two groups. Negroes making scores from 15 to 19 should be interviewed and examined further if time permits, and those making from 0 to 14 points should be given individual examinations. Camp Meade, November 1, 1918, and Camp Gordon, November 5, 1918, were both of the opinion that beta is not a satisfactory measure for Negroes. The former holds that too large a percentage of the Negroes who should make high scores fail in beta. The latter submits data which indicates that beta is poor at differentiating grades of intelligence in Negroes in the low ranges. Other camps are better satisfied with the standard beta as a test for Negroes. Camp Dix, November 5, 1918, forwarded data which show quite clearly that the intelligence of the Negro recruit is measured quite as accurately as the intelligence of the white recruit of the same mentality. The same report holds that the group examinations are unsatisfactory for measurement of the lower grades of intelligence of both Negroes and whites. This observation, of course, applies to a very much larger proportion of Negroes than of whites, and as the report goes on to state, the fact that 48.8% of the Negro beta subjects are rated as D- indicates the extent of the failure of beta examination to adequately measure all the Negroes. Camp Travis, May 6, 1918, reported that beta is a splendid examination for Negroes. Every Negro should be given beta. In the same report, however, beta is criticized on the ground that it is more of an off-game test than a test of ability to work out problems that are understood. It is not stated to what degree this criticism applies to beta when used with Negroes. Another report from Camp Travis, October 8, 1918, submits data which show that Negroes and whites fail in individual examination in the same ratio that they fail in beta. If the results of individual examinations are accepted as a satisfactory check, the group test appears to be as reliable in grading Negroes as in grading whites. The percentage of Negroes who failed in this group test was 50%, that of the whites 4%. It appears definitely from camp reports that beta is unsatisfactory for use with Negro drafts because its use results in such a large percentage of failures that they cannot be recalled for individual examination. The need of a group test which will differentiate between the different grades of low-grade mentality is clearly indicated. Whether or not the larger percentage of Negro failures is due in part to a constitutional difference in their mentality is quite a different question, and one on which there is less agreement in camp reports. It will be taken up below when camp studies of the qualitative aspect of the Negro's mentality are considered. We turn now to the consideration of the quantitative aspect of the Negro's intelligence. The chief mass of statistical data for a consideration of this question is, of course, the Hollerith principal sample. The method used in selecting the cases for this piece of statistical work has been described in Part 3, Chapter 1, pages 573 to 657. The selection resulted in groups 4 and 5, which are described in Section 2 of Chapter 1 and analyzed in Tables 4 and 5. It will be seen there that Group 4 is approximately a pro rata selection by states, so that the entire group is geographically representative of the country at large. Group 5 is an additional group of the Northern Negroes, Illinois, Indiana, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, selected in order for purposes of comparison of Northern and Southern Negroes to increase the Northern group, which on a pro-rata basis is small. The Negroes of Group 4, chosen to represent the Negro male population of the country, were compared by percentage, making a given letter grade with the total number of white cases similarly described show once a striking inferiority intelligence of the colored recruits. The comparison is as follows. A table is displayed on the page. In this connection, it is significant to compare the percentages of Negroes and whites receiving their final intelligence rating on alpha, beta, and individual examinations, respectively. The percentages are as follows. A table is displayed on the page. Under alpha are included cases taking alpha only, under beta those taking beta only, and in addition those recorded to beta because of low grade in alpha. The much larger percentage of Negroes taking beta is especially significant where it is considered that all the Negroes are native born, while a large percentage of the whites who go to beta do so because of foreign birth and language difficulty. It will be observed that the Negroes of Group 5, form the 5 northern states, are about midway between the Negroes of Group 4, representing the whole country, in the percentages of cases receiving their final grade on alpha and beta respectively. The relatively low percentage of individual examinations of Negroes is due to camp procedure. It has already been mentioned that the standard procedure for the Negroes was often modified to meet the unusual situation. In some camps, the number of failures in the group tests was so great that recalls were dispensed with altogether. Table 224 gives for groups 4 and 5 combined the number of men taking the group examinations who should have been recalled and who were not. The number of parentheses indicate the number of men who took alpha only, alpha then beta, but no individual examination, the total number who were given individual examinations, and the total number of men examined. The numbers not in parentheses give the number of men taking a given examination or examinations who rated D-, but were not recalled for further examination. The table of percentages gives the percentage of men taking the alpha, beta, or alpha and beta who received a D- rating, but no further examination. In other words, these figures represent the percentage of men receiving their final rating on a group examination who should have been recalled for further examination. It will be observed that the percentages are large. In all, 39.8% of the men examined rated D- on group examination and were not recalled. Men recalled from alpha for beta numbered 1,216, and the total number of men given individual examinations was 825. This gives a total of 2,041 men who were recalled for further examination by reason of failure, or 8.6% of the total number examined. In brief, then, about half of the Negroes were rated D- on the group examinations, and of those so failing, about 1/5 were recalled and 4/5 allowed to go without further examination. Table 224 is displayed on the page. A comparative study of the Negroes by camp was one of the objects of the Hollerith analysis. The results of the sortings are given in tables 225 to 244. These tables give the figures for Group 4 and Group 5, and also for Groups 4 and 5 combined. The results are given by letter grade in tables 245 and 246 for Groups 4 and 5 respectively. In each table, the first column gives the number of cases and the following ones the percentage of this number making the different letter grades. The superiority of the camps of Group 5 over the corresponding camps of Group 4 is at once apparent. Group 5 includes only northern Negroes, Group 4 the general run. When Group 4 is considered alone, it seems that here the northern camps are somewhat superior to the southern ones in Negro intelligence. If we compare the percentage distribution of each camp with the total percentage distribution, we may call a camp better if it has a larger percentage of superior and a smaller percentage of inferior men than the total, and poorer if the percentage of superior men is less than the total and the percentage of inferior men greater. If such comparisons are made, we find that camps Custer, Devons, Dodge, Rant, Lewis, and Upton have distributions which may be considered better than the total distribution. Camps Taylor and Travis have distributions which approximately correspond to the total distribution, while camps Dix, Funston, Gordon, Meade, Pike, and Wadsworth have distributions which may be considered poorer than the total distribution. On the following pages, tables 225 to 245 are displayed. A graphic comparison by camps of percentages of superior and inferior Negroes with percentages of superior and inferior whites is given in Figure 20. The data for this chart on the whites are taken from Table 199 of Chapter 4, those on the Negroes from Table 245, which includes only the Negroes of Group 4. If the camps are compared with the results for all camps, it appears that there is a fair correspondence between the camps which are better and poorer in Negro intelligence and those which may be similarly designated as better and poorer in white intelligence. Camps Funston and Taylor, however, are relatively somewhat better, and Upton and Dodge relatively somewhat poorer in white than in Negro intelligence. The small number of cases of Camps Lewis and Devons makes the comparisons in which they are involved somewhat doubtful. It should also be remembered that the cases of Group 4 were selected to represent the Negro population by state, and not the Negro draft by camp. Thus, the number of cases in a given camp is not necessarily proportional to the number of Negroes in that camp. Incidentally, it should be noted that owing to the fact that the Negro draft quotas were shifted around a great deal, it is not certain that the Negroes and whites of any given camp were drawn from the same localities. It will also be remembered here that a large part of the inferior Negroes are men who made D- on group examination and were not recalled. If they had been recalled and re-examined, the percentages of inferior men would presumably have been somewhat lower. Holler's sortings were also made with the purpose of studying Negro intelligence by state. The method of selection of the cases has already been described, and attention is being called to the great variation in the number of cases in the different states. Table 247 gives the percentage letter grade distribution by state for the Negroes of Group 4. The results of the Holler's sortings are given in tables 248 to 267. In Group 4, the tables have been cut down by the elimination of 24 states which had less than 100 cases. Table 247, which includes all the states, shows how atypical the distributions are in some cases where the number of cases is small. The percentage distributions for the 5 northern states, which constitute Group 4, will be found in Table 268. Comparing the distributions of this table with those of the corresponding states of Group 4, it appears that the distributions by letter grade for the different states is approximately the same for the two groups. On the following pages, Figure 20 is displayed, and tables 247 to 267 are also displayed. Figure 21 gives a graphic comparison of the percentages of inferior, average, and superior men for the 24 states of Group 4, which have more than 100 cases. The states are arranged from top to bottom according to the percentage of inferior men they have. The black portion represents the percentage of inferior men, the lined portion the percentage of average men, and the clear portion the percentage of superior men. The number of cases for each state is given in Table 247. It will be seen from an examination of this chart that the states fall roughly into 3 groups. The first group consists of northern states and is highest in intelligence. The second group consists of the more northern and western southern states and is intermediate in intelligence. The third group consists of the more southern and eastern southern states and is lowest in intelligence. We now turn to the comparison between northern and southern states for the purpose of which Group 5 is made up. The comparisons between the 5 representative northern states of Group 5 and 4 states chosen to represent the South from Group 4. The 4 states so chosen are Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Mississippi. The distributions by letter grade for the 5 northern states and for the 4 southern states are given together for convenience of comparison in Table 268. Figure 22 presents the data contained in this table in graphic form. In this chart, the area representing each state or group of states is divided into a black portion which represents the percentage of inferior men, a barred portion which represents the percentage of average men, and a clear portion which represents the percentage of superior men. The significant difference between the northern and southern states appears very strikingly and requires no further comment. On the following pages, figures 21 and 22 are displayed, and Table 268 is displayed on the following page. A further indication of difference between northern and southern Negroes is to be found in the percentage of men who receive their final rating on alpha, beta, and individual examination respectively. Table 269 gives the percentages of men in the different states in the northern and southern groups who receive their final grade on alpha, beta, including alpha beta, and individual examination respectively. The table also gives similar percentages for the two groups as a whole. It will be observed that the percentage of alphas is very much smaller and the percentage of betas very much larger in the southern than in the northern group. The percentage of individual examination is small in both groups, but this is due to camp procedure, which allowed many group examination failures to go without re-examination, especially when the number to be examined was large. This difference between northern and southern Negroes in the number taking alpha and beta respectively is partially indicative of a difference in literacy between northern and southern Negroes, and this in turn is closely related to the matter of schooling. The question of the schooling of the Negro is considered in Chapter 10. Table 269 is displayed on the page. Camp reports substantially bear out the results obtained from the Hollerith principal sample as far as the comparisons between Negroes and whites and between northern and southern Negroes are concerned. A percentage distribution of letter grade of 32,916 was made up in December 1918 on the basis of reports on draft quotas from Camps Bowie, Dodge, Grant, Green, Jackson, Lee, Pike, Travis, and Upton. This distribution is compared with the distribution obtained in Group 4 as follows. The table is displayed on the page. The two distributions correspond fairly closely if D- and D grades are taken together. The first distribution, however, has a much smaller percentage of D- and a larger percentage of D grades than has that of Group 4. The reason for this is that in this distribution, the D- grades, who were not recorded, about 8,000 in number, were prorated on the individual scale in proportion to the percentage distribution of the letter grades. Camp Dix, October 31, 1918, submitted a report on the July draft which included a study of 3,127 Negroes. One of the conclusions of this report is that, in general, the southern Negro is as much inferior to the northern Negro as Negroes are inferior to whites. Another summary of reports from Camps Funston, Gordon, Grant, and Upton makes a comparison between 14,997 southern and 8,165 northern Negroes, whose grades are given in these reports. The comparison is based on alpha and beta grades, with a small number of individual examinations left out of account. A comparison between the percentage letter grade distributions thus obtained and those for the 5 northern and 4 southern states compared to the Hollerith analysis gives the following. A table is displayed on the page. The only data on colored officers and officers training camp candidates at present available are those contained in a report from Camp Dodge, June 8, 1918. This report presents a comparison of percentage letter grade distributions of 1,385 white officers below the rank of major, 95 colored officers below the rank of major, and 273 members of the Colored Officers Training Camp, 4th Series. Ratings were made on the basis of alpha examination only. The percentage distributions are as follows. A table is displayed on the page. The distribution of the Negro Officers Training Camp candidates just about corresponds to the distribution of the white draft, with somewhat smaller percentages of inferior men among the Negro Officers Training Camp candidates. The Negro officers have a larger percentage of superior men, but their percentage of inferior men is as high as that of the Colored Officers Training Camp candidates. At Camp Lee, the experiment was tried of separating some of the Negro recruits on the basis of skin color and comparing the intelligence ratings obtained from the lighter and darker groups. The report, June 6, 1918, describes the experiment as tried on 2 battalions of Negro recruits as follows. The lighter class contained those whose color indicated that they were true mulattoes, or persons of a larger proportion of white blood than true mulattoes. The darker class contained pure Negroes, and those whites whose skin color indicated that they had a smaller proportion of white blood than true mulattoes. The classification was made by the various examiners of the groups. In alpha, the lighter Negroes obtain a median score of 50, the darker obtain a median of 30. In beta, the lighter Negroes obtain a median score of 36, the darker obtain a median of 29. The percentage of darker Negroes was greater among the illiterates than among the illiterates. In the alpha group, 82% of the Negroes were darker and 18% lighter. In the beta group, 88.5% of the Negroes were darker and 11.5% were lighter. Figure 23 is displayed on the page. Hollerith sortings were made of cases taking both alpha and beta, also of cases taking both beta and individual examination. The men who took more than one examination were, of course, almost entirely men who had made a failure or a very low grade on the first. It is desired to compare the results of the first and second examination in order to see how the second examination redistributes the men who made low grades on the first. Only 3 tables have a sufficiently large number of cases to warrant their inclusion and consideration here. These are tables 270, 271, and 272. The results are given graphically in figures 23. The first part of this chart, A, shows how beta redistributed 1,296 men who had already taken alpha. The distributions are made by letter grade, and the height of the columns represents the percentage of cases making a given grade. It will be seen that most of the alpha men are of D- grade. When these same men take beta, only 14.1% of them fail to make scores higher than D-. The number who rate as D, and therefore still inferior, is large, but there are approximately 30% who rate above D instead of 3%, so rating on alpha. Altogether, the distribution affected by beta is quite a significant improvement over that affected by alpha. It should be borne in mind that the Negroes are all English-speaking, and that since they were allowed to take alpha, they must have had some claim to literacy. The results seem to suggest that near literacy may be reason for a good many alpha failures. The redistribution of beta failures by point scale and Stanford Binet examinations, B and C, figure 23, shows much less difference between the results of the first and second examinations. In the first group of 340 cases examined by beta and the point scale examination, the percentage of D- grades decreases from 96.8% to 67.6%, and the percentage of men making grades higher than D- increases from 3.2% to 32.4%. In the second group of 337 cases examined by beta and the Stanford Binet examination, the percentage of D- grades decreases from 91.7% to 77.1%, and the percentage of men making higher grades than D- increases from 8.3% to 22.9%. Tables 270, 271, and 272 are displayed on the page. The question of the manner in which the intelligence of the Negro differs from that of the white man is of much less immediate practical importance from the point of view of the military organization than the question of the degree to which it differs. The amount of available data bearing on the qualitative aspect of the Negro's intelligence is correspondingly less full and illuminating. The Hollerith principal sample offers no material for the consideration of this question. The most complete camp studies which attack the problem of the differential analysis of white Negro mentalities are those from camps Sevier, Funston, and Dix. It has already been noted that the Camp Sevier report considered the Negro strong in the use of language, and that in this camp there was developed a method of giving beta with verbal instructions. In the Camp Sevier report, November 16, 1918, the comparison between the Negroes and whites is made by taking 200 cases of Negroes and 200 cases of whites, one distributed within the letter ratings in the same proportions as those ratings exist in the total Negro draft, i.e., so chosen as to have the same percentage of A's, B's, C's, etc., as in the total Negro draft of 1,762 men, and two with each Negro case paired off with a white making the same total score, i.e., each Negro total score of 8, 20, 40, etc., paired off with a white total score of 8, 20, 40, etc. Thus, this material compares equal amounts of Negro and white intelligence typical of the total amount of intelligence of the whole Negro draft. This is done for alpha and beta. For comparison results on the performance scale, 82 cases of Negroes are paired off with an equal number of cases of whites of equal mental age. And for the point scale examination, the results of 188 cases of Negroes and whites are similarly treated. The average score made by Negroes on the separate tests of the different examinations are compared with the average scores made by the corresponding whites. The comparison is expressed in terms of the percentage of white score made by Negroes. The results are given in Table 273, which gives opposite the name of each test the percentage of white score made by the Negroes. In the test of alpha and beta, there are given also the percentage of white score made by Negroes of C and D grades separately. C includes also C plus and C minus, and D includes also D minus. 4 A's and B's are included in the entire group, but are not treated as a separate group. Taking results at their face value, the Negroes excel the whites in the synonym-antonym range of information tests of alpha, the picture completion test of beta, the free association test, using 3 words in 1 sentence, definition of abstract terms, and analogies in the point scale examination, and in the mannequin and feature profile and designs from memory of the performance scale. They are inferior to the whites in the arithmetic, judgment, and number series completion tests of alpha, the cube analysis, XIII series, number checking, and geometrical construction tests of beta, the repetition of sentences, designs from memory, and absurdities of the point scale examination, and in the maze of the performance scale. The Negroes are inferior in the memory for designs in the point scale, test 16, and superior in the designs test of the performance scale, test 6. The report suggests that the high score in the latter test is probably due to the fact that the first designs, in which the Negro makes his points, are simple, and there is a gradual transition from simple to complex. The report takes the above results to indicate that the Negro, as compared with the white man of equal intelligence, is relatively strong in the use of language, in acquaintance with verbal meanings, and in perception and observation, that he is relatively weak in judgment, in ability to analyze and define exactly, and in reasoning. Camp Funston, October 1918, reports results of the examination of 938 Negro recruits by the Stanford Binet scale. Their mental age ratings range between 5 and 9 years, with considerably over 2/3 the total number making either 6 or 7 years mentally. For comparative purposes, the results of these examinations are presented together with those of 351 white recruits also tested by the Stanford Binet scale at Camp Funston. The white recruits rated between 6 and 10 years mentally, a large majority rating either 8 or 9 years. Table 273 is displayed on the page. Table 274, Negroes, and Table 275, Whites, show the percentages of men passing each test at each mental age. The tests are arranged in order of difficulty from easiest to most difficult, as determined by the total number of passes, including assumed passes below the basic year and assumed failures above the year in which no tests were passed. Table 276 arranges for ease in comparison the respective performances of Negroes and whites in certain tests in which there is indication of superiority or inferiority of Negroes to whites. Table 274 is displayed on the page. The results of the Funston report, in part, confirm those of the Sevier report. This is especially true of the free association test. For purposes of comparison, the tests of the Stanford Binet scale in which the Negroes are superior or inferior to the whites are listed here. The percentage of white score made on corresponding tests of the point scale examination are also given where such corresponding tests exist. The Negroes appear as superior to the whites in free association and inferior to them in counting backwards in both investigations. The Negroes show slight superiority also in the arrangement of weights. In the other tests, the results are contradictory or doubtful. Table 275 and 276 are displayed on the page. Camp Dix, October 31, 1918, makes a comparison of the results on alpha and beta examinations of Negroes and whites and states that it is the obvious conclusion of this study that the difference between whites and Negroes is chiefly quantitative and not qualitative. This conclusion is suggested by the close parallelism of scores in performance in the group psychological examinations. This parallelism persists whether the analysis is made from the point of view of total scores, scores in the individual tests, correlations or distributions. The inferiority is almost invariably constant at a lower level than the standards of whites. Tables 277 and 278, taken from this report, compare the results of Negroes and whites on the individual tests of alpha and beta, respectively. The comparison is made in 3 ways. The coefficients of correlation for score on each individual test with total score, mean scores, and percentage of zero scores are all given for Negroes and whites, respectively. In alpha, 1,239 Negroes are compared with 5,178 whites. In beta, 500 Negroes are compared with 2,276 whites. No comparison of Negroes and whites on the basis of results of individual examinations is made in this report. Table 277 and Table 278 are displayed on the page. Altogether, the evidence from camp reports seem to indicate, however, that qualitative differences between Negroes and whites do exist. Whether these differences are sufficiently marked to make the measures of intelligence developed for use with white men inexact as applied to Negroes is still to be determined. The only available data collected with the purpose of attacking the question of the military value of the Negro are those contained in a report from Camp Upton, November 10, 1918. Company commanders were requested by the chief psychological examiner to make out, with the assistance of their lieutenants and first surgeons, a list of 50 Negro recruits, 10 of whom, in the estimate of the officers and sergeant, fell in each one of 5 designated classes by reason of their military value. The classes with their designations were as follows: A. Very superior, equal to good white sergeant or to white officer material. B. Superior, level of good white non-coms. C. Level of good white privates, the large average group of the white draft. D. Inferior, only just good enough to make a satisfactory soldier. E. Very inferior, too poor to make a satisfactory soldier. If there were not as many as 10 men who fell certainly within the A group or the E group, as many were reported as seemed capable of certain classification in these groups, a rating on military value in relation to white troops was expressly asked for, since what was desired was an estimate of the absolute rather than of the relative value of the men. Such ratings were requested from 2 different groups of drafted Negroes. From this procedure, there resulted 238 Negro cases for which the examiner had both a rating on military value and a psychological rating. The following is the correlation table for these 2 ratings, for which the coefficient of correlation is 0.60. A table is displayed on the page. The results of the investigation are summarized as follows. A. Less than 2% of Negroes are of A value to the military service when compared with white troops. B. About 25% are considered by their officer as too poor to make a satisfactory soldier. Most of these are D intelligence or less. C. Nearly all the Negroes who rate D- or E in intelligence, and about half of those who rate D in intelligence, are reported as too poor to make a satisfactory soldier. D. D- intelligence is seldom more than just barely satisfactory. Written comment was invited from the officers, who made the ratings and their responses as summarized as follows. A. All officers, without exception, agree that the Negro lacks initiative, displays little or no leadership, and cannot accept responsibility. Some point out that these defects are greater in the Southern Negro. B. All officers seem further to agree that the Negro is a cheerful, willing soldier, naturally subservient. These qualities make for immediate obedience, although not necessarily for good discipline, since petty thieving and venereal disease are commoner than with white troops. A confirmation of correspondence between psychological ratings and officers' estimates of military value of Negroes at the lower end of the scale is contained in a report from Camp Taylor, October 1, 1918. 221 Negroes of the 800th and 14th Pioneer Infantry were referred to the psychological board by the camp surgeon, these men having been selected by their company commanders as those who were inept and slow and not able to drill. These men were given psychological examinations, and 109 of the 221 were found mentally unfit for military service. The remainder were recommended for development battalion, none rated higher than 7.8 years mentally. In the case of white recruits, a high correlation has been found to exist between psychological rating and military value. The report from Camp Upton indicates that the same is true in the case of Negroes, and that just as they are inferior to the whites in intelligence, so also are they inferior in their value to the military service. It should be noted that estimates of the military value of the Negro are available for correlation with intelligence ratings only from officers who have observed the men in camp and during their training period. The question of the military value of the Negro fighter when he gets actually into action may be quite a separate one, and it is at all events one which our present data do not enable us to discuss. End of section 32.